So this is going to be a video where I, in excruciating detail, talk about all of these moves. This is a tier maker that includes every single status move in the history of the Pokemon games. Every single one of them, just top to bottom. I haven't quite gotten done organizing them. I will be finishing that. How about now, in fact? Because I think that they're really interesting. And I was recently inspired by, like pretty much yesterday, Pokémon Challenges held a live stream where he made a detailed tier list of all of these moves. All right, hold on, not right now. He made a detailed tier list of how all of these moves are ranked in terms of power in a Nuzlocke setting. The list was interesting. It's difficult to... I think that the most important thing to, it was interesting to look at because it was in a lot of ways just extremely wrong. Right, Spittup isn't here because this is just going to go inside stuff file. So a lot of moves. There were a couple of things that I noticed off the bat. First of all, a lot of moves are being analyzed in mostly a singles context. So moves that have an application in doubles are pretty low value because a lot of the games that he plays are either tied specifically to... They're tied to older gen games, where a lot of these things don't exist. Jesus, cat, why did you do that? Scaring the shit out of me for no reason. You're on my lap now. Wants me to turn it out a little bit. A lot of these moves have something they can do. They have... We're gonna just rub up against things and make noise. I don't have time to edit a video like this. This is not going to be edited, so we'll see how that goes. They're in a Nuzlocking context. They're in singles. They're in old gen singles primarily. So a lot of moves that trend towards being useless. There's a lot of moves here that I think are his list that are overvalued because they have a niche in old gen, and a lot of moves that are undervalued because they didn't exist in old gen when they might have had a niche then. Essentially, a lot of moves from like Crystal Kaizo in particular, or Emerald Kaizo, they have utility in those games because you just do get such a bare bones set of options, and then they don't have use in the rest of the series. So that's an interesting element of the games that I guess that's an interesting element of that list. But there was also the fact that there were a pretty significant portion of the things that were mentioned, a pretty significant portion of the things that were mentioned, period. The conclusion for a lot of them was just who fucking knows? How could you know what some of these moves? You might not know what every move on this list does. In fact, I will state up front that I think that I would be pretty confident saying I know how every move works generally on this list from top to bottom. This row had the power swap through heart swap here. I have no idea. Each of these is a different, very specific move. Okay, that's actually wrong. I know what Heart Swap does pretty specifically, but like, I know what Heart Swap does. I know what Speed Swap does. So by knowing what Speed Swap does, I know what Guard Swap and Power Swap do, I think. They probably just affect 2 of the stats instead of just the 1 stat. And like the specifics, the semantics are just incredible with this game. It's incredible how ridiculously pedantic this game gets in terms of the details, and in some cases it can be very interesting, and in a lot of cases it's just terrifyingly complicated with no end in sight. It's frustrating. It's like, I'd go with Metronome for sure. It's impossible to really, like, there's no game where all of these moves have existed. Several of the, like, least useful of these moves I'm looking at, like, I know for sure Nightmare, which is here alongside the sleep moves, are just cut from the game. Same with Magnetic Flux and Gear Up, I believe. They might have been cut in the game in Scarlet and Violet or Sword and Shield. I don't know if I don't remember if Scarlet and Violet specifically cut moves, but I mean, if they did, then sure as hell wouldn't be here for any of those. So it's really hard to evaluate how they would all work, I guess. And the game doesn't need all of this. And I kind of agree with the notion that the game doesn't need all of this, but I think that there are things here that are perhaps not as well explored as they could be. I think there are things here that have design potential. Boy, Cat, you just are not going away, are you? Design potential beyond the scope of, like, being very immediately silly, or being like, they have things that they can do. And those things that just, they haven't been explored yet. It's like, I don't know for sure if there's just design space here that hasn't been fully explored. And this is just the moves that do exist. Like, these are all... I'm going to talk a lot about not only just, like, the moves as they are written, but also, like, if this move were to change to be something that exists, how would that happen? Because there's a fair amount of moves here that are kind of just impossible to make work ever. I suppose these two go together for being completely useless. And that's, I think, like the long end of it. To talk about what basically theoretical situations these moves could be useful in, I'm going to kind of have to, like, go all over the place. This is such a weird move to categorize. It's a debuff. This is such a bizarre move. Okay, like, targets a foe, applies a status. I guess it goes with, like, with effects like these. Yeah. There aren't too many things left, fortunately. I don't know where I'll fit some of these things in. You're not going up there. Mind Reader is a buff that you apply to yourself. So since here, so Magic Coat would be, is it a protection move? I think that it kind of applies as a protection with the crafty shield. And yeah, some of these are going to be a bit of a stretch in terms of their placement. They're going to kind of just be a little bit off of vibes because there's a lot of overlapping categories here. I'll start with these because they're very strong currently. I'll leave some exciting ones for the end. Funny enough, I don't know if Roar necessarily fits into any of the categories I've established. Interesting. Something that targets the foe, doesn't change their move, it just switches them. Yeah, I guess I'll throw it up here. We'll talk about it earlier on. A lot of the moves that are on this list, so the way that I want, okay, I'll find a better way to say this. The way that I want to split up how these moves, what I think of these moves. The way that I want to think of these moves is in terms of what, like, there's 3 different ways that Pokemon is played. There's competitive singles, or there's player versus player singles. There's player versus player doubles. There's player versus enemy singles. Player versus enemy doubles is in a weird place. I'm not claiming that the GameCube games don't exist, but when the GameCube games were made, something like 3/4 of the moves on this list are either were not in the game, and then of the remaining 1/4, something like half of the moves were already useless at that point. Like, even in the context of XD and Coliseum, which purposefully slows the game because one of the objectives involves catching Pokemon, and oftentimes there are tools you need to accomplish that are... You often need to use status moves to prolong fights artificially, because dealing damage isn't the win condition of the game. But as much as I could like talk about how much I'd love to see another one of those games, it feels weird to talk about when functionally that form of play has like a several generation gap. Even if you perhaps consider XG a spiritual successor, there's a lot in XG that's kind of outside the scope of what's going on here. Like, there's a move in XG that freezes, and I don't know if I would call it. There's like, it just freezes. Like it's a status move. It has like 60% accuracy or something, and it just freezes. And I think that like something that fundamentally strong is it's a little bit broken even in context, but it's not so broken because like you need to catch the thing. Like, freezing a thing doesn't mean that it dies. Fun stuff. Basically, there's a several generation gap that doesn't exist for player versus enemy doubles, and I don't know if it's... And I think a lot of these moves, spoiler alert, fit into that non-existent category very well. And so a lot of what this list is going to be is me saying a lot of things that are along the lines of, I wish there was a player versus enemy double battle based game. The only one that I think exists and is up to relatively close to modern standards, nothing has Gen 9 mechanics yet in the world of ROM hacking or fan games, but Emerald Rogue, you can do Emerald Rogue doubles, and that sure does feature all of these moves, but because they're tied, move pools in Emerald Rogue are vanilla move pools as of Gen 7 and or 8 if you're from Gen 8. And so you run into the big problem that a lot of these moves run into in player versus enemy PvE, in like single in the player versus PvE. They're situational. And if you need to be prepared for anything at any time, having a situational option, that's more a product of it being a roguelike too. You need to be prepared for anything. Your options need to be your options need to not, you don't pick options that perfectly apply to a situation, because there's arguably only 3 fights in that entire game where you know what your opponent is going to have, and know is a very loose word, especially when you're playing in the expanded format with all of the generations of Pokemon. So in the meantime, we have this. In the meantime, we have player versus player. I'll keep it on here so you just can see all these moves in their glory. Player versus player singles, player versus player doubles, and player versus enemy singles. Player versus enemy singles. There's 2 situations in player versus. I'm going to probably talk about player versus player first, because player versus player singles design is very relevant to most of the more difficult elements of player versus enemy singles, which I'll get to. Player versus player singles utilizes a very specific ones of these moves. There are a lot of these moves that are very defining in player versus enemy singles, namely Toxic. Toxic recovery moves like Recover, Soft Boiled, and Heal Order, and entry hazards, Stealth Rocks, Spikes, Toxic Spikes, Sticky Web. These moves are all heavily defining because they're omnipresent. Toxic is legitimately just omnipresent. Protect is available on everything, and then there's some variants that kind of don't matter because just Protect on everything. The differentiation doesn't end up mattering in practice, which we'll talk about. And because everything can just use every one of these moves, or really Protect and Toxic, and then a lot of things have access to some form of recovery. A lot of things have access to like some entry hazard or entry hazard removal or some combination of them, or even Taunt, which is functionally a part of this sort of status move game. You have a sort of very small set of status moves that impact the field that get used because they're the most consistent regardless of what your opponent is using. And that's the name of the game. Like in Emerald Rogue, but to definitely a much lesser extent because of the way that metagames work. When you build a team in singles, you need to make it do something to anything. You are designing for a situation where, sure, like, you can definitely get away with sometimes having something that's very specific anti the best thing. In mind in particular, right now, Walking Wake is not banned in Scarlet and Violet OU after it is just released, and it terrifies the metagame. But if it's like weak to a certain status move, if you can have Pokemon that abuse Toxic in front of it. You have like Toxapex greatly likes using Toxapex and Toxic into Walking Wake because it doesn't have a lot of partners that absorb the spikes, and Walking Wake doesn't usually run heavy duty boots, and Toxic Spikes are useful in a lot of other situations, but like that's not as specific as we could get. But it's the idea that you use status moves. You can maybe find very limited situations where something dominant exists and you need to counter it, but they're inherently limited, and it'll only be one thing at a time. I think a better example of what I'm thinking of is probably found in the move Nightmare. Nightmare is one of the worst moves in the entire franchise, I think. A lot of these moves, it's remarkable how bad this move actually is. The way that Nightmare works is that when you hit an opponent who is asleep, it does not work on opponents that are not affected with the sleep status. You inflict them with a special Nightmare status, and at the end of each turn that they remain asleep, they lose a quarter of their max health. If you use Nightmare on a Pokemon that isn't asleep, they won't be affected by Nightmare. If you use Nightmare on something and it wakes up, the Nightmare will go away. If you use Nightmare on something and while it's still asleep, it switches out. When it comes back in, it will not be affected by Nightmare. So you overall just have this terrible, terrible move that is countered by switching. The only thing that Nightmare theoretically abuses is in a situation where there's no Sleep Clause and you're playing singles. You can coin flip Nightmare and a Sleep move on a fast Pokemon for a long time and just spread the damage through Nightmare. If something was trying to say one of the ways to check sleep is to stay in with the Pokemon that's asleep while you use a Sleep move again. That's one of the forms of counterplay to like Sleep move spam in a game, in a singles game. Nightmare punishes that option by giving you an option to even further lean into just using the same two moves over and over again. Every singles metagame that's ever relevantly existed that isn't like Battle Spot. I don't care about Battle Spot. I know someone who cares about Battle Spot singles. I'm sorry. I don't think this move has ever been relevant there though. There's never been a situation where this move has been relevant, except in Generation 2, because the two moves just before it, Rest and Sleep Talk, are on something like half of all Pokemon, at least, in any given game. Even on hyper-offensive teams, you'll see Rest and Sleep Talk everywhere. The entire metagame circles around Rest and Sleep Talk, in part due to the bug, the oversight, whatever, that allows Sleep Talk to use the move Rest, and then the move Rest successfully happens and you just accept your sleep turns. In that situation, Nightmare can not only reasonably apply Nightmare to multiple things, because Rest does not affect Sleep Clause if you put yourself to sleep. So the move doesn't require two slots to even function in the first place, a downside which I didn't even say, but is probably the biggest downside of the move. And then you can reasonably run Nightmare without a sleep move and use Nightmare multiple times in a row as people switch into different things that are asleep. And that is a strategy used by Jinx in Generation 2 Overused, because its attacking combination of Ice Beam and Psychic threatens a lot of things, and a lot of the things that check it are extremely slow and are extremely prone to being forced to rest. So you can use a Lovely Kiss alongside Nightmare, and Jinx just happens to have the extra move slot when it's not running Thief or something, maybe Substitute. I don't know if it gets that in Gen 2. Basically, the world aligned, the stars themselves rendered a metagame so perfect for Nightmare you could not ask for anything better. And in practice, it's used on exactly two Pokemon. It's used on exactly one Pokemon. And it's only on like 30% of sets that Pokemon uses in a generation where like your other options are like Thief. Thief being like the old gen Thief that's 40 base power and that you ran literally just to deny one thing leftovers while you got leftovers. It's a mess. This is, I think, a move that I would go to very confidently put in a tier called like worthless. Enjoy the sounds of these as I press them. Worthless is just going to be just, there's no room for this move. There's no room for it. It's not a good concept. It's not got potential untapped that we've yet to see. Nightmare is such a win more mechanic. It's an advantage pushing move that in order the advantage you push is an advantage already pushed better by several other things. I don't think that the only generation I think ever where it's been a really, really high demand to deal passive damage over time to something that's asleep is Generation 2 and maybe Generation 3, but they sure gave Nightmare to a bunch of things in Pokemon XD, and still nobody uses it. So that's the kind of specificity that you can get in a competitive singles metagame. You can have situations where one move can have all of its strengths highlighted, and it's still bad. And you get that to lesser and lesser degrees as you go down the niche rabbit hole. You get to lower tiers where you can no longer use Incursion to set terrain, so you have to use electric terrain Alolan Raichu to prop its own Surge Surfer, or something to that effect. And that ends up making the moves really hard to talk about. Field effects we'll get to. I don't know if I like this order that I've chosen for myself, but in competitive doubles, right, that's what I wanted to go to next. Protect is the dominant move, because everything learns Protect. There simply aren't things that don't learn Protect. Everything learns Protect. Everything that can learn TMs learns Protect, and everything that can learn TMs is... Everything that can't learn TMs is useless, so everything can learn Protect. And in some situations, status moves can be better than Protect. But the thing is even in situations where status moves are extremely powerful, even in the abstract, extremely strong moves like Spore, in doubles, the way that Follow Me or Rage Powder, there's still genuine debates in these contexts. Do I go with Spore or do I go with Protect? I think Spore less so. Spore is just incredibly powerful. It's arguably Amoonguss's best offensive move, in a way. But for Pokemon that aren't so inclined, it's a genuine choice you have to make. It's a genuine decision, and that just speaks to the incredible power that Protect has as an option in doubles. So it means that and I think that this is like a very healthy thing, first off, but it does mean that in competitive doubles, most Pokemon are working with 3 move slots instead of 4. And that already really limits your ability to use some of these more niche options. It does mean that you're in a situation where you're always preparing for a double battle. You're not making a move pool that might be in a single battle. It might be in a double battle when it's always in a single battle. You're preparing for strictly doubles, which means that moves that have doubles only effects, say Floral Healing, Heal Pulse, or have effects that are primarily useful in doubles, like Life Dew, or I guess Flower Shield, or Decorate. You can technically use Decorate in singles. It's a great way to lose the game on purpose. Moves that have more of an impact than doubles get their chance to shine. And some moves end up being really powerful for that, and a lot of moves end up being, on paper, really interesting, and in practice, just very impractical when they meet with the grave, pressing reality that is the strong thing, clicking its strong button on the turn you do a funny status move to try and set something up. It's kind of that simple. Even really good, even moves like Swords Dance and Dragon Dance and Shift Gear, which are touted in singles because Swords Dance less so. I'm thinking like Quiver Dance or Dragon Dance. But even then, like, those moves aren't automatic runs on a lot of Pokemon that they would be close to automatic for in singles, because the loss of tempo of not spending your turn attacking the opponent can be much more heavily abused. And also Protect exists. So on the one hand, moves like this definitely are good for calling out an enemy's Protect in a player versus player environment, but if you use these moves and you get attacked on the turn you use them, and then the following turn you want to attack the opponent and they protect their vulnerable target from your attack, and while the partner attacks and kills the Pokemon that used Dragon Dance, you have just spent a turn not doing damage when you could have done damage. It's essentially a risk. It's a well-trodden risk, but it means that a lot of status moves just have less flexibility to exist. in doubles compared to singles. Even if a lot of them are specifically meant for doubles, and a lot of it's just because in the situations where competitive doubles has existed, a lot of the options are just a lot wider than they have been before. I have played Generation 3 doubles, and that'll be Ore Coliseum. If you just hit Ore Coliseum Smogon, those 3 words in order into the Google search bar, you'll probably get the Smogon thread, which contains some pretty cool people. Ore Coliseum is very fun, and I've gotten to see some pretty interesting moves get thrown out that I didn't think I would. I think most notably, like, the one that I was thinking to say was Grudge Ninetales, but that was, I don't think no one's ever used that, actually. That was just something I wrote down in theory. I know I've seen a lot of Pickle, or like, not a lot of Pickle, but I know Tickle didn't exist in Gen 3, did it? I'm kind of insane. You see a lot of Helping Hand. You see a fair amount of like Charm or Feathered Dance or Screech or Metal Sound moves that drop opponent's stats. At least when Metagross isn't. But then in that situation, you have to worry about Metagross. That's a whole thing. You could go check it out. In essence, the thing I wanted to say in relation to that was that even when you go to a relatively low power level, a lot of these concepts still apply, where even though everything's a little bit weaker, everything takes a little while longer to slug it out. I mean, aside from, Metagross existing and threatening to one-shot everything bar Steelix or Regirock with Explosion, you just don't see a lot of these moves. So with a lot of prelude out of the way, I'm going to actually start putting things on the damn board. The first thing I want to look at... Let's start with Protect and Clones. This is going to be a tier very obviously good. Protect goes here. We've seen Protect. I think we've seen a lot of Protect. Detect I would separate specifically for single player, because power points become a bit more relevant in single player. In competitive, in player versus enemy, in competitive modes, PvP, generally you play on simulators, or when you don't play on simulators, you can at least use 1 or 2 PP maxes on everything to boost the moves that are going to be relevant a lot of the time, like Detect. 8 protects is a lot more than 5 protects. I don't remember how many power points Protect itself has, but if you, for instance, are going from 10 to 16, that's not a super relevant change a lot of the time in terms of power points. Maybe for recovery moves, but that's about it. And then for a lot of these moves, you're just not power pointing up. You're the increase in power points doesn't end up being a super big impact. But Detect is a pretty notable exception, and the low power points seem to be the thing that kind of makes it distinct. And I would honestly put Protect in I would put Detect in a different tier, because a lot of the time in singles, or not in single, in player versus enemy formats, power points end up in a very weird design space, because if you're making a challenging, that's kind of the thing I want to get back to with player versus enemy. A lot of difficult player versus enemy design. A lot of the time, designers for difficult player versus enemy single battle experiences try to design their game off of competitive singles, off of player versus player singles, and they try to import a lot of the same functions. A lot of Pokemon are good based off kind of how good they would be in player versus player. I know there are a decent amount of exceptions to this. This is not a hard and fast rule, but it's one that does apply in a lot of situations, and it means that a lot of the things that on paper apply to a lot of things that apply to player versus player singles apply to most current implementations of difficult player versus enemy content. The exception to this, I think, is the older Kaizo games, and by older I mean like the old gen Kaizo games. Crystal Kaizo Plus is pretty new in the grand scheme of things. You have things like Emerald Kaizo, Crystal Kaizo Plus, and Trash Lock. And I know there are a lot of these games have interesting challenges that are built around situations where the player gets into an encounter. Not an encounter. You get into a battle with an opponent, and then after but the only way to get into that battle is to cross a point of no return. And once you cross that point of no return, you can't go back to a Pokemon Center to heal until you fought a Gauntlet, which is like 2 more trainers that you cannot heal in between. That you can't use a Pokemon Center in between. Sometimes, like, there'll be, I think the max that you can do is like 3 trainers at the same time. Or like you walk into one tile and then you get challenged by 3 trainers in a row. That's one of the routes in the route between Azalea Forest and Goldenrod City and Gold and Silver, or Johto. It has like the 3 lasses, and that's like a notable example of that in the main series, even, I think. These Gauntlet type situations are completely unseen in the main series. I think that's the only one that I can think of off the top of my head. Like a weird 2 different wandering trainers having a weird pathing alignment thing. And if you don't get the ability to restore power points in between those fights, then the low power point of a move like Detect can come into play where they wouldn't otherwise. And I think that can be interesting. There aren't enough games that do player versus enemy and actually have PowerPoint management, because the games usually are so desperate to have completely fluid quality of life that you just heal. You either like fully heal between everything, or you don't get to heal between everything. And there's no exception. They just haven't found a way to be like, you don't get to heal between these fights, or you have to put all your shit in your bag or in your PC to do something. Like, there's gotta be a way. Come on. PowerPoint management's pretty cool. In that way, I would sense that Detect has room to exist, where Protect is just very much tried and true. Also, limiting access to Protect. One thing that I've tried to do, this is definitely in player versus enemy. Normally Protect is a TM. It's not just any TM, it's a universal TM. And it's not just a universally learned TM, it's a universally learned TM that you get in like the department store of most games. So even in the games that have limited TMs, you just get an infinite amount of copies of Protect that you can put on everything in your party. And that's often what leads to it being like kind of boring, but limited use of Protect. Honestly, I'm almost going to say, like, almost convinced myself to say there's room to explore with Protect, just because there's room to explore what happens when you make Protect not infinitely available on everything. Like, if there are Pokemon that actually need to keep Protect, if you actually need to, like, hold on to, if there's, like, utility in, like, oh, you learn Protect via level up, and you don't get a Protect TM ever to replace that. I'm sure that's the case in some Kaizo games. It might even be the case in the Kaizo games I've mentioned, and I just was not aware of it. It's probably the case in Trash, Garbage Green. That's the one. I didn't even think I said that correctly. Garbage Green being a leaf green hack that focuses a lot on the gauntlets that I was mentioning. Making Detect like a more common option that, or not even like a more common option, but like an early game option that is an alternative to Protect, but you can't use it a lot, and if you get into a gauntlet that can get worn through uncomfortably fast, that's a room for it to be explored. So I think that's interesting. The rest of the moves we're looking at are spoofs on the concept of protect. So the first ones we're going to look at are the ones that are just protect, but with extra text. Yeah, King Shield. Start with King Shield. King Shield is the signature move of Aegislash, and it is a form of protect that blocks attacks, but does not block status moves. I guess in that case, it's not really it's not an exact variant of protect, but whatever, we'll go on with it. If the opponent makes contact with the user, they drop their attack by 1 stage? I'm checking this on Bulbapedia because knowing what I'm talking about, it is really King apostrophe S Shield. Right. So protects the user from attacks. If it blocks a contact move, the user's attack stat is lowered. It used to be 2 stages in generations 6 and 7, and in generation 8 and 9, it only lowers the opponent's attack by 1 stage. And then in the case of Aegislash, it obviously has the function of switching you into your different stances, but that wouldn't be relevant if something else learned the move. The move is actually gone in Generation 9. But that's actually relevant because Aegislash itself is not in Generation 9. Okay. I mean, I think that this move could get more distribution. It's very similar to... it's basically Obstruct is the same move, but instead of lowering... I believe instead of lowering the opponent's attack, it lowers their defense. It lowers the opponent's defense stat by 2 stages. So in that case, like, that's the signature move of Obstagoon. I think other things could use Obstruct. Like, I guess, like, yeah, it's kind of cool that Obstagoon has its own thing, but I don't know if it's so unique flavor-wise that nothing else could do that. And then lastly, there's Spidops with its Silk Trap. So Silk Trap also only blocks attacking moves, and then if the opponent makes contact, Obstruct is also with contact. If the opponent blocks an attack, their speed is lowered by 1 stage when they make contact with the protect. None of these moves provide immunity to status, so they aren't strict upgrades to protect, which is notable in cases like... it's notable with basically Thunder Wave, poison moves that poison you, sleep beast moves, fire moves that burn. That's a pretty niche downside, though, and overall these moves are pretty interesting. It's mostly the Pokemon they're tied to that limit their context. And I think one of the things that I want to explore is, like, what are these moves like in terms of design beyond the scope of, like, in abstract. Not in complete abstract, but the idea being, like, we're not considering King Shield to be only as interesting as Aegislash applies it to be, as it is when applied to Aegislash. We're looking at King Shield as it would be, like, maybe not as a completely generic move, but as a move that was learned, that, like, multiple things could use King Shield. I don't think there are a ton of moves that are so specific in their flavor that nothing else could learn them. Obstruct and Silk Trap in particular, like, Silk Trap is definitely usable by something else that has, like, String Shot and, like, Thread Trap is what it's called in Japanese, so you could definitely see something else using these moves. I'm not going to like hold my breath and say like, oh, they're definitely going to give this to more things, but I think that move exclusivity outside of some specific cases, I'm going to just put something here, no need to question why that's moved there, are going to be considered like up for grabs for other things. With that said, the last two are Baneful Bunker and Spiky Shield. I believe that these moves are in fact like these are in fact clones of Protect because they block status moves. So yeah. And then on contact, Spiky Shield does damage. The damage that Spiky Shield does is, I believe, equivalent to Rough Skin. And then the effect that Spiky Shield applies is damage equal to 1/8 of the opponent's max health. Okay. You can hear me Googling things. While Baneful Bunker applies regular poison on contact. I think that these two are definitely... Spiky Shield in particular is already pretty well distributed on stuff like Cactus. It's like beyond Chestnut now, right? We have like Glamora, Cacturn, Maractus. And then Baneful Bunker, I can see maybe going on a few other things, but not too many other things. That is pretty specific. I think that we could get more of these. I kind of like the vein that the Protect clones are going in. But the thing is for them to be worth much of anything, Protect itself kind of has to be limited. And like, this set of 5 moves does not cover anywhere near enough ground. This move is 6 if we count Detect. It doesn't cover anywhere near enough ground so that you could just like take Protect away from the TM pool. You could take away like universal Protect from things, and then the game would be more interesting. It would just immediately get like kind of dumber. For competitive in particular. For like player versus enemy, I think that removing Protect from a lot of things can make for a lot of interesting interactions. But I also think that if you want to do that properly, there kind of needs to be more alternate Protects. If there's going to be value in the alternate Protects being like side grades. Or, I mean, if there's going to be value in the alternate Protects being like something that defines a Pokemon and makes it interesting, because like if Spidops was the only Pokemon that had Protect, I don't think it would be useful. But it might be. Like that's the Silk Trap is supposed to be like its ace in the hole. That's its signature technique, and then it's just something that everything in the game does, but it does it slightly better than everything in the game currently does it. Like it just doesn't check out. It would also be maybe nice if it lowered speed by 2. Like, is that incredibly insane to ask for when Obstruct does defense by 2? Who knows? The next set of moves to look at are the situational Protects. I think, okay, what is my overall summary of the Protects that I've gone over thus far? I think Detect... I think broadly Protect is pretty tried and true. I don't think that most of these, like realistically, I would say Protect is tried and true, and then there's room to explore not necessarily these moves specifically. I guess I'll just put that up here. There's not room to explore these moves specifically, but there's instead room to explore Protect clones. Like, I'd almost do this. That's weird. You really just have to listen to the words I'm fucking saying and not just look at the tier maker at the end if you skip to the end of the video. Like, there would kind of need to be more Protect clones, and then lower the distribution of either like remove the Protect TM, make more Protect clones, and give more things interesting Protects that have like different nuances to them. I think that like especially in a doubles player versus enemy game, that idea has a lot of potential. like you shoot off of Baneful Bunker and you get Protect that paralyzes, Protect that burns. You shoot off of Spiky Shield, you maybe get Protect that infatuates. You maybe get like you could do Protect that block against only physical or special attacks, but then maybe like do something if you block a physical or special attack, like they boost. Like if you block a physical attack, you gain defense. If you block a special attack, you gain special defense. Something to that degree. Like that being parry as an attack would be pretty cool. Because God knows Counter and Mirror Coat are ever going to be relevant and competitive outside of like cheese ever. Mat Block. I want to say, like, I'm going to distinguish. This is like lots of room to explore versus like some room to explore. Mat Block is really cool. If you don't know what Mat Block is a move where on the first turn you enter battle, when you use it, you put up a mat. That's the flavor of it anyway. When you use it on the first turn that you enter, you block your side of the field from any damage. The quirks that make it... the thing is that it can only be used on the first turn you enter battle, so it's like fake out, first impression in that way, which I think is really cool. And like in singles, this move is useless. At best, you do like a one-turn scout of what your opponent is going to use. And in most player versus enemy situations, like if you're not fighting like a randomized opponent where it's weird, you just have like a program that's like, oh, I'm gonna figure out what the AI is going to do to me this turn, and then Mat Block is immediately completely useless. And it's a move that's distributed on Greninja and Throw, which is like that's not a selection of things. You can even like turn yourself into a fighting type with it with pro. Oh, I guess you could in Modern Gen, but it doesn't exist in Modern Gen, I think. I'm curious about that actually. Did they bring Mat Block back in Scarlet and Violet, or did they just leave it to die? Because it's a real shame. Mat Block is an exceptionally unique move. Why is it trying to card it to Marblock? The thing is it doesn't. Mat Block notably doesn't block priority because it is a neutral priority move. It only blocks moves that go after the user. So, like, speed affects your ability to use Mat Block. And then it doesn't block status moves. So, and then, yeah, they did cut it from the modern. They cut it from Gen 8. That's really sad. It's a really cool move. It, like, in a doubles player versus enemy game, there's Pokemon Delta X, or I guess it's not. I guess it's Delta X, right? Because it was supposed to be Delta X, Delta Y, like a cow joke. But basically, it's a doubles-based hack of Pokemon X, and Greninja is a starter, and it gets Mat Block, and it's one of the best qualities about it because it becomes an exceptional pivot. If your opponent has like a psychic attacking mon, you can very easily force pivots into Greninja and then have Greninja Mat Block, and because it's one of the fastest things in the game, it Mat Blocks before things attack. And then you block damage for a turn and can take out a high priority target, like the Super Boss's stupid Yveltal from Thornius. That's the only context I've ever seen this move actually explored. That's it. It's one game, and it's not even an official game. This move it's been relevant in competitive doubles before, but like that was mostly just like fishing for a use. I'd love to see this move on like a mid-speed mon that's like really tanky. I'd love to see this move utilized alongside like something really bulky that maybe isn't slow enough, that maybe isn't fast enough to like outspeed a lot of like. Maybe you hit something like an 80 speed tier where you outspeed some pretty significant things. You're slower than a lot of things, but you're then fast enough to use it against some pretty relevant targets. There's so many cool interactions. This move is so cool. We'll never see it in the official games, and I think that someone should utilize it. It's definitely cooler than Quick Guard. Quick Guard blocks priority attacks. That's it. Any move that it blocks. To be fair, I believe it blocks attacks from Prankster, which means that despite being like one of the most highly niche moves in the game, that like it does do things. It blocks Fake Out and it blocks Guard. God damn it! It's a quick block. Despite blocking only a very niche subset of attacks, Quick Guard like has had metagame relevance before because you put it on something like Talonflame. There's like a list of status moves that not bypass protection, which is funny. Well, I'm not even remotely gonna engage with that nitpick ass list. So Quick Guard has like +3 priority itself, so you out-prioritize other priority moves. You out-prioritize Fake Out, you out-prioritize Prankster. You then have to use speed to calculate versus triage, which is funny. I don't think there's anything with Quick Guard that's going to be slower than Comfey in any relevant situation, or maybe if something else gets triage. I don't think Cap doubles Create a Pokemon doubles has ever been played, but like Revenant with Quick versus Revenant, you can get into speed situations with Quick Guard. You're really going down rabbit holes, and I just don't think Quick Guard has room. I'll say this is like some room to explore this that's already explored. After I put Wide Guard, I don't think it needs to be on the list, but okay. Wide Guard is like in competitive doubles, it's pretty well recognized that Wide Guard's a pretty cool move because you go from taking damage on 2 things to taking damage on 0 things at the cost of sometimes you take damage on one thing and you don't do anything back. In player versus enemy, though, a lot of what makes Wide Guard interesting is the mind games behind it. Like, am I gonna do the thing? Quick Guard, I think, is like a weird case where it's I don't know. Quick Guard's weird. Maybe let's go with this kind of. But Wide Guard has a lot more potential to break a player versus enemy game if the AI isn't good enough to play around Wide Guard. Because if you give the AI only moves that are multi-target, they can just get completely bricked by something that is using Wide Guard over and over again to protect both them and their partner. It's kind of subject to cheesing the AI. There's not really as much of reason ever to give the Pokemon only priority attacks in comparison. So I think the Quick Guard could see a lot more. I think you can viably put Quick Guard more frequently in like a player versus enemy context, but you have to be really careful with Wide Guard, which is kind of unfortunate. And then like one of the most interesting, you could do something like, oh, you make it no priority, but then if you take away the priority element, a lot of the Pokemon that are in Wide Guard are really slow, and that's like it's a rock type move. That's like one of the utilities of it is like you can often use it to spend your turn in a way that does something on a turn where you otherwise might faint, or you can use an attack, which is one of the biggest perks of Wide Guard on something like Healer or Caracosta or Crustle or whatnot. It's just a thing you have to be careful with when designing opponents if you put Wide Guard in. I like it a lot. I think it's a really cool flavor thing. I think you can honestly consider it like somewhat alongside one of these in a way that Quick Guard just doesn't. Quick Guard kind of loops back around into being like way too niche, I think. Way too specific. Even in a double situation, like there's not enough priority there's not enough threatening priority that exists for you to super need Quick Guard, basically. In a player versus enemy. Crafty Shield, whereas we've explored a couple moves like Shield, Obstruct, Stealth Trap that only block attacks, Crafty Shield only blocks against static move. And I paired this with Magic Coat because the effects they have are pretty similar. Crafty Shield basically prevents the attack from happening, So yeah, Crafty Shield for one blocks your whole team, which is a very good effect. It doesn't block your team from moves that you're using on purpose to target your partner with, so that's kind of just like covering grounds. And then Magic Coat like reflects the attack back at the opponent, but it only reflects it back if it only like affects things that target the user specifically. So in singles, Magic Coat is a pure upgrade to Crafty Shield in most situations, bar the niche situation where like, oh, you Magic Coat toxic into something that wanted to get open. Stupid. But then in doubles, Crafty Shield becomes a lot better because it's actually flexible. I think Crafty Shield's really good. It kind of goes alongside Wide Guard, where if your opponent is using a like, it's often like a 0 or 100 effect, kind of like Wide Guard, where if your opponent has a strategy that revolves around status moves, it just shuts that down entirely. And then similar to Wide Guard, also there's a lot of things where, like if you're using it on the partner. Oh boy! I knew it was coming. Open stop myself. There's a similar situation to Wide Guard where in player versus enemy, the opponent is using a strategy that relies on status moves only. The shield is going to completely shut it down and make it like a completely unfair matchup. Like it just makes the game completely unfair. I think for these two in particular, if you put them in a fan game, giving them you use the protect multiple times in a row, it'll fail thing makes a lot more sense. In singles, it doesn't make, in player versus player, it doesn't make sense for the move to have that effect because, like, really a player can pretty easily see that if you're using Wide Guard over and over again, that like there's a mind game there, whereas against an AI, you can't play a mind game really. Programming an AI, and then like programming an AI to play a mind game is like a bad idea. I'm gonna say like not much room to explore. It's a good place to put Magic Coat. You only reflect things back that target you, and that's just kind of it. Magic Coat is like it's Magic Bounce for a move, and part of the utility that makes Magic Bounce interesting in practice a lot of the time is that you can activate it by switching into something. You don't have to commit your turn to it. I don't know if we'll really ever see Magic Coat. I think Magic Coat is fine. Magic Bounce is an obscenely strong ability, but it works. I think that like as far as like things that do this is too small of a thing to be doing for the most part. And then in situations where it does succeed, you run into somewhat of the Crafty Shield thing. There's also a lot less status moves in single player, where there's a lot fewer status moves you need to block, where if you block it once and you get continued value, I can continually block it over and over again. So yeah, overall, I'm going to say that these two have a lot of room. I think that some of them, like, they started existing in later gens, Gen 5 and up for all of them. 5 for Wide Guard, 6 for Map, and Crafting Field. And I've definitely seen all of them. Wide Guard especially is, like, notably good. But I think if you change the mechanics up a little bit, they can apply really easily to competitive player versus enemy and still maintain, like, being really interesting. And then in the case of, I think you do need to change Wide Guard and Crafty Shield maybe, or you maybe need to just like be very, very certain to be careful what moves you give opponents in a doubles-based game. These are all doubles moves, by the way. Like, Map Block is used, Wide Guard is like technically used as Protect. That most things that learn Wide Guard also get Protect. Literally everything that gets Wide Guard gets Protect, but like I'm saying by TM, like a lot of things get it by level up, such as like Crustle or Caracosta, as I mentioned earlier, Kingler. They all get Wide Guard and Protect. They all get Protect by level up, and they all get Wide Guard. I don't even know if they get Wide Guard by level up. I know Caracosta does, though. There's a lot of room to explore. I'm gonna run myself in circles here. I'll switch to something. So we've looked at like outright damage prevention. How about we look at healing? Recover's pretty tried and true. I'm gonna put recover alongside roost and in the mornings. I think these are like all you heal yourself for half of your health. That's what the move does. It sure does heal you for half of your max health. These moves have had like an interesting change in function because in the most recent game they went from having more power points to 5 base, a total, which means that some strategies that you could formerly, like if you have implemented this right, you just back into the older player versus enemy situations. You get a lot of situations where you can just recover. Like recover stalling is a strategy that you would primarily be using, and then you can't recover stall infinitely again. Well, you can never recover stall infinitely unless you have a legendary. You can't temporarily recover stall for needing. And I think that works. These moves having high power points is, I think, an artifact of like the idea being that you could use them. These moves are like very much better in player versus player than player versus enemy, but a lot of that is because they saw like in player versus enemy, especially in the vanilla games. We're looking at those now because the other moves we've looked at aside from Protect have not really been relevant in vanilla. In vanilla player versus enemy, but like in vanilla player versus enemy, theoretically you can like, oh, I'm gonna run into a wild thing that can't do much damage to me and recover against it and heal back to full health. Look at me, I'm so wise. And you can also just use a potion. So potions kind of completely dunk on all of these moves. You really can just replicate the effects of them very easily, and so I think one of the reasons they had high power points was because they had to compete with potions. If this only had like 5 power points, then like what is this accomplishing if you can just use a potion? Or maybe they just wanted to make it more appealing, I don't know. To be clear, these moves always had 5 power points. These were recover and so shore up. None of the rest of these count. These moves all had like 10 base, in practice 16. Recover used to have like way more, which is stupid. And these moves always had 5. They have like a weird. So basically, in like single player, if the game is too easy, you just don't use status moves. That's more the thing than anything. In doubles, most things can't afford to use this because these are super weak to being double up against. If you get attacked by 2 opponents and you recover, you might not have any health by the time you recover. You're more susceptible for either of the attack to have some kind of random effect apply, a hit, a secondary effect. And then you also can get into situations where, like, if you're middle speed and you're trying to use one of these moves, it ends up really bad because you can end up going after an opponent and then you can go between your two opponents' attacks. So they attack you, you roost, and you get attacked again. And you usually don't want that to happen because if you're at relatively low health when you do it, it means that like you don't heal as much as you could have. If you're at relatively high health when you do it, it means that like you'll often end up at a place with lower health than you started at. That you're turning off really the best Pokemon that use these moves in doubles have tons and tons and tons of them, and then use this as like their only stalling move. And they're good at that. They've done that for a while. I think that there's like some room with these now that like everything has 5 power points, but I think it's shore up. I guess modern shore up. Yeah. Actually, no, I'm just gonna put it back up. by PowerPoints or not, these moves are all tried and true and you know what they do. The next ones to look at are. Hold on, it's pretty quick. I'm gonna make it purple. Make it a lighter. I'll make it pink. Wish. Split. Bring that. Purify. Maybe you haven't even interacted with in your life. I'll just bring all the funny HP restoration moves up here. Leech Seed is a classic. Green. And then Skill Block. So this is which is pretty cool. Everyone knows what Wish does in singles, because you pair it alongside Protect, and it is functionally, in a lot of situations, recover with a bit more room to exploit it quickly. And then in doubles, it's kind of unusable. You're far more likely if you have two opponents and you're using Wish. Like, if you Wish on one turn, and then in order to live the next turn, you need to Protect, you just double up on your opponent. And then in a 2v1 situation, like Wish Protect means that if either of your opponents have an ability to scale their stats in any way, you can get you can just lose and be forced to Wish over and over again and make no progress. In that sense, it's really hard to imagine a doubles game slow enough for Wish to be impactful that doesn't just involve you playing XP and having to catch things, and Wish is not in for XP, I think. You'll have to forgive me if I'm wrong, but I don't remember Wish being anywhere in vanilla XD, so I'm going to say that right now, everyone understands it's good. And it's good. Pain Split is pretty cool. In player versus player, it's often like a second-rate recovery option. You'd rather have recover almost always with something with the clutch, and sometimes you Pain Split with something that's like low health if you heal your opponent. In that sense, it's got more risk and lower reward, but like potentially much higher reward very quickly. The biggest thing that Pain Split, I think, has in terms of potential is the fact that, like, if you have something sufficiently fast, and with like sufficiently low health, you can start a fight by Pain Splitting up to like outspeeding your opponent and Pain Splitting, and then just recovering a bunch of health and dealing a bunch of damage at once. And if that's the best form of damage you have into an opponent, and you can eat the opponent's crit at half health, that can be a good strategy. It's just the amount of times where the stars align in that way are really low. And in doubles especially, I think there's room for this kind of setup. I think there's something here. I'll definitely say it right here. There's some room for Pain Split to be explored, I think. In particular, it's like really interesting, again. It's really good like as like almost counter of power creep. There's a fair amount of Pokemon that are like ghost types that have really low HP. And I've seen like a lot of strategies involving like there's a lot of super high HP behemoths in Pokemon. I think like you think like very modern Pokemon, you have Dozo, Iron Hands, and Kinbu, which are all incredibly tanky because they have 150 plus HP. Iron Hands is like 145 or something. So Pain Split could be really cool. For some reason those are involved. And then in older gen you have like Swinglax and the Blobs. I think it has room. I don't know. We haven't seen the last of Pain Split. Really hard to argue with String Stat being considered one of the best moves in the game. It starts in a bit of an awkward place. It has a bit of a skill cap, I think, because you need to know what attacks that things have. In competitive, that usually, like, this is also like a place where competitive has like its silly, did you bring your thing with 0 IVs that you can't reasonably get without hacking issues. Sometimes, of course. And then like because they have a higher if they have like a high attack IV and they are an attacker, they are using physical attacks, using are irrelevant, and they heal opponents with health without getting anything. The strength up's obviously amazing. It's purposefully a very limited move. It used to be just like erotic and other things, and now like there's a few things that have it that are really good, like Herbaliva. Really strong. There's not a lot even to say. Even in doubles, it's really good because, well, normally recovery moves have the trouble in doubles of being very passive and not doing anything. The attack drop effect can sometimes give you the ability to, like, even if you were recovering for about as much damage as you were taking, to lower the amount of damage you're taking over time and put yourself in a position where you can use an attack move again. And that's just really good. I think that'd be fun to see something with String Sap. Like, I kind of can't help but put it in like some. The thing with String Sap is that it hasn't existed for very long at all. I think there's some room for it. Like, obviously, we've seen almost everything. There's like kind of with the arbitrary nature of what these tiers are. I think it's more important than some of the words I'm saying than the tier that things get placed in. But String Sap's cool. Kind of, you kind of need to be careful with what you put it on, but it's also just like a really solid move. You could also maybe lower its power points a little bit if you're like trying to make it balance in any way, but you can also just lower the distribution and give it to like things that are really bad. There are a lot of bad graph space that have it like jump off from you. I guess the aforementioned erotic. So String Sap's like pretty cool. On the other hand, we have Leech Seed, which I think is like Leech Seed. I almost hesitate to put Leech Seed in this category because it's kind of like a status that you apply to the opponent that like heals you. The categories here are going to kind of just be for helping you get into play. But Leech Seed is kind of like the one-man String Sap. The big difference is that like String Sap is a move you have to actively use the effects of, and there's like less weird defiant interactions. A Leech Seed is like purely considered passive damage, and you recover health based on what the opponent's HP stat is, which can sometimes cause it to be pretty inoptimal. If you are using the Pokemon that benefit from having Leech Seed are often like you get more out of Leech Seed the lower the HP stat you have. Kind of like with String Sap, and also kind of like with. So in that way, I would say that there's some room to explore, but it's like I think a lot like Leech Seed's pretty well understood to be one of the most actual like moves that applies a status that isn't. It's well explored in singles. We have tons and tons of Pokemon that are like the thing that I do is that when a thing that comes in, when things come in that I can't deal damage to, I put them to sleep or I Leech Seed them. And that's what makes it interesting because you do Leech Seed back synthesis, one's wrong, some kind of mesh of those things. There's maybe room to make Leech Seed work, but like Aerothorn makes me kind of think we've seen it all. Aerothorn is like I think the most notable doubles Leech Seeder because. And then, like, I guess Appleton and Gen 9 kind of replicates that effect, but essentially it's a really, really slow, really, really tanky grass type that just, like, that has pretty low HP. So you Leech Seed into things, and then if something tries to set up on you, you have Leech Seed and Protect, or Leech Seed and Iron Defense and Body Press. And you just grind the game to a standstill and use, like, passive damage to win. And it's really good. And I kind of feel like that it's the peak of Leech Seed, and you maybe could look at other options, but then you could also just put it here because I guess it's a move that's existed since Gen 1 in contrast to Gen 7 String Sap. So there's always going to be like more examples of its existence. Purify is a bizarre move. It's like it's a contender for the weirdest move in the game. Purify, you probably haven't heard of it. It's a signature move of Kikumiku. Unlike a lot of these other moves, it's kind of like String Sap in that it targets an opponent to recover you. But unlike String Sap, it doesn't always work. There's a condition that you have to meet in order to execute the attack. and it's that your opponent, the target that you're using to use Purify has to be stuck. And it's a poison move, so that usually means poison. It can also be burned or paralyzed or whatever. The idea seems to be that if for some reason Chikumagu's partner in like a double battle gets poison, like maybe you're trying to target down Chikumagu's partner because you don't want to talk innards out. Not even ignoring like unaware, right? Then you can, if something like burns your partner, you can purify, target your partner, heal half of your health and recover their status and get it 2-in-1. But I would be reminiscent to not make clear the fact that the strategy is bad. It's really, really situational. In a competitive setting, it's way too inefficient to ever matter. The situation that you could like really see this count, right? You have a partner that somehow gains a benefit from being poisoned, maybe like a Guts Pokemon, and then you have Purify Pyukumuku, and what Purify Pyukumuku does is not only cleanse your partner of its poison every turn, it's not just like recover health every turn. At the end of every turn, because Pyukumuku is dirt slow, so it'll never go first, but you basically use Purify. The opponent, like, basically the turn starts, your partner gets a Guts boosted attack off of some sort. Your opponent does something, probably something useless, because how the fuck would the strategy work otherwise? And then at the end, and then as the last Pokemon that moves, Pyukumuku targets your partner with Purify, it cleanses their status, and then it heals the HP back that it took in damage from its opponent's attacks. And the thing that has a Toxic Orb then has to reapply the Toxic, which gets rid of the stacking effect of Toxic. You don't have to deal with it one effect every time. So like Pyukumuku Ursaluna is what I'm saying, basically. It's a really bad move. But like if you can pre-poison things, if you can like force some weird targeting from the AI, you can find something with this. I'm maybe it's really cool. It's a really cool flavor move too. Like you wouldn't really have much of an idea of like what Pyukumuku as a creature does. It gives you a good idea of the biology of a sea cucumber. Just like Pokemon is sick when it does that. That does mean that it's kind of useless. It's not worthless though. For sure. It's not like a worthless move. It's not something that there's like nothing to do with it. It's very shallow. I might keep it Sunbrim. Yeah. Floral Healing and Healing Pumps. These two moves are the same. For some reason in my brain, Floral Healing healed the partner for 25. I'm checking that. I feel confident in thinking that, even if I'm dead wrong. Floral, it's like the exclusive move of Comfey anyway? Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, interesting. So it does do half of max health, but it does 2/3 in Crafty Terrain. Big ol' I guess with that secondary effect, they both just heal your partner's max. The target's max health, and you target your partner. These are really good. Basically, I've never played a game where the game state was like this would be such an amazing move in XP. Like I wouldn't even be shocked if like the development behind this move was like, wow, we want to make a game that this is similar to game. What's a move that would be really cool? That's virtual Floral Healing Maker, and they want to do it. It is such a cool move. The big problem that it ends up having is that it kind of does force sniff. Like it's really strong, so it does force sniffing using it to use it over and over. The actual like of it though is terrifying. It's weird. Honestly, it's a very selfless move. So the Pokemon that's using it has to have some sort of way to protect themselves, which can be awkward in some situations. Like, you have to basically have a partner Pokemon take aggro. Like, usually the solution with this kind of move is that, like, in competitive it ends up being competitive doubles ends up being pretty good. I know that it's like a sleeper in doubles for you because it's about to be a lot slower being before too. But in all of the doubles experiences that I've played so far, Heal Pulse has been like a weird option. And I don't think it. Or, yeah. I've seen kind of, but like floral healing I've used somewhat, but that also I think it's priority on its moves to heal, and Heal Pulse and floral healing too. So it has like priority heal your partner, and then in Generation 8 we had Dynamax. Oh, I'm Dynamax! You heal a fourth of the Dynamax Pokemon. Oh. I'm thinking of like Comfey healing up like Kyogre or something. Whichever Cybertron video that is. These moves are really cool. They haven't existed in a proper doubles game before, or they haven't been like featured in a proper doubles game before, and they could be. I would say similar of these two, which are of a slightly different piece. Both of these types, all three of these moves, minutia aside, floral healing, they all heal half of the health of the target, or they all heal like half of the max HP bar of things. Basically, floral healing and Heal Pulse heal 50% for your partner. Life Dew and Jungle Healing is lunar bossing. We've used this single time. It's only in Legend right now, I think. Azalea is not released in the game. Basically, you heal 25% for the user and the partner, which kind of solves a bit of the problem that floral healing has, where you become like a healing totem, and then it's all about the carry. So Life Dew it has like a similar interaction, but it's not as extreme, and it definitely works in a slower paced game. Life Dew is like, in practice I've seen Life Dew do things, but that's really only because like random partners had it in Dynamax, and the generic Dynamax partners that you're doing Dynamax battles alone without internet. Like, that's the only time I've seen Life Dew be all that good. I think like maybe Milotic used it sometimes in Gen 8, but Dynamax kind of rendered it Dynamax rendered it basically unusable because the game was so fast, and then Terrestrialization wasn't rendered unusable, but it used somewhat. Although that might just be more powerful generally than any mechanic. So I don't think the moves got its fair shake. And then Jungle Healing and Lunar Blessing are Life Dew, but they also cleanse the status of the two, which is really good. Jungle Healing is good enough that it gives Zarude like a really interesting niche, because Jungle Healing replicates the effect of like Refresh in older gen. We'll get to Refresh later, but basically things actually did run that move at some point, and Zarude basically became like a sort of bulky sweeper that could ignore the effects of like one of the more common ways of trying to beat a setup sweeper that's as consistently fast as Zarude is by putting like a status condition and just like try to get melt from there, but you can't status Zarude because it will just keep the status. And that's like the thing that this is the kind of move that I think should just be more distributed. Like, I want to see Jungle Healing with Minion in a ROM hack. Like, get out of here with your stupid, like, random Grass Dragon, Grass Psychic, Grass Fairy, Grass whatever the hell I want. Give me Jungle Healing Meganium in a doubles hack, and I'm happy. This has been propaganda. Or something that I want to make in the future, but probably will never have time to. These two kind of suck. They are attacks that replicate the effect of leftovers. Leftovers is 1/16 of max health. I'm pretty sure these moves are 1/16 of max health as well. I know they both heal the same amount. I hope they both heal the same amount. It'd be really silly if they didn't. Yeah, that's 1/16. You can partner it with Big Root, which is funny. Basically, these moves are leftovers, but you have to. They're removed, and you don't gain the effect of leftovers until you use the move. You already lose. You lose a turn to activate it, or however many turns it takes you to activate it. If you can't activate it, then you get in. I'm so glad that these are an item because they're just useless. The biggest brain things that you can do with them is baton pass. That's the biggest effect that they have, and then that was good once upon a time, basically. Ingrained Smeargle was a real thing that ruined baton pass in Generation 3. That's why baton pass is so controversial because whatever. There's a Fell Swipe gaming video before on this. But long story short, we've already kind of seen what Ingrain does. It makes you immune to getting phased, so you can't get roared or whirlwinded out and lose all. Not just because the thing is when you're using Ingrain, you're not protecting. Oh no, my precious 1/16 of my max health per turn that I could have if I just had an item. You're protecting the 7 acid armors, the 6 bulk ups, the 4 tail glow, the 4 calm minds, the 7 agilities, all the stupid stat boosts you have acquired to try and bulldoze the opponent with a 1,000 in every stat, stupid little monster. That's it. And then Aqua Ring does even less. It just does even less. I'm checking quick if Aqua Ring applies to your partner in doubles. I think even if Ingrain I know is self-target only. If Aqua Ring... I don't know if these moves are a waste of space. There's just not much room to explore with them. They do have an effect. I think that if you could, if these could, apply to your whole party at once, they would... Your whole side of the field, if they were, maybe if this was an effect that lasted over turns, but we have capacity turn. Yeah, these moves are, they're decent, earlier in a game. Whatever. Heal Block? What about into this? Heal Block's a bizarre little move. I guess I'm keeping that separate from Embargo. Yeah, I'll keep it separate from Embargo. We'll get there later. Heal Block is a move that prevents the opponent from healing. The actual terms of what that means get more and more specific throughout the generations before they just move off of it. Which I think is a shame. But I kind of understand it. You prevent the opponent from using healing moves. If they attempt to use a healing move, it'll fail. In some generations, Leftovers works, and some it doesn't. I don't remember which. If the Pokemon would use an item that would heal it, Heal Block blocks that from happening, and then obviously makes potions with that. Which is the thing that kind of made this kind of thing that I was thinking about in terms of Embargo. Heal Block has probably been relevant at some point in singles, because if you're in a 1v1 situation and you really need to shut the opponent down, Heal Block blocking you from resting, it doesn't really matter how much power points you have. Heal Block has enough power points. As long as you can outlast the literal attack the opponent is using to heal yourself, Heal Block can win you a 1v1 against some really scary shit. Bulky Cresselia. I'm sure it's been used before. The problem is that you have to be able to heal yourself, because by using Heal Block, it's kind of a taunt almost. It's a taunt that affects more than the scope of just status. That doesn't block all status moves, but it blocks some status moves. It's weird. There's not a lot of room. Actually, yeah, there's not really a lot of room here. It's a little silly goose move. I'm kind of glad they gave it a shot, though. The big kicker is that it is a status that you apply to a target. It doesn't a field. It doesn't affect your opponent's side of the field or something. So you just block one thing from healing, and then if you switch out and switch back in, you cleanse the effect, which I think is pretty bad. It really makes this you need a lot of things alongside it to keep it up, and I think competitive singles is probably the best shape this movie would have, and it isn't getting compared. So that was a lot of moves that like just recovery and don't do something else. I'm really scared to do this something like 40 thing long list of things that boost stats. So I'm going to hold that off and do things that affect. I'll first do things that like reactively affect status. So heal bell and aromatherapy and blade conflict. And then I'll do these side of the field moves. And then I'll do safeguard and transition to the side of effective field moves. Let's safeguard it. I talked about refresh for a moment. There's not much room here. I think it kind of reminds me of these two where very, very early on, it gives you immunity to like passive damage. Some form, very specific forms of passive damage. Like you don't get an immunity to leech seed. The biggest claim to fame of Refresh is that it has like the highest amount of power points that anything in the game can have. It's like something ridiculous, like 64 when you max it, 40 base. So it's just incredible at like you can stall out 4 entire Pokemon's supply of toxins with one Pokemon that has refreshed, which is like really good for the super stally PowerPoint based singles games. The best part is that like Refresh is like a Gen 3 move, I think. And if Refresh had existed sooner, I think there's no doubt in my mind that Refresh would have been like a really popular move in Generation 1. I guess in Generation 1, like, yeah, it's a Generation 3 move. It's kind of surprising to me they didn't think of it sooner. The distribution is like pretty high, but it's not like crazy. Notably, there's like a fair amount of things that basically just get it from XD, which is kind of funny. But then otherwise, they like actually take damage with regenerative abilities. Also, a lot of things that get refreshed get natural cure. So that does kind of put a bit of a damper on this thing's ability to be interesting, because if you have natural cure from the get-go, refresh is not a completely useless slot, but it's like really running some redundancies. Heal Bell and aromatherapy, I think they're just tried and true good. In doubles, they're obviously not very good because the pace of games, you often need protect on a move spot anyway, which means that if a lot more things are running protect than would be in singles, and a lot more things are already running a move that blocks status. And if you're already blocking status moves anyway, you're probably not going to get it. You're probably not going to be in as many situations where you need to cleanse your partner's status. And the effect of like cleansing the status of Pokemon that are not on the field is relatively useful as well. Not entirely. There are definitely situations I can see where like aromatherapy, which Heal Bell saves you from Spore. But it's also weird because some different ways that turn order can happen can make that useless. Like if you go if the order of turns is like Pokemon A attacks, Pokemon B has aromatherapy, Pokemon A is faster than B is faster than C, Pokemon A attacks, Pokemon B has aromatherapy, and C has Spore. A attacks, B attacks, C spores A, and then A is fast asleep, B Heal Bells, C spores into them again, and then C's partner all the time can just keep attacking. If that didn't make sense, basically it's a slow tempo thing. Not, but then in single player, like it really is just competitive singles or the CCs, but I think it gets everything out of it. Like you fully get used to it. And modern competitive singles moves a little faster moves in Gen 9. Really 7 and beyond, I think, kind of being able to pass with this, but we got like 4 or 5 gens of this being a really good move, so I'm fine. I think Safeguard's pretty good. It blocks the same thing that Refresh does. Refresh already has like the Refresh has the PowerPoint thing, but then Safeguard, like once you have to reapply Safeguard like every 5 turns. And if you use that move and you got like, it's just hard to justify. In doubles, you already have Protect, so nothing's already immune to status or anything status in the first place, or like don't want to take that slot with the next move. Again, another reason for Protect to have like lower distribution. And then Safeguard itself is just not a good use of a turn. I think Safeguard, there's just not much for it. Then there's the screens. I think the screens have mostly been explored. The screens have mostly already been explored. It would be kind of nice to like chronological speed. I'm like, oh, they're here, but no, we're gonna come back with this. Who knows? Welcome to Light Screen. They're very strong moves. Everyone knows they're very strong moves. In singles, they're a lot weaker because the amount of turns you get with them is like -1 compared to everything else. And in addition, in doubles, the best things to utilize screens have to be like you have to use screens first, or else you unfortunately also have -1 turns of screens. And -1 turns of screens. Really eloquent way of putting that. Basically, if you the turn you use Reflect, something else attacks and goes before the thing you wanted to do less damage from Reflect, you kind of use the combo. I think there's some room to do interesting balance where Reflect is on things that are bad. Like Fast Reflect in doubles, Fast Reflect and Light Screen in doubles can legitimately like work the game in early game. One thing I was looking at when I was like first starting is like I'm like wanting to do doubles with like Lydian, and I actually realized that like you give this thing like Struggle Bug plus screens, 85 speed, it's faster than almost everything, and you can just put up a screen and you're taking significantly less damage on whatever attacking side you're struggling with. And even with Lydian's pretty bad defense Lydian's pretty bad defensive stats, they're just got like regular defensive stats for that early in the game if you get it, or maybe like slightly below average, and so it's like really good as a support. The problem is then that it's like all kind of on paper because there's never been a player versus enemy doubles game, and the one that exists has Ledida, and you get it early in the game, and it's pretty okay. Like I think it's like the biggest problem is that it doesn't. I forget if the Ledida even has screens when you get it. That's a bit more specific of the Google search. So, this is a very specific thing to be looking at. Basically, like Lediba's calling. The mechanical calling that Ledian has never been able to properly answer is like a player versus enemy doubles game where it isn't a shadow Pokemon the moment you get it, and it actually gets to start using screens immediately. Or even a screen immediately. Frankly, Reflect and Struggle Bug is probably a better combo just because like, being completely defensive is a little boring and you kind of want to encourage it to do something for the practice stats because they're so bad you don't want to put them. These moves are really good, but they still have like more room to exist just because I think the dynamic between their effects on like the doubles game is really interesting. And then Veil? Veil is very weird. I don't know what to think of Aurora Veil. It's, in theory, a bunch of things learn Aurora Veil. In practice, it is the signature move of Alolan Ninetales, Abomasnow, and Auroras, and Bidlix. Like, there's like no conceivable reason to ever. It's really the signature move of Alolan Ninetales, like in practice, because you need to be fast to use it, and you need to set Snow or Hail, whichever generation you're in. And I think part of the thing they realized was if we add Aurora Veil, we want anything other than Alolan Ninetales to use Aurora Veil, we have to make it able to make a hit. That might be like the impetus behind the defense boost in Snow, aside from just like fans going like, Snow should give a defense boost for Storm's special defense. I'm really glad that they took away the passive damage element of Snow and didn't just make it like adjacent, didn't just make it like flip across hand in terms of the effect on Snow. Aurora Veil is obviously incredible. The biggest thing is that like the fact that you need to use it's one of the few times in the game where I think you can look at an effect that you need 2 move slots to apply and be like, you not only need 2 move slots to use it, you need 2 turns where the opponent is doing things. It's not like a Spore Dream Eater, Spore Nightmare where one of them incapacitates the foe or has a chance to incapacitate the foe or weaken the foe, like Hex and Will-O-Wisp. No, you have to like take the full brunt mostly of that attack. Like maybe you get a defense boost if you're defense type. That historically very good defensive type, and then you have to use the move Aurora Veil. And if you're slower than the opponent, you use 2 turns to increase your defense by a lot, and then you have to be able to heal after that to make use of that. Or you can be Alolan Ninetales, have 109 speed, have a Focus Sash. So unless the opponent needs 2 things that can attack Alolan Ninetales on turn 1, or like something that has like a multi-hit move that kills it in one shot. A lot of those multi-hit moves don't usually kill it in one shot or slower than it. Your entire team gets +2/+2, and you can light clay it, and then it's like bigger than that. You can't really like clay on like something that has to use Snowscape and then Aurora Veil and isn't that fast is really bad. The literal depths of this move go from like it's really, really powerful, but it takes too much setup, to it's just actively broken. And like I fear for my life a little bit because like okay, I fear for my life is maybe not the thing to say out loud in this setting. I fear for my safety because freaking Aurora Veil Alolan Ninetales is going to come back in Gen 9 with the Snow defense boost, and it's going to take like Arcanine Fragrances. It's going to get like 3 at KO. Like it's going to put up a Veil, and it's going to have like high HP because you can now invest in Alolan Ninetales' Bulk with the Snow that it sets for itself, and it's going to like be a really tanky beast of a Pokemon. Overall, though, because it's so reliant on Snow, the only context you can use it in are on Pokemon that fit their own Snow because everything else is too slow. Even like a strategy, like I barely even think of a situation where you'd want to use the strategy of like on turn 0 in a double battle, you send in 2 things. One of them is faster. One Pokemon uses Snowscape. It uses Snowscape. The other one uses Aurora Veil. It's slower than the other one, but fast enough to maybe block off damage from the 2 opponents. And that's like your turn 0. I can seldom think of a situation where that's even good. It's a really bizarre move, and I don't know if I like it all that much. It's so restrictive. I'm glad it's here for variety's sake, if nothing else, but it's a weird one. Tailwind's pretty well explored. I think it kind of comes down to the big thing is that like Tailwind got a huge buff. Tailwind was already a very good move prior to Generation 8, but the introduction of Dynamic Speed alongside Tailwind means that it kind of has a new life breathed into it, because before, if you think of like Reflect and Light Screen, the problem that they have in doubles is that, like, you need to be fast when using them. Use them after the opponent is wasted. You essentially have burned a turn of screen without doing anything. And that used to be the way that Tailwind just worked. Like, you always lost the initial turn you used Tailwind, but you weren't really caring that much because you wanted to use the turns afterwards so much with double speed on your side of the field for any length of time is really broken. And then they introduced dynamic speed, and then Tailwind. And then because we have dynamic speed, you have like Prankster Murkrow becoming a standout Pokemon in a game that has like you get Prankster Murkrow using Tailwind being like a centralizing force in the metagame. Centralizing is the wrong word, but it was really good when the game dropped. It was better than Kilowattrel. It was better than Talonflame. Like, and then later like Talontusk and Kilowattrel kind of got more time to shine just because like Murkrow's low stats stopped cutting it. Even with a Biolite, it didn't matter. Your bulk was still bad. Even with Covered Cloak, you took like 30 from the fake out, whatever. From like Iron Hands. And you couldn't deal damage to Iron Hands. Basically, Tailwind is so stupidly powerful in any competitive context because player versus player, it's the kind of move that creates a long-term. It's the kind of move that creates a long-term win condition in a situation where you need to knock out the given Pokemon. It sets up a win condition very quickly. Tailwind going up can be a win condition. The biggest thing is that a lot of things that use it are fast. And that used to be like that's an interesting downside, and now it's like now anything that uses Tailwind just needs to like survive it. And then maybe also contribute offensively in their own right, and suddenly they're extremely good. Even in like single player, you can run into situations where if you have Tailwind backing the proper thing that's like at just the right speed tier where it outspeeds everything on the opponent's side of the field and has a really like there's a lot of things that fit the condition of really strong spread, has a good enough spread move, pretty bulky enough to take a couple hits, and the only Achilles heel is that it's just a little slower than it wants to be. What that speed looks like depends, because it's purely contextual, but Tailwind makes that work. And I wouldn't want it out of the game. It's really cool. Prankster Tailwind's really stupid. Whimsicott's really stupid. Talonflame is less stupid. I give credit where it's due, because being able to fake it out and stop it with like 6 Wings was a crime against humanity. All stuff we know and are together and acknowledging. The place where I think this move could get more depth is mostly in like a PvE. But even then, I'm not so sure. This move has room to explore. Because we're in a situation. Bloodsport and Watersport are like the purest possible examples. I'm gonna even controversially put it here. They're the purest possible examples of a move where like we have competitive singles, we have competitive doubles, we have player versus player versus enemy singles. We don't have player versus enemy doubles. So Mudsport and Watersport, and like in singles, they're just useless, right? Everything that learns Mudsport is already a ground type. It's immune to electric. Most of the things that learn Watersport are already water types. They're immune to fire, or they're not immune to fire, but they resist fire enough that you don't need to have the damage again. Like there are some exceptions. There's like Psyduck with Mudsport and Badoo with Watersport and Diamond Pearl. Those are the exceptions that come to mind. Probably some others. I'm not checking. Tadpole, perhaps. I don't even know if these moves survive Dex Cut. Move Cut. But like if there was a doubles game, and you're going up against an opponent that's using electric attacks, and you have a fast Mudsport or a fast Watersport. Granted, like most Pokemon that are water and ground type are pretty slow, but if you have those as options and they have the type of damage for the rest of the match, or not for the rest of the time that the Pokemon's on the field, it's so good. Like that's good. That's incredible. It's like that is a screen. That's situationally a screen. These moves don't carry you to the end game. These are moves that are going to be relevant throughout the playthrough. They're going to be relevant in a couple specific battles. only in a doubles game, only in a situation where like the doubles game is hard enough that it wants you using its status on the attack button so many times. They have room to exist, and we've never seen it, despite the fact that these moves have existed since Gen 3. I just think that's kind of incredible. Lots of room is probably getting a lot of credit, and you probably but for clickbait's sake, I'm going to keep it higher here because, like, come on. I've seen a lot of people rip on these moves as some of the least useful moves of all time, and if you only played like singles, I can see how that blind spot forms. Or I don't even hesitate to call it a blind spot because there's nothing to see, there's nothing there. But like, there's definitely something you can do with it. There's definitely like the situation of you're making a game. It's doubles based. It's player versus enemy. There is a decently difficult to face trainer that has a strong electric type that is bulky enough that it's hard to KO and you need to outlast it, or a bulky fire type that's hard to KO and you need to outlast it. And you won't just Viper forcing it with attacks and would attack you. That's not so crazy to exist. And almost like the fact that it, like, most mud sport users are also themselves ground types works in this thing's favor, because again, if you're in a double battle, you're immune to the attack. You can have your partner protect while the thing goes up, and then they just take half damage from all relevant things that they would otherwise be neutral to, and then you handle whatever coverage. A lot of it comes down to like the super crazy games, like all the games that have. The thing that I think of, like, there aren't a lot of like early game fire or electric gym leaders. Actually, there are a fair amount of early game, but Watson in the games like Emerald Kaizo, where like the third gym is Watson, the fourth gym is Flannery. Games like Blaze. I don't actually know that much about Blaze Black and whatnot, but I'm thinking of Vintage White. Like, by the time you're getting to the third gym, you already have like a. Like, I think like against the third gym in Emerald Kaizo, you already have like a bunch of fully evolved ones. Like you're hitting like really high levels, and if you like aren't hitting super high levels, if it was like the first or second gym and there was like a mud sport guy, that might even get like removed from the game because it's so crazy centralizing. If it was a double battle and you're in the early game. Okay, I'm done with these. I said my piece. Lucky Chant. Lucky Chant might have had something going for it. I don't know. You can invent scenarios where Lucky Chant is good. Like, the thing is like, critical hits just aren't the boosting strategy. like trying to get crits isn't. The biggest thing that I think Lucky Chant could ever have done was do something like lower the damage of Urshifu's Wicked Blow or Surging Strikes, or Meowscarada's Flower Tricks, or maybe something stupid like Leaks or Fetch or Leaf Blades. Like, and you're not even immune to that. You're just like immune to the super big part of that. This is niche within niche within niche. There's not a lot here. I know, like, I think there's like theorization about how this could work in singles, but it's like, it's the kind of, and then especially in like the modern games where crits are only 1.5, useless. You'd rather use a screen every time, a relevant screen. There's so many things you could do instead. It's bad. I think that's just end of story. The next thing we're going to look at is, I'm going to say field moves. Chilly Reception is cool. I'm going to let that one hang in the air for just a moment. We have, there are like 4 kinds of these. There's weather, sun, rain, sand, hail/snow. I'll just say snow for the rest of this. There's terrain, grassy, electric, misty, psychic. There are the rooms, wonder, trick, and magic. And there's gravity, which is just random ass skill, I guess. Yeah, I am going to separate the weathers for reasons which we'll get to, but sun and rain are very obviously very good. The way that the weathers were kind of the thing I'll okay, before I go to the weathers, the first thing is that like there's the weathers, the terrains, the rooms. The big thing that makes these not just like effect that happens when you use the move is that if you use Sunny Day and then your opponent uses Rain Dance, both field effects don't happen at the same time. Rain Dance overwrites Sunny Day. Electric Terrain overwrites Grassy Terrain. Like the move itself will overwrite it, or the ability using the move, which is more relevant, frankly. So oftentimes the way that these types of moves shine is when they coexist. When you have dynamics like Kyogre's Rain versus Groudon's Sun, when you have dynamics like the Tapus competing for terrain control. Hell, even and I think what's really interesting is that the modern dynamic is like sun and electric terrain coexisting in Scarlet and Violet. I really like what they did with the terrain effects. I was a little unsure at first because electric terrain and sun don't cancel each other out. You kind of avoided the sort of problem that Kyogre and Groudon have in restricted competitive formats, where it's like, oh, who's going to win the weather war on turn 0 when you lead both of them and then attack both of them. All kinds of really awkward, like, number crunchy, 0 IV, iron ball, stupid stuff to lower your speed to get the weather proper, whereas, like, in Scarlet and Violet, you still are encouraged to go max speed on both Koraidon and Miraidon because they just threaten to kill each other immediately. They threaten to make each other just explode. And I kind of appreciate that difference. But I guess I'm going to stop talking about the mechanics of it. It makes enough sense. The way they think of it is like the weather tends to be like a pretty fiercely contended thing, no matter what generation you're in. In competitive doubles, it's literally always been contested, I think. In Generation 3, not. In Generation 3, actually, not really. Sand, so like, snow doesn't exist on an ability, so it's not in the game. Tyranitar's kind of bad in doubles, because spread runes are bad in Gen 3. Non-Earthquake or Explosion spread runes are bad, so Sun and Rain are the only ones that exist. And yeah, that's kind of the thing. Sun and Rain are the only ones that exist. And then in Ubers, Sand is just like anti-Kyogre Groudon. You just prevent those two things from existing while Sand is up, and Hail doesn't exist. And then beyond that, you have Sandstream Tyranitar, so then there are situations where like Sand is the only weather, and those work mostly off of the back of the fact that like any other one of the weathers being permanent is just broken. Hail being broken is Hail being permanent isn't broken in any way. But permanent weather from abilities is pretty cool. And then they like in Gen 5 they had permanent weather setting abilities alongside like permanent abusers, which they didn't have before outside of like Groudon and Kyogre. The point was that like, oh, Groudon and Kyogre unleash a lot of like crazy stuff, and now Politoed replicated that. Basically, all of this is to say that like you want the terrains and weathers to be. You kind of can't have all of them exist at once. Like, I don't think you could ever make a game where Rule of Gravity's kind of, I don't know if you can make a game where like the rooms and the terrains and the weathers are all competing with each other. I think you really have to settle for like 2 of 3 at most. And in that sense, I think the games do a pretty good job with that. As of, I say the games, I mean like not Gen 6. Gen 6 is fucking awful with terrains. Terrains don't exist. Psychic Terrain literally didn't exist. Tapu's kind of made them exist. And then in Gen 2, Tapu's Sunny and Rain Dance have been good moves for as long as they've existed, because frankly, Sun and Rain have much more prominent effects than Sand and Hail, Sand and Snow. There are a lot more Pokemon that threaten to sweep when you use Sunny Day and then a bunch of attacks than when you use Rain Dance. Versus if you use Sandstorm, you have to be using something that has like Sand Rush. Then you get like a defensive bonus and an offensive one, where Hail like you would use Hail. So, and then you're mostly threatening like damage via powerful moves. It's all kind of inconsistent, whereas Sun is even to some extent. Why did I say that? To some extent, like pretty inconsistent, because grass types and fire types benefit from it in like different ways. Fire types get stronger, grass types get faster. There's like water types where Swift Swimmers get stronger and faster and become insane. Rain has been like the primary. I'm gonna set the weather with the move weather for pretty much ever, and Sunny Day has been like the step behind it, where things that abuse Sunny Day are pretty good, but not as good as things that abuse Rain. But there's more things that abuse Sun, just because it affects two different groups of things. So I tend to like Sun with Rain. And then Manual Sandstorm and Manual Steel. There's room for these. I don't know how much, but there's certainly room for them. Manual Sand, like, we haven't. If Pokemon with Sand Force or Sand Rush existed in Gen 3 without Tyranitar, I think that you would see Manual Sand. If you had something like Lycanroc Plus that had like Sand Force Rock Slides and Drill Runs, or Earthquakes, Drill Runs, mistake, you would probably use Sand Force or Sand Rush, like Sand Force Rock, like you would use Sandspore and get damage boost. Bonus if you were in Gen 4 and you got the F boost. I think that there would be. I think the thing that they saw as like a problem is the fact that they were going to introduce permanent Rain and Sun are more common things. They had to add Sand abusers to Sand up, and then they created fucking Excadrill, which is proof that Sand pretty good with a viable Excadrill is one of the most incredibly insane Pokemon conceived for the time at which it was created. And yeah, that would have been one hell of a Manual Sandstorm abuser. I think that would have been extremely good with Sandrush. Like, even if it had like minus 10 attack, minus 10 speed, like that would have been like a lower, that would have been like a high tier Manual Sand abuser, but that kind of hasn't really happened. I know that in single player, one of the most consistent ways to beat Black and White is going into the Elite Four with an Excadrill that has like the move Sandstorm, the move Swords Dance, Earthquake, and Rock Slide. And it gets like 90% of things. Like almost all the leads don't have like good damage against Excadrill, and the ones that, aside from like Marshall, you just put the Sandstorm button and you put the Swords Dance button, and then you're faster and you're at +2 and you just kill everything. But that's like the only example I can think of something setting Manual Sandstorm. And I think there's room for it to exist where it doesn't right now. Snow! Manual Snow, I think, is a lot more interesting now that it gives a defense boost. It also like partners, it does the Blizzard thing, it does the Aurora Veil thing, that's really all it does now. Like they're all a little too specific. I'm maybe put it like here. Really. Yeah, I just Manual Snow is just worse. It's just like notably worse. Abusers are going to innately be more conditional because you affect one type, or you have like one type of thing that can abuse it versus 3. That's just kind of the way it is. And the Chili Reception, oh lordy, that is a cool move. I think that you could get a ton of value out of having moves like this for weather. Like, are different, like obviously like Chili Reception is definitely a singles primarily a single space move. It is basically like the developers realize, like, why are people using teleport Slowking? Oh, well, we're taking teleport away from everything, but we still want Slowking to be able to do the funny regenerated teleport. So how about we give it a cool synergy? Like, I think this is like a singles focused move, which is really, like, I feel like people kind of underestimate the extent to which the developers are considering singles. They're obviously definitely more focused on making the game balanced for doubles, but the thing is that, like, Small Gun balances the game for singles. Actually, Game Freak created Small Gun's going to do it for them. They can just focus on doubles, and then the Tearing Rung or whatever will stand shifter, everything will sort itself out eventually. And so, like, little treats like Chilly Reception for Slowking, everything that is Claude's Eye or a Pokemon completely useless in doubles, but exceptional in singles in every way with Unaware, being like one of the best singles mons with every hazard and stuff, like, pretty obviously give a shit. I think even like the removal of Toxic on a lot of things in NA is kind of a move towards that, but in mine especially. And then, like, obviously I think Terrestrialization is way more helpful via the concept than Dynamax, but I don't think that. I thought that Terrestrialization wouldn't last. I didn't think that Terrestrialization would make it as far as it did, honestly. I thought it would get banned a lot sooner, but I think my hunch now is that it is going to get very banned the moment that the decks, like, everything comes back. All the Pokemon come back from home or whatnot. Like, you're getting, like, legendaries, you have, like, Heatran that terrestrializes into, like, a steel type. Or grass type. You were going to see it get banned, but that whole rant is also to say that, like, Chilly Reception is really cool. It kind of, like, it's just so cool. It's the fact that this kind of move is, like, possible to exist. I just love this. And then you have, like, if you had other moves that did something similar to this, like set the terrain and did some, like, set the effect and then did something else, you'd get, there's a lot of potential for that, I think. Like, maybe, like, Misty Train, but you heal your partner. It's mostly because the manual, it's mostly a lot of these, like, things I'm thinking of are because the manual moves are really bad compared to the abilities. And, like, Hail has really only ever been Snow Warning. No one ever used the attack Hail. Like, oh god, Glacia, oh no, anyway. That's it. She's the only one in the entire game that ever used manual Hail for really anything. Like, anything in terms of, like, relevant to most players' experiences with the game. As opposed to, like, every other. I don't know why I did that translate. Oh, I know why I did it, because in the modern sense it's basically, at least, like, Drought and Drizzle, like, Sand kind of never got a shake at being used manually, but, like, Sigil did kind of do that somewhat. Hail existed for a couple generations, and you could use the move, and then Drought and Drizzle didn't really get added to standard stuff until Gen 5, so you had, like, a reason to use Sunny and Rain Dance, and a lot of the time you did. In Gen 4, like, Rain Dance is like Rain is a real archetype in OU. These moves have never gotten this opportunity. Grassy Terrain, Electric Terrain, Misty Terrain, Psychic Terrain. Vast majority of people who play these games who like pay attention a little bit and play these games did not know that the terrains existed before Gen 7, because Tapu's came and had these moves that existed tied to an ability, so you just use it when you switch in. And the terrains were a lot stronger before; they were more comparable to the weathers. But then, like, the Tapus were a lot stronger than Politoed and Ninetales, so they nerfed the terrain afterward, which did make the Tapus a lot more balanced, but also makes these moves even worse. It's really hard to justify using the attack Grassy Terrain. Like, it's, like, notoriously hard to justify it. Like, Weather has a lot of, like, really complicated minutia in terms of its interactions. Like, Dry Skin, which is effective, like, in Sun and Rain. You have, like, weird Sandvale Pokemon that are immune, that are, like, not that are like immune to sandstorm damage and also gain a benefit in sand. You have weird little like weather ball stuff. Terrains are like the entire list of things that are affected by terrain is like grassy terrain. Grass moves are stronger. Earthquake bulldoze are weaker. Grassy glide. Leftovers. And it's like that's it. And it's really hard to organically add other things that interact with grassy terrains because like we're kind of just making shit up at this point. Like sandstorms happen. What the fuck does grassy terrain mean in real life? We don't live in a world where like the ground is currently electrified. We don't live in a world where like you go into the forest fae. Like I guess that one's like the closest. like a foggy place or like an air of mist. I don't think I've ever been in a grassy area that makes sense for grassy terrain. It's really hard to find actual analogs for that. And yet, Generation 9 comes along, adds something like 9 Pokemon have the ability to Arc Drive. And suddenly, Electric Terrain becomes like a super cool move. Notably featuring Iron Leaves, which I think is like one of the Pokemon best primed to just use the move Electric Terrain because you can get basically 3 stabs. You get an extra stab boost on your second move, Psyblade, because I would use that headbutt. You get stab on Wild Charge, additionally stab on Wild Charge. And then you also continue with your Grass Stab, which hits a lot of things with electric that are resistant by electric. Grass Electric Psychic is obviously like far from the best 3 attacking type combo, but as far as something that can like exist in 3 different terrains and benefit from it, that's pretty cool. And I think that the terrains only really have room to go up. But like in the current state, they need more structure around them. Electric Terrain has Quark Drive guys. And the Quark Drive guys are not all just electric types. It's not like Surge Surfer, Alolan Raichu, where you have the Surge Surfer guy. It's like, oh, we're only going to ever do things that benefit from Electric Terrain by using the Electric Attack Rising Voltage, or the Electric Fever Associated Ability Surge Surfer. Quark Drive mons are all over the fucking place. They're electric fighting, or they're electric rock, but they're also like water ice. They're also like flying. It's all bizarre, and that's amazing. And that's what terrain really needs more of to actually get pushed out of its shell a little bit. I don't know what that looks like though, because like Electric Terrain got a shot in the arm, whereas these guys, like, they're in DD. Like obviously Tapu Fini was the most powerful Tapu, and probably is the most powerful Tapu, especially after the trainer. And Grassy Terrain had Rillaboom, and like Terrain had Indeedee and Ukulele. But like that's not enough. Like you have Expanding Force, you have Grassy Glide, but like one of these got nerfed. The other one got nerfed mostly because like Grassy Glide was just a signature move, which I don't think was what they intended to happen. Expanding Force is like not that interesting. It's a psychic spread move, and that I think Expanding Force is actually pretty cool. But that's not enough. Terrain Pulse, it applies to all of them, even just Electric Terrain. It's just not enough for the terrains to really have all that much room to explore as a whole category. I think you can get a lot by expanding on different things that interact with this. Like, there needs to be more. I think I've said that. Trick Room is tried and true. Trick Room's really cool. You don't know what the other 2 do. I'm going to tell you what the other 2 do. You maybe know. You maybe know what Magic Room does. I bet you don't know what Wonder Room does. Tell me I'm wrong. Trick Room inverts speed. It's easily the most complicated of these moves because of course it is. Trick Room flips speed tiers. The turn order within, so basically like the way speed is determined is like first you go priority, then you don't skip the priority step. Priority still goes off, but you basically flip the order that would be determined by speed. And it's a genius thing. It goes last every turn when you use it, which is really important for the balance of it, because it's super important for the balance of it. If you could use fast Trick Room, especially in dynamic speed, that would be really stupid. Before, it was probably just to prevent illogical situations where I used Trick Room and then my slow guy didn't go next. Well, dynamic speed didn't exist. Now that it does, it's a really important balancing factor. Ever since Trick Room has been introduced, Blue used it in Heart Gold Soul Silver. The devs very clearly recognized the potential of this move from the moment it dropped. And, it's kind of the reason that Psychic Terrain stood out to me immediately, because, why would you have a Psychic Terrain if you had Trick Room? Oh, yeah! Psychic Terrain means you're immune to Fake Out. It's one of the most common ways to block Trick Room, by using Fake Out into something that clicks to move Trick Room. That was one of the core pieces about Generation 5 was that the best Trick Room setters were Cofagrigus, and in VG specifically, the best Trick Room setters were Cofagrigus and Jellicent, because they were immune to Fake Out. And you can't just go giving them such immune ability to random psychic types, and then not ghost type. Be oh yeah, we'll eventually get something else that's pretty good. You had to differently to enable that strategy. And Psychic Spam became a thing. Assisted by Psychic Terrain, kind of. Trick Room's so cool. Trick Room's so cool. And there's Trick Room's Sun, because Torkoal is magical at 20 speed little monster with Eruption, and that's a pretty strategy. Whatever. Trick Room's, it's also the kind of move that you could reasonably find uses for this in a single player. It's so good. I Trick Room, I clicked slow quote unquote U-turn and went into right career. I clicked Sword Stance. And I clicked Earthquake a bunch of times, and then the stupid fast real water types that would have otherwise trickled me down hit by hit are now dying in one hit to Earthquakes. There are satisfying little sweeps you could pull off the Trickle. It's so cool, and I love it. And there's a reason that it's good, because this one goes here, this one's Mini got food. Wonder Room. I'll explain Wonder Room first. Wonder Room inverts, so basically your defense becomes your special defense, your special defense becomes your defense. This has potential, I guess. It's a really, really awkward move. Because, the best use cases for Wonder Room are the biggest thing is with Trick Room, you have to spend a turn to use Trick Room, and you have to spend the turn. With Wonder Room, right? You still have the downside of going last on the turn you use it. So if you lose a turn of it, you can't use it. You can't use it to dynamically affect what your opponent's actions are, and that would be a little silly. Maybe because it would be a for it, you can get by dynamic speed. I'm sorry, you can make it not have low priority, so you can use it to actually lose damage. As it stands, when you use Wonder Room, that is bad. There's just you need to be facing an opponent with a significant difference in the it needs to be golden here. It needs to be placed here. It needs to be placed here. You need to be facing something that's ridiculously weirdly statted for Wonder Room to have enough of an effect that you want to use it. And I think that situations for it to work have existed. I've seen Wonder Room Stone Journer. I've seen Assault Vest paired alongside. Assault Vest Stone Journer paired alongside Wonder Room to be a special tank, a real one, and it's pretty good. The other thing is that this effect would be bad if it was the effect wears off. You could still use a lot of the same tactics that block Trick Room, but now you aren't flipping a dynamic on its head anymore. It's I'm taking more or less damage. You aren't even inverting here's the thing. You need a pretty dramatic effect to cover the cost of how the room is set up, and versus Trick Room. Wonder Room, I can just see having its place. The biggest thing is because it affects your side of the field as well. it just kind of discourages you from investing properly in defenses. It's really hard to find like a utility for Wonder Room as like a team complement. Like, what are your users? You have to have something with really lopsided defenses to have like a flip flop. But if you have a flip flop, why not just do something that's really if you need Wonder Room for your Blissey to wall something, great. You like Wonder Room happens, Blissey takes 0 damage from whatever physical attack was getting used into it. And then the next turn, like if you're in doubles, something just uses a special attack. If you're in a single battle, one of the relevant things that Wonder Room don't have. Like they need to be frail in a defense. And that defense needs to be the one that you're getting targeted for, and you go, aha, I'm gonna use Wonder Room Blissey. And you get close combated and you get knocked to like really low health and you Wonder Room. And then like great, your opponent can probably kill you with the next one, even if you're insanely bulky suddenly on that side because you were trying to offset the fragility. I don't think Blissey learns Wonder Room. It's like it's really niche. I think it'd be pretty cool if you could use it messed up moments, but that might be a little toxic. I don't know. Magic Room is kind of bunker. Magic Room makes it so that every Pokemon is functionally just not holding an item. Knockoff does like normal damage, 65 base power, even if the opponent's holding an item and they don't lose their item. Thief doesn't work, Trick doesn't work, Switcheroo doesn't work, Stow or whatever weird crap I'm gonna mention later. And it's just worthless. The space for this move is like knockoff and Thief just exist. I'm like a modern knockoff hater. That's something that I don't think is going to be super relevant for the rest of this list. I really don't like the way that knockoff ends up panning out in a lot of like singles games, especially past Gen 6 when they buffed it. Specifically past Gen 6 when they buffed it. I don't think Magic Room's a solution though. Like this move is stupid. I don't think you're ever really going to find a good use for this. If the held item was going to make a difference in the matchup, like removing someone's held item, you really need to have the ability to stop that like proactively. You can't be like switching something in and then using the move, or even like on turn 1 if using the move Magic Room is going to change your matchup significantly as something, it has to be against like Marowak holding a thick club, or like Pikachu with a light ball. If this thing blocked Mega Evolution, it would be fucking hilarious. I would love it to death, but I don't think it does that. I'm not going to bother to check because I feel like if it did that, I would have done it. Overall, pretty bad effect. If I had to rank the effects in terms of goodness, weather, terrain, rooms, all the weathers in modern Pokemon, all the weathers are good. I think before Hail kind of struggled, but Snow seems to have some footing. It's still a little awkward, but it works. Terrain has like Electric as its shining star, and then the other 3 are only really relevant when the Tapus exist, or like with weird stuff. And then, but like the moves themselves aren't really all that relevant. And then Trick Room is obviously like Trick Room is maybe like individually better than the terrains, but Wonder Room and Magic Room stuff. And like Wonder Room is kind of here. I think you could get a lot out of Wonder Room if you just like remove the restriction of it going last on the turn you use it. I think you can like already make it a really funky little move if that happens, but as for now, it's almost useless. One shell smash. Let's get sleep moves. Oh, I forgot. I forgot to talk about gravity. Gravity sucks. Okay, I'll talk about while I'm moving on this stuff up. Gravity is a field effect that it doesn't interact with any other field effects, which is really funny. It's not gravity room or whatever, it's just gravity. And it makes it so that attacks used have higher accuracy. Which, wow, that's really cool. I mean, I guess like I would go here technically because we've seen like gravity plus hypnosis. Wow, you did it. Accuracy in these games is a really awkward thing because a lot of things that are balanced out by having low accuracy are way too strong to be good when they have high accuracy. So a lot of like obviously like one hit KO moves can have their accuracy affected by gravity or by like or anything, and Zap Cannon, Inferno, etc. They're not that good. They're not so good you need to burn a turn to use gravity alongside them. The only strategy that makes sense to use alongside gravity is the strategy with the moves that I just pulled up here, sleep. And that's because it's gonna like actually potentially bring you to even or positive on turns in the long run on the turn you spent to use gravity. And then like the other reviews are tended to be like something spamming like a spread move that has like imperfect accuracy. Bonus if it's like Muddy Water Melodic, it drops the accuracy of the opponent while spamming kind of perfectly accurate move that doesn't do that. It's like it sure exists. Where's this? The effect of the other effect that I didn't mention was like things aren't grounded. That's the effect that is actually interesting. It makes it so that nothing is immune to ground. It like basically Thousand Arrows applies gravity, right? And that's still pretty bad. The biggest problem with gravity then is that most things that you partner with something that's spamming a ground move, like if you want to like, I want to maximize the effect of my partner that's spamming a ground move, you kind of want your partner to be immune to ground moves themselves. If you want to pair with like Levitate or a Flying type, neither of those things work when you have gravity. So like, sure, you make it so your opponent can stand from your earthquake, you do. And sometimes it's a worthwhile trade-off. And in singles in particular, you could do like gravity to the extra drill and the earthquake button. Like, I think real probably in 6 or something. In doubles, you'd really have to get like an Earth Eater partner. Or a partner with like a really bulky grass type that's using gravity, or a really bulky bug type that's using gravity. It has to be resistant to ground. That's kind of what made like Pokemon work. Same with the T-Max Gravitas. Applying gravity with an attack is pretty cool. Honestly, there's some... I can't fully dismiss gravity, it's pretty dumb, but... Like, really just removing the ground immunity effect. I almost forgot about that, but I think it's pretty good. Welcome to Sleep. We're in hell. Sleep is a mechanic. Sleep's a status. The details of it are very flexible and very dumb. Sometimes sleep is broken and is basically a one-hit KO move. Some topic that you are only restricted from like sleeping with because of sleep clause. Sometimes sleep is like okay. In the modern game, sleep is like okay. It is usually positive on the turn. If you land sleep guaranteed, it is positive in terms of turns. You're gonna put something to sleep. It'll always end one turn to sleep at least. You're never like completely. You're never completely like screaming at the head, like, oh my goodness, am I gonna get value out of sleep? You're gonna usually get value out of sleep. The amounts of value depends. I've heard people propose that sleep should like, we could make all sleep like rest, so you're asleep for 2 turns and then you wake up. This is a really bad idea because it means you can more reliably cycle sleep. If you know when the opponent's gonna wake up, one of the biggest downsides for most Pokemon that apply sleep very consistently with anything like Spore, so let me just put on it, Parasect, Shiinotic, and to a lesser extent Breloom, it's like workable, I think, if not good, is that you can't as easily sleep cycle because you can't if you use sleep move on something that's when it's on a turn that something's already asleep for, there's a chance that it wakes up. If it gets the maximum amount of sleep, I think that was like the theory behind them doing like the wild range of like 1 to 5 or something. So you couldn't Spore Cycle, but it just made it so that like there was a huge range where sleep was just a KO. So instead, we have the modern mechanic where you can only Spore Cycle if you get really unlucky, but also if you're in that position, like you will get an attack off eventually. It's like it's a little frustrating of a mechanic. It's one that has its place in the game, and especially has its place, I think, in the single player. I think that can make it some really tense moments when you're like purposefully designing with it in mind. But it can also make bosses really hard to design because like if something has, if you put Compound Eyes, Powder Butterfree, and it just like exists, and then there's a boss who's like, aha, I'm going to be slow but very threatening with high damage attacks. Butterfree is a Brelin Spore Save or whatever. It very easily gets away the tension of the situation. In doubles, it gets better and worse. You're much less likely to have a scenario where Brelin is like the fastest thing on the field if it has to be faster than Butterfree. But then, like, if, obviously, the same way that it plays out in competitive, a lot of the time, the thing is they introduced a lot of very specific counterplay to Spore, limited, including but not limited to grass types are immune. Stuff's immune to like Prankster. I don't think it is Prankster Sleep, thankfully. Maybe like Prankster Yawn. Does it look like a Prankster Grass Missile? But thankfully we don't have that. So like grass types are immune, and then there's you can terrestrialize into being a grass type in Gen 9, and Misty and Electric Terrain exist, which both block sleep. Like Electric Terrain specifically blocks sleep, and then Misty Terrain just blocks status, leads sleep. Like they did a lot to keep sleep as it is, but also make it so that there's counterplay options to it. And that's weird. Like, the problem was very clearly sleep the whole time. They were really just like, no, we really want to make it so you keep sleep as is, because making sleep worse would dramatically affect the way that you're being. And I think that that's you have to work within that design constraint. Okay? Yeah. Or I guess it would go here. It's just very obviously broken. With this, yeah. The less accurate ones, they get less good, especially in singles, but like, if you get multiple turns to fish for them, then they become good. The biggest thing is that in singles, the free turns that it provides are often just turns you're using to knock out people in front of you, whereas in doubles, you can have one thing fish for free. And then the other thing requires a lot of stat boosts for snowballs, or whatever. The counterplay to sleep is kind of like really bad for single player. It's just really limited. There's not a lot to do, and that's what makes me really appreciate Yawn. I think Yawn is pretty excellent. It's one of the best designed moves in the game in my mind, especially in doubles. It's a really cool doubles move. Even in singles, it's got some more depth on average, but then like doubles moves are obvious have more depth for the most part. And so Yawn just has like a really interesting place in the game. Most things that use it are slow and tanky, so you have to like survive 2 attacks from your opponent, and then they get always put to sleep. And that is really powerful sometimes, because you can protect alongside Yawns. You can have like a partner protect like the amount of synergies that Yawn has with Protect is one of the main reasons that Yawn is so useful in doubles, and also the fact that like you can Yawn into something that has already protected, and then it can't protect you. Sleep is, the more I think about it, Sleep is really messy, and I think that it's a good idea to generally like. You can even, I think, look at moves like Sleep Powder and Lovely Kiss and Hypnosis, and like if you're in a doubles format, you can tick the accuracy numbers down a little bit. I'm not even like opposed to making Spore like a negative priority move. I think that might be kind of fitting because it mostly doesn't change much, and then the things it does change are kind of dumb. It does unfortunately mean that like Intimidated, Timid, Brute on it, booster energy speed, and use fast spores. I have pulled off Symbiosis, Choice Scarf, Booster Energy, Speed, Brute Bonnet spamming Spore before. It was extremely fun. I've done it once. It was not good. Yeah, a lot of thoughts on Sleep. Yawn is a lot cooler than all of these, but I'm partial to Spore because I've grown. But I'm not even that partial to Spore. Yeah. If I'm thinking like a doubles game, right, and you're keeping like combo Mesmer free or something, I think you can like take this down to 60, this down to like 50, this down to. I think when you get to like 35, you're in this. When you go too low, it's actually kind of dumb, but it's 60, 65, 55, 50, like, and then maybe make Spore negative priority or. If you want to keep it consistent, and then maybe do something else. I don't know, but I do think like if you're trying to do a game, you don't heavily feature all of the terrains and intermingling with each other, offset, or all of the terrains, or like some other kind of form of anti-sleep. Sleep can just go out of control and make it pretty, like a strategy game, pretty broken. I think this applies similarly to Freeze. Freeze, there isn't a move that exists that is like. That has the text that says apply freeze status to the opponent, even in like a limited context. But if that starts to exist for any reason, I would consider that along the same lines as Spore, where it should be very inaccurate and bad. I have played XG, and one of the things is like the creator was pretty aware of the fact that Spore could be pretty easily over centralizing and did put in a lot of measures to prevent it. They did give Breloom Spore and kept its speed stat the same, but they made it a part of the slow experience group, so it took a hell of a long time to level. They went out of their way to make sure it was pretty bad, and it was still pretty good. I had like a timid Breloom, so it was like absolutely terrible at dealing damage. Yeah, it was absolutely terrible at dealing damage, so really all it could do was Spore. And it did Spore for a pretty decent chunk of the game until I got like the move that automatically freezes on hit, which exists in XG for some reason. Hi, Dark Void. There's two different forms of Dark Void. One of them is the one that's like pretty accurate, and the other one is the one that's not. Dark Void is one of the stupidest moves the game has ever seen. It's the signature move of Darkrai, but for a long time that meant that in practice it was the signature move of Smeargle because Darkrai isn't generally allowed in most forms of competitive play. Like outside Ubers or whatever. And it puts two things to sleep in doubles. Like if this move just like plopped into doubles in older gen on something that was competent, like Smeargle utilizes this move well, and it's got like 70 base speed, and it's not a perfect active move, but like Smeargle Dark Voids, and it's like one of the most oppressive moves in the entire game. I think this move is terrible. So I guess we're gonna like relevantly add the Broken here. This tier is going to use the text. Go here. That's really where it's going to go. Dark Void Broken. It's not that Dark Void is like. It's not just that the move is like probably the best move you could ever have in a doubles game. It's the best like non-attacking move you could ever have in a doubles game. Even with 55% accuracy, mind you. Like if you have any kind of boost alongside that, Dark Void just becomes immediately stupid. If you have any kind of other thing you do on a turn, it's stupid. If you have like the ability to boost speed on your side of the field by any means, Tailwind, Scarf, hell, even like with dynamic speed, like String Shot, sufficiently fast String Shot user makes a sufficiently fast Sweet Scent user brings up the odds of Dark Void doing something significant by a stupidly high note. I think Dark Void is just like you should be getting to I think I would have been reasonably happy with the way they implemented Smeargle if they literally just prevented Smeargle from using Dark Void. If you literally just made Dark Void somehow turn to Darkrai and they didn't like, remove all the other legendary moves on it, because there was no other move that Smeargle was using to the point where it was broken except maybe Geomancy Pass. And then we get to these three. The rest is like tried and true. It's existed since Gen 1. It, funnily enough, kind of had the same effect in Gen 1 as it did now, just with mechanics. Like they accounted for that with Gen 2. It's everywhere in Gen 2. Rest is really cool. It is a shame that for things that were made to make sleep worse, namely Electric Rain, Misty Rain, make like sleep impossible, kind of like inadvertently nerfed rest. I don't think that was the intention of those mechanics, was to make a rest really bad, but it did end up doing that. It ended up making rest kind of. It kind of makes. I don't think it makes it unusable, especially in Gen. Also, like Resto Chesto is now as bad of a strategy as ever because Chesto Berry, you have so many items to pick from that like Chesto Berry isn't really like a worth thing in the cards. You don't really Resto Chesto isn't going to be something that flushes it out for you as often when you could have had something that maybe inconsistent against something else, but maybe a covert cloak to fake out or a rocky cloak like mirror coat or mirror whatever. So Rest has gotten a lot worse, but it's obviously still very good. The fact that you can just kind of like make something Resto Chesto, it's one of the most easily accessible combos in the game because I think everything learns Rest via TM. You can learn TMs with like single digit exceptions. So Rest is really good. Rest is really good. I like it quite a lot. But there's not a lot of space. Sleep Talk, I think we've seen Sleep Talk's best times. Like, Sleep Talk's pretty thoroughly explored. Its most relevant gen was Gen 2, but then it was kind of broken and not what it was supposed to do. I don't know if that mechanic was Rest with itself being broken here. Beyond that, Sleep Talk primarily functions alongside Rest because like Sleep Talk has the problem of like, bro, if you wake up, if you use some Sleep Talk and like you just get put to sleep regularly, you don't know when you wake up. So you have like the inverse of the repeating score problem where you can get completely screwed over. And it's like not good. It's not a good call, frankly. Sleep Talk just goes part and parcel with Rest, so I'm just going to glue them together. It's not really worth talking about its design apart from it. Kind of seen there. I already talked about Nightmare. I'm pretty sure I did in this recording. I did a couple like recordings earlier. I'm pretty sure I talked about Nightmare when I so I'm not going to retread that. Let's go over things that manipulate abilities. So there are a lot of these, and they all have like very slight deviations in what they do that do sometimes add up to being some kind of big difference, but it's not always like so crazy. And some of them are just hold on. Entrainment is you give your ability to a target. Entrainment is the ability at the target. Roleplay is I'm Googling this. I don't remember. I think it's roleplay is you take on the target's ability. That sounds about right. Change appearance of things. Replaces the user's ability. So locks. Basically. Gastro acid is the most purely obvious of these. You replace the target's ability with no ability. That's what it does. It's been relevant before for sure. It's definitely been relevant before. Like, you can't really argue that. It's funny that you can't gastro acid stuff with magic nuts. I find that and a shame because magic nuts could use this. Yeah, whatever. Gastro acid is bad. Gastro acid is bad. Worry seed. Worry seed is basically the same thing in most situations, but instead of just directly removing the target's ability, it replaces it with insomnia. Both of these effects go away if the target loses out after getting hit, so it's not permanent. But it does mean that you can flip some silly matchups. And insomnia is like it's not a. It's in some cases, Worry Seed can just be an upgrade to Gastro Acid because implying insomnia to something that wants to use rest was kind of a big deal in before. Like I could think of like, oh, use Worry Seed into something like Natural Cure Shaman that's trying to rest, and then it can't rest anymore, and do like the stupid Natural Cure rest thing. I didn't even talk about that. Rest with like Early Bird. Or like that's a strat that like only Kangaskhan uses decently well, and that strat's not existing in Gen 5 in practice. Never been really bird over Scrappy because Scrappy's kind of the thing. In essence, that is what Worry Seed gets. It's too much from is preventing the part over Gastro Acid in any sense. Because it prevents the target from putting themselves to sleep like that's on purpose. That said, in like every other situation, it's Gastro Acid, and then it's pretty good. You can also maybe like self-target an ally with Worry Seed if you're going up against some kind of like sleep-using opponent, which is kind of noble, actually. But a bit of a waste of a move slot for the most part. You have to really have access to the ability to specifically hack this move for it to be worthwhile. Probably not worth having the like where do you put the move relearner your hack thing. The biggest thing is that like all these moves are situational, so in order for them to be used, if they're not in like the top tier right now, you basically have to have the ability to go to like some kind of move relearner. You can switch out your move that will face certain specific opponents. That's one of the things I wanted to talk about with PvE versus PvE that I forgot to. Damn it. A little too late now, I think. Simple Beam changes instead of Insomnia, you change the target's ability to Simple. Immediately, this has a lot more room to go wrong. Because Simple is it's a broken ability in the right situation. Something wants to have Simple, and it would sometimes take Simple over like almost any other ability in the game, one that directly powers it up, because you Simple Beam something and then uses Stockpile or Cosmic Power or Self Switch or Sword Stance, or really any like Simple Beam move, they immediately get insanely powerful. Like unless they were doing like literally like a workup boost using their attacks that they're using by one, then maybe like this can end up not being a big deal, but it and if the opponent is boosting. If they're not boosting at all, then you just give them a dud ability. It just has more room to go wrong. It also is more about like synergy technically, but like what you like if you have fast Simple Beam, you Simple Beam your partner and your partner uses a boosting move. That's kind of like that's a pretty like gaudy turn, it can sometimes work out, but you have to have two things that are fast, and one of those things, Simple Beam figures to be faster than boosting. The thing that boosting really wants to be faster than other things. Offering Polka and like a Polka sense at once, or even like the advanced experience. Incredible. Skill swap. A lot of skill swaps are already pretty broad ground. I have played like a metagame where skill swap is pretty relevant because in Gen 3 UGC and 3 doubles, you can, for one, there's slacking, which is fluent, and skill swap Alakazam is like the fastest in the format, and Scarps doesn't exist. So you can pretty reliably get Truant off of slacking, which is not something that you could say for basically any other generation. And then Gen 3 slacking is really good when you doesn't have Truant. It's already like pretty good even with Truant because the power level is low enough for it to kind of be a bowling ball. But then obviously Protect exists on everything, so slacking that has Truant ends up getting checked in practice. There's a couple other situations where like skill swap. The primary use I see of skill swap is skill swapping something. The user wants to swap a bad ability off of the target. It tends to be like the primary use case. For the most part, this is like only good for something like slacking or Regigigas that can just snowball the game if it has its ability changed. And I say skill swap specifically. I didn't mention this at the other one, but it's also because skill swap is it's inherently a lot weirder, more liable to go weird. Because if you have an ability that's sufficiently bad and you want to use skill swap, then great, your opponent will always have like almost always have like a bad ability, but then when you aren't skill swapping, you're going to have that bad ability. And if your ability is pretty good, your ability is good enough to say like help you and assist you and get enough of skill swap, then why are you giving away it? Why are you giving it away? Maybe your opponent has something that you can usually take advantage of because it's skill swap. That's kind of similar with like roleplay. I think roleplay is like worse because the only things that can utilize the only way you can utilize roleplay is like in a consistent way is by like taking your partner's ability. And there's some niches for that, but there's not a whole lot. All the things with roleplay, like all the things that have roleplay right now, like not a lot of them. Like Alakazam is pretty fast. Our Shadow is fast. Also Bend, and then you have like Prankster roleplay. If you Prankster roleplay, you want Prankster more than you want your target's ability, and if you like, so I think this has to be really fast to do that, and you have to be able to like target a partner, and then take their ability, and then do something exceptional. Like there has to be some kind of exceptional synergy there for it to be worthwhile. I don't think I've ever seen roleplay be thing. Even in the case of like roleplay, entrainment, you give the target your ability. This is in some ways more consistent because you can entrainment bad abilities onto the target relatively easily. It also just means that like if you have an ability bad enough, then giving it to the opponent would cripple them, then you need to use entrainment as soon as possible. Entrainment Durant is cute. That's I think the most. That's like the common thought with this move. Most other things that get entrainment don't have like a strong enough ability to pass on, and you don't really care about like. It would take something as strong as huge power to make entrainment free when making a thing, or something contextually important as like an immunity ability to pass on to something that's like weak to a type. And then abilities are such a static part of a Pokemon that you can't like you can only pass one ability. Like a Pokemon itself can only pass one ability, maybe like two if you're in like a weird hack that has like infinite ability patches or something. But then that's two very specific abilities, and one of them might not even be good to pass to something else. If you're passing abilities for ill intent to make something worse, and Truant is one of the things, which I think Durant's pretty cool for that. A lot of these ability transfer moves are just okay. That's my whole assessment. And then we have Doodle. Doodle's it was kind of like, oh, everyone looked at Doodle when it first was announced and was like, wow, okay, this is the new like upgraded Master Asset kind of. So Doodle, you target an opponent, and then after you use the move, the user and its ally gain the target's ability, which is like, it's bad. What is the best way to think of it? It's skill swap, but you skill swap into yourself and your partner. Grafai, for reference, has Prankster. So, like, you're already, like, in skill swap Prankster territory where you don't really want to give away your ability if it's good enough. You are, like... Then you're trading for a target's ability. And the thing is there was a moment, or like a flash in the pan where, like, oh, Grafai, like, pretty good. And then, like, the reality that you have to use Doodle on the first turn to partner with anything that would relevantly benefit Doodle became apparent, and then the reality that there's a bunch of abilities you just can't copy. Namely Quark Drive and I think there's some room with Doodle, but it's really niche. It's very much in the same power level category as these, but really never seen. That's hazards. Defog is not itself a hazard, but it is obviously Defog has an effect that is not removing hazards from the field. I don't care. Defog is the hazard removing move. You could even put Rapid Spin here, kind of. As of Gen 8, it's actually like an effect. Like in old Gen, it was a status move that knockoff was. Again, further proof that you do actually get a red symbols, which is rules. I think like it's pretty easy to just go up, even, and just like, oh wow, they're all really fucking amazing in singles. Stealth Rock is one of the most defining moves ever created. It just kind of defines singles. Like, you give Smogon players like the world, you give them the ability to change anything they want. The first thing they do is it's like, let's make a Pokemon that has ice and bug typing and is immune to Stealth Rock. Like not like immune to passive damage, not like Magic Guard or anything, like Stealth Rock. You really need Stealth Rock to not hit this Pokemon. Like, yeah, it's Mountaineer is the most like Smogon-brained, Smogon-pilled thing ever, and I still see people like. I would have said something along the lines of like, "Wow, Smogon was so silly all that time ago," and then I attributed is the wrong word. I like was in a mod community, and they were like, "Let's add a Mega Pokemon. How about we make it a Bug Ice type, and make it U-turn, and make it immune to Stealth Rock?" And I was like, wow, you did it, guys! Basically, Stealth Rock is like irrevocably changed competitive singles. And then in deciding to commit to the bit and stick to Stealth Rock existing the way that it is. They doubled down and added defog and boots and all the other stuff, and now the game's kind of back for it. I kind of wish Stealth Rock just changed to not. Like, maybe it just didn't 4 times hit stuff it was 4 times effective against and didn't, like, quarter hit. It didn't half damage, like, a quarter damage against the things that resist. Like, even a change that small would make the impact of the move in singles a lot better. Less stupid. It's like the most important singles move. Even in situations where, like, oh yeah, we're gonna put heavy duty boots on everything. Yeah, heavy duty boots on everything means they aren't running leftovers, meaning they have to use an attack. They have to spend a turn to recover health, meaning you have to use. These moves have been kind of discussed to death in singles. In doubles, though, like, it's kind of a different story. For one, they're worse. Like, immediately speaking, spikes is just bad in doubles because, like, in singles, like, 1 spike will carry you a mile. In doubles, you're gonna see like 5 switches. Like, even like 6 doubles, hazards are like usable, but they're not. Like, these like toxic spikes in Stealth Rock and Sticky Web are like decent, but spikes is really gonna do over doubles. I think spikes is just about well suited. Stealth Rock and double, we're getting like Cleavor and Hisuian Samurai at some point. We're going to use the move that does damage, and also has the secondary effect of Sonic Hazard. So that'll be fun for doubles because I realistically can't really think of a different way to actually get these moves to accomplish something. I wish Dreadnought got Stone Surge instead of the stupid Shell Smash buff they got. And then Sticky Web is kind of still very good in doubles, I'd argue. It's Tailwind that starts working. It's not Tailwind, let's be clear. It is -4, not -2, but it also starts working. It works on everything for the rest of the game after you use it, and that's pretty good. Not amazing, but I think like there's room for it. Toxic Spikes, we've seen like Masquerada use it because of Dondozo, but that was like a very specific thing it needed to be. I think that's a bit of the problem, is that like these 3 Stealth Rock, Toxic Spikes, and Sticky Web are all very good at beating specific things. Like they're generally pretty good too, but they have niches that let them be really, really impactful into some pretty important things. Like, especially with terrestrialization around in the case of Toxic Spikes, which means that you can like on reaction Terra into steel in front of something. You're not tearing into poison lol. And then you're suddenly not able to be toxic if, like, for some reason you really need to dodge toxic reactively. It's like a proactive way of applying it with Toxic Spikes. But then spikes can't really replicate any of that. And if Stealth Rock was more like spikes, it was like relatively type agnostic. It would then also not be able to affect it would then also be like, it wouldn't have like a specific target to hit. You could like Stealth Rock Volcarona or Charizard, because I know Stealth Rock did get run in BGC a couple of times in NE, because like you can throw up Stealth Rocks with like a team that's relatively weak to Charizard in the back, and then they have to bring in Charizard in the back at half health, and half health is like enough for Charizard, is like a significant amount. It's solar power, light power, tick. Like the timer already ticks pretty fast on Charizard, even if it maxes, but it's significantly worse if you already take half from the field. And Charizard both with maxes kind of a pretty big deal. And then Defog, I think is a move that makes a lot of sense in PvP. I mean, PvE, I've never seen a game where Defog is like a part of the PvE that's fun. Or I've never heard of it fun. I understand people have different tastes, but like this is kind of what I mean when I wanted to say that like PvE single battles are very heavily influenced by PvP singles, like balancing the ethos, because like hazards being a part of the game to the extent they are is just kind of not fun. It's kind of the way that you beat hazards in PvE is by making the AI do like zero brain stuff to itself, like you magic bounce you have to coat something, or by just like you eat it, or you have to defog it. And then when you like Stealth Rock is applied in like a single player setting, it's like, oh my god, dude, I just wanted to use my stupid ice type. Like every time like a random boss pulls up and then it's like, oh, welcome, what up, bitch? I'm putting Stealth Rock up. And it's like, oh, fantastic. I really like. Oh, I'm really glad I'm using an ice type now. Like, woo! Really enjoying the ROM hack experience. And then Kukui hit me with it. Kukui kind of worked with it though, because like his whole thing is like moves. And like spikes are so cool too. Like regular spike, I think regular spike works really well as like as it was in generations 2 and 3. When you add Stealth Rock and Toxic Spike to the mix, spikes basically is just like, well, there's like some situations where games play small enough where you can afford to look at spikes and be like, yeah, this is better than Stealth Rock in this situation. It's kind of rare, and also most of the things that get spikes and you're good at using it. They recently, like, spikes used to have a lot more limited distribution until Generation 9, and then they gave more jump spikes to the whole concept of like restricting these moves out the window. They didn't want to take the move off of. They didn't want to take Stealth Rock off of old things, so they just gave spikes to me. And I guess I can appreciate what they're trying to do. Overall, I think like the PvE, the hazard game is just not fun for the most part. I think Toxic Spike's Stealth Rock and Sticky Web to some extent all have like the niche of like, if you're facing a boss and they have like a specific thing that's weak to one of these moves in like a pretty particular way, you can abuse that. You can even do something silly like Sticky Web a Defiant guy and then I'll play them. Like that if it's for like an apron or something. Man, I spent like 10 minutes on these. These are really silly moves. I don't think all that much. Yeah, it's more out of water in that thing. You're curious about this music? It's from how many times you have to teach this lesson, old man. The YouTube cover video. The whole music video. The whole music, nice. Yeah. I would have used my own playlist, but my playlist is very categorized, so it's just massive differences in volume everywhere, and anything would be like, alright, we're going from like smooth jazz to random like techno or something. I'll try to curate a list of Toho's ones for next time. Toho Jazz remixes, probably so I can like properly credit them in the description, because I know one of the crimes that like these kind of compilation videos is like not really having enough. I say like not having enough credit. The real thing is that like it's kind of like, oh wow, you're like, you can credit the artist and still like reposting stuff, but then like, I didn't find the big 5-hour Toho video, and I would have found the original content. Like, I do have a lot of the. I did like a lot of the original songs, and one of the older ones. I appreciate it. Really appreciate it. I kind of dread all of these. It's a big goddamn list. Looking at the rest of the regular status effects after sleep, the Thunderwave. Player, it stands for like paralysis, toxic thread, poison powder, poison gas, like poison, realistic like burn, psychic shift is a move that's innately related to all of these because it specifically works with them. And not with no one's using psycho shift. God damn it. Everyone knows these are good. Paralysis is really good. In a competitive setting, paralysis is like the thing that it was primarily used for originally was denying turns. The goal of paralysis was to essentially, like, statistically, you click Thunder Wave enough times, it's perfect accuracy. It used to be perfect accuracy. Anymore, Thunder Wave, specifically. You click Prankster Thunder Wave with Thunderous enough times, and then like you swagger things, and then statistically, they're gonna hit themselves in confusion. They're gonna get fully paralyzed and be unable to move. In singles, a lot more of what revolves around paralysis is like it's kind of the same thing where like you want to deny turns, but then the speed element is a lot more important over the course of the game because if you can paralyze a lot of things, first of all, you make it so that the turns stays in. Your opponent is less and less and less, increasingly less likely to actually be able to use or actually spend their turns. And those Thunder Wave full paralysis, like even in games where you don't get like obviously lucky, full paralysis, genuinely snowball a game off of enough of those turns. Whereas in doubles, you're looking for usually like one or two key paralyzed turns to start just like stupid advantage pushing. Thunderous was really stupid. Thunderous basically got the status nerfed. And then it got buffed again because of dynamic speed. So it's now a relatively inconsistent option compared to like what it used to be, but it also has a more apparent immediate effect. The big difference that Glare and Sunspoke have previously like 55 actions. I don't know what the hell was up with that. 75. These two hit ground types. This is a hit grass type anymore. None of these can paralyze electric types as a Gen 6. The mechanics of it is kind of all over the place a little bit. Glare is technically the best one because you paralyze the most amount of thing. And you have the same efficiency as Thunder Wave. Glare is a relatively low distribution. Arbok or Zygarde were superior. I like Paralysis. Paralysis is fun, but we all kind of know how good it is. There's not a lot of space to explore with these. Toxic is similar. Toxic's probably the most ubiquitous move in the game aside from, but it's alongside Rest Protect as being like the everything gets it PM that everything using strategy. Like, yep, Toxic Protect. You sure can do that. No matter who you are. Yeah, and then Poison Powder's just the baby Toxic. I mean, like, I would probably just put it here. Let's be real. Regular Poison at 75% accuracy. The game has to go pretty slow for that to be a thing. I think the only time I've seen like a regular Poison Powder interrupt in a game, it's not a game that like could actually be useful for Scopezo in like the early game on Bayleaf because Poison Powder. You poison Falconer's birds, and that's like your best way of beating a bunch of them because they're resistant. They're all resistant more to the grass. And you need to do passive damage to them. You don't have a better option. It's always because you don't have a better option in the case of Poison Powder. It's like a pretty bad move. Now these two. Poison Gas was at one point a contender for the worst move in the entire game. It applied poison 55% of the time to the targets. It's like, yeah, it was just Dark Void, but it applied regular poison instead of sleep. So it applied the worst status in the game instead of the best. It was bad. It was like a worse than Spawn sometimes, which is kind of remarkable. They buffed it to be 90, obviously, which honestly, there's something wrong with that. Like poisoning both of your opponents at the same time, that's value. That's value. You poison both opponents at the same time. Like, I mean, there's strategies that involve poison. There's Purify. There's Venoshock and Hex. Essentially, it's kind of the alternative to something like there's Venom Drench, which it's going into the list here. Um, poison gas is fine. It does things. Poison gas exists. I think it has. There's room to work with it. It's not the best move. It's not even like a good move, really. But there's a room for you to use it. And then there's Toxic Thread. I think it's really cool. Toxic Thread is the signature move of Ariados, and it is Poison Gas combined with like Gold Spring Shot. Basically, it's you hit both targets. No, oh that's right. God, I theorized like a hack where you would hit both targets. It does not actually hit both targets, but it's pretty cool. I think. I really wish Toxic Thread was a spread move. I think that spread move Toxic Thread would be really cool. Like, no joke. You just have like you hit two things. You drop you poison them and you drop their speed by one stage. And like the sheer amount of things you're doing at the same time there means that there's a decent amount of situations where that's going to be a move that you click. And the fact is that Ariados kind of needs a move to click that it can click regardless of like its ability to do damage to the opponent. And there's definitely other things that like are poison types and learn Spring Shot and have like some of the flavor required to use a spider themed move and Spider. So Toxic Thread is cool. I wish it was better than it was, but it's not really good. So it's just here. Wisp is very good. Burn is very good. It used to get 75% accuracy. It was still used then because so like I think the gen where it changed its accuracy is the gen. No, so Will-O-Wisp got an accuracy buff I think in Gen 6. Because that was after Aaron Cybertron playing things in this war. And then it was 85% accurate, and then there was like the Generation 6 was the only generation where you had 12.5% burn alongside high accuracy Will-O-Wisp, and then a lot of strategy, and then like alongside Scald Spam and Burn became a really like impressive strategy. I don't think Will-O-Wisp should have gotten caught the crossfire. I think Scald just should have not been distributed to things. Like realistically, you just take Scald off of a lot of things and you let fire types have Will-O-Wisp, and you keep Will-O-Wisp at 12.5%. I think that's like the best way to implement Burn. I don't think 12.5% burn didn't hurt anybody. Like it just should be the way it was. We're obviously kind of past that point. Ships sailed. ROM hacks significantly burn though, and especially in doubles, I think that's relevant because like 6 points like old burn is just kind of underwhelming in doubles. You basically just use it to do the half attack part of the thing, and it's actually doing anything. It's like silly. I don't know, I don't like it very much. Psycho Shift is downright bizarre. You transfer Thunderwave, you should transfer Paralysis, Poison, Bad Poison, or Burn from yourself to the target. Whichever one of those you have when you use Psycho Shift goes to the target. In competitive, this is literally only used on stupid magic cards with like Roost and Cosmic Power and Sword Power, and you just like end game against people who are not skilled at the game or who have really bad teams because oopsie, I burned your strong physical attacker, oopsie, I Cosmic Powered in front of your decent special attacker, oopsie, you have to crit me to kill me, you have me getting kicked by 12.5. And yeah, it really did only work in the 12.5 games. I think I only remember seeing it in like Gen 5 RU or something. It's like that's really it. But it kind of has a like it kind of has a lease on life in like a single player experience, in a player versus enemy experience, because you can pre-burn or pre-poison. Pre-paralysis is I guess possible, but you speed hit, sometimes just use your turns, so maybe that's not ideal. Like fast single-use Will-O-Wisp, you still get to have your item, burn. Not as bad. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. I don't think that's bad. Uh, there's a couple Pokemon that are pretty fast and would don't mind and would love the ability to use Will-O-Wisp once very quickly, and then I don't. And I think that yeah, obviously like you kind of need to be in like a game where you have access to a move relearner because you can't have this as a constant. This is like one of your four moves all the time. It's useless, but it has its purpose, and I can appreciate that. Uh, let's go with all the type silliness moves. So, Soak, Forest's Curse, Trick or Treat, Magic Powder, and oh, I don't remember what all these moves do. Camouflage, Conversion 2, oh, man, that's really hard. Like, check Conversion does. So the way that these formats work, each of them have, I don't know, for a while I know. So conversion changes to it changes to the type of your first change to the type of the first mill. And then conversion 2 changes your type. It's something that resists the type of move that was last used. I don't even know what camouflage does. I have to look this up. Like, I think camouflage is like kind of like nature power, and then it looks something environment you're in. It's a really, really weird to evaluate. It's, I think the more accurate statement is that it makes it bad. And it changes your type to match the environment. Weird. So Soak is unique among the. I think that it's Magic Powder and then Soak, and then Force Christmas Retreat. I want to say that that's how you pair these, but bear with me. This is all pretty specific. Pinpoint tricky. Soak, I know how it works. Soak's already been pretty well explored. Basically, you change the opponent to a water type, and flavor-wise, almost everything that learns Soak is itself a water type. So what this ends up meaning in practice is that you use Soak less to gain an offensive advantage, say by like Lantern does exist, right? Or maybe like Fast Soak into a target alongside like an attack from like an electric type. Like you can definitely see examples of Soak being used offensively, but its primary use tends to be to make something weaker by removing its, because you change the opponent's typing from whatever it is to pure water. There's no in between. So you have like you're fighting a psychic electric type, Soak it, water. You're fighting a poison water. And that, assuming the opponent isn't a water type or doesn't have a water type move, you can just take away their stab moves. And that can be really good. In singles, you see this utility explored with things like Kikumuku, which uses Soak to allow it to wall things that it otherwise wouldn't be able to by removing their stab. You see it, I think that's like the case I can remember of it being like good. There's probably something else, but like it's the kind of move that has its place sometimes, isn't very good all the time, but is consistent enough at what it does that you can find something there. You can find something there. Magic Powder is the same thing but psychic. The same thing, but you change the opponent's type to pure psychic. Pure Psychic is arguably like it might be the best type that you could change something into, because almost everything that uses psychic moves in Modern Gen, I gotta kind of clarify, in Modern Gen, is a psychic type. Psychic's not really a good coverage type anymore, as it used to be. And so you remove the opponent's stab, and also psychic type coverage. Yes, like stab psychic types, obviously you don't want to magic power into them unless you like remove their secondary type or something. Overall, magic powder is just kind of so the same thing with a different type, but it's not. It's exclusive to Hatterene right now, and Hatterene doesn't use it, so it's definitely a move that has room to be explored on other Pokemon. Really, just give this move to something else and you can have something new. Forest Curse and Trick or Treat work slightly differently. Forest Curse, you use it on a target, and that target's typing changes to the same typing, but they have an extra third type, and it's grass. If they're already a grass type, I believe you just don't do anything. You don't like double up the grass type. This is how Trick or Treat does the same thing, but for ghosts. You target something that is fire and dragon type, it becomes a fire dragon ghost type, and becomes like something I would have adored for this stuff. So these two moves are exclusive to the Trevenant line and the and the Gorgeist line from Gen 6. And thus, like, they aren't like they're about the same. I've actually used Trick or Treat before competitively because I used like a kind of gimmicky Trick Room team with Gorgeist to set Trick or Treat things and then Shadow Sneak them, and then a bunch of partners that had like effect that had like moves and coverage that was good against Ghost. It was an okay team. It wasn't very good, but like in competitive, Gorgeist had like a weird stint where it was like pretty good. If Gorgeist had existed in like Gens 4 and 5, I think it would have had a lot bigger of an impact on the series because Mon has some pretty goddamn good traits. It was like pretty decent in Gen 6 VGC. It definitely would have been good in Gen 5. And then eventually it's just got power crept out of kind of being anything. And Trick or Treat is already like its best option, so it's primarily doing like things to be immune to Amoonguss Spore and Fake Out and clicking Trick Room. That's the main thing it does. And those still would have been, but like Grass Ghost would have been more valuable typing in older games because Ghost was a rare typing. Basically, these have room to explore. They're just very radical changes to the target. And like the big thing is that like there's a lot of cases where this can backfire for both of these. They're not. I think it's definitely less useful than Magic Powder and Soak. Mostly because your opponent keeps whatever initial properties they had. So instead of like with like Soak, you can't really do 4 times damage, but if your opponent previously like resisted water and then is if your opponent previously was like say a ground type and now you soak them, you can suddenly like bypass their ground type and to hit them for super effective damage with electric move. Against something with like Trick or Treat, like if something's like a ground type and you Trick or Treat it, it's a ground ghost type. It's ground normal, it becomes a ground normal ghost with Trick or Treat. Like it doesn't give you the ability to bypass things as much. You can't get the 4 times more damage that you can get sometimes. So it's definitely less space to work with, but it's there. And there's these moves which are all kinds of fucking weird. Camouflage changes your type to the area that you're in. I can't help but feel like that has potential because changing your type, the area you're in can be any area, and that means you could theoretically change to a lot of different types if a game sets it up such that you can change to different types. In competitive, this is obviously very useless because you're changing to like normal, which is not a good situation, and then it obviously changes when you switch out, which means you consistently change to a normal type. Yay, you have to be faster than a ghost type to ever be faster than a ghost type. That's definitely clicking a ghost move into you for that to ever be. But in casual play, you can enter different environments and face difficult opponents in weird terrain, and then suddenly your Starmie can like turn into a rock type and like your Starmie can turn into a rock type and move like, I don't know. I was gonna say a grass move. Your rock is weak to grass, an electric move, sure. When you do ground type with an electric move, like camouflage has that. There's just not a lot of room to explore. Conversion changes your type to the type of your first move. This is seen a lot on like the biggest thing that this did was Z conversion, because you get +1, you get an Omni boost when you use Z conversion. So Porygon Z just kind of decided to become an electric type or an ice type or something, and then took strong stab, whatever type attacks a bunch of times. That was pretty cool. Conversion obviously just gave you an Omni boost every time you used it. It'd be broken. It would give an Omni boost one time you used it. Weird. Yeah, I don't know. This one's really fucking dumb. The thing is that if any kind of Pokemon could find a use for it, it's Porygon. Right? So in that sense, that makes me kind of want to say, like, most of what conversion can do, Porygon could probably do. And Porygon's in a lot of games, but it's not in a lot of games, like, and it's not especially, like, moving there, so it's kind of already explored. Conversion 2 changes you to a type that resists the last move used, which is... Yeah, we're getting into the weeds here. This one's kind of not much to look at. The fact that the type you change into is random means that conversion 2 can't be used consistently. It means that any situation where you're like preparing for something, probably not going to work. Like you have to, like, oh, my opponent used an electric attack. I'm going to change into one of grass, dragon, electric, or ground. Those all have such completely different defensive profiles. Like, if you're playing a ROM hack, especially, like, your 3/4 chance you change it to something that just gets hit like in Power Ice anyway. Like, and you've already burned your turn to use Conversion 2, and you might not even be faster than the opponent. Like, there's a whole lot of things adding up to make this move not worth looking at. Reflect type, you just become the opponent's type. Your type, gone. Opponent's type, become. I would say that this move has been explored somewhat, specifically because of like Reflect type body and Reflect type. There's like some stuff that gets Reflect type. The biggest thing that makes Reflect type good is having a really complicated and weird typing, because you want to. It can't be like too good a typing. You basically want to change into a typing that is like opposite what you have, and like if you have no trait, you can go into that thing. I guess you can, like, if you have like no traits at all, so gaining traits is nice. Like, you can't consistently play around anything. Your goal is mostly just to use this defensively, and then maybe like snag a like years and offensively. You're using like a generic coverage combo like 15. Maybe you snag electric or something along the way. Notably, though, I think that this move is really good in like situations where like you're preparing for a boss and you know you can outspeed the boss and become an opponent boss's typing. If you're into like a dark gym, you're facing like a dark type theme trainer or something, and you reflect type and become a dark type, and you're not just resistant to the dark move. If something gets, there's a decent amount of things in Pokemon that get walled by themselves. So hey, like steel types trying to use toxic to make progress, wall them with their own type. Out of here, Ferrothorn, stupid idiot. Yeah. With the type moves, Soak and Magic Powder are the two that really have potential. The rest are, they're just okay. Yeah, that's kind of all I gotta say. It's time to do the big group. I'm gonna go. So we're gonna go like going one stat at a time is kind of impossible when like workup goes to special attack. Weirdness. So instead I'm gonna bring up +1 boosts for each of the stats that have them. I guess charge can be our president, then there's no just +1 speed, whatever. I'll just use like boosts that have you at most gain +1 in any stat. So that includes like these, and I guess typically no retreat, which is a lot better than all of them. I suppose this would also be where I talk about style. What a move design! What an awful awful. I think Clanger's Soul is all +1s, right? Yeah, Clanger's Soul is like a third, and you get all +1s. The first thing I want to establish is that like there's definitely a hierarchy for what stats are good to lower and what stats are good to raise. Generally speaking, boosting your attack is more valuable than boosting your defense. Because, like, in the most abstract sense, right? If you can boost your attack, and you have moves that are corresponding with that attack stat, you're gonna boost them. Like your attack boost is going to matter against any opponent. Any opponent that you're facing. It doesn't matter if your opponent is a physical attacker or a special attacker. Your attack boost affects you purely based on it's a purely like self-centered thing, I guess. That's the right word for it, or whatever. Basically, attack boosts are better than defense boosts, and this also applies to special attack boosts are better than special defense boosts. So, like, attack boosts are better. The attacking stat boosts are better than defensive stat boosts. They're just more powerful. They're more impactful. They're more adjective. In that sense, the thing is defense boosts aren't useless, but you usually don't want to use them to boost your defense without also boosting your damage somehow. Like, charge I have as like a sort of representative special defense, but it's also doubles the power of your next electric attack, which is relevant sometimes. Like in a 1v1 situation, it's definitely relevant. And then, obviously, Quiver Dance and Victory Dance, you're not complaining about boosting your special defense or defense. Like, with Bulk Up and Calm Mind, you're not complaining about the fact that you're also boosting the other stat, Recoil. It's just that strategies like this, you get more value out of snowballing your attack, in, like, the abstract sense. Sharpen is always more like +1 attack is more valuable than +1 defense because your opponent might be a physical attacker or a special attacker and you don't know which, but you are always a physical attacker. That's the thing that I really tried to say. I'm probably just going to do this and cut here and come back. I'm clearly getting a little warm. Whereas, like, with boosting one of them, it's pretty clear that attack is better. With boosting your attack and special attack versus boosting your defense and special defense at the same time, boosting your defense and special defense at the same time is usually better than boosting your attack and special attack at the same time. Unless for some reason, like, you're a mixed attacker that's using workup. Mixed attackers, the thing is, right, mixed attacking Pokemon should be more common than they are. A lot of the time, the reason they aren't is because in competitive, it's unoptimal. Like, strictly speaking, the way that effort values and investment work, you should never invest in... You should basically never be investing into attacking stats unless, like, you really need to do something silly, like use a very specific coverage move, or maybe, like, really crippled in terms of your offensive options, and you really badly need to be able to use, like, a physical attack and a special attack. Like, but statistically, you should basically never be investing in attacking stats for player versus player, but for player versus enemy, those differences are a lot less exaggerated. When EVs aren't a part of the game, or aren't as big a part of the game, then the difference in Pokemon's attacking stats starts to matter a lot less, and the difference in the base power of moves starts to matter a lot more, relatively. And moves like Workup become a lot better. work up and growth. Yes. I think that there should be, and the thing is that a lot of games that lean into being high difficulty in terms of like try to be player versus enemy games that are high skill, they end up pulling the mentality of from like competitive. Like they end up making things mono attacking types. And in old gen, I think this makes a lot more sense because like you can't, because it's tied to stab. So something like Swellow can't use like Air Slash or Hyper Voice burst because like it would be a physical move. It's just not possible. But then even when you get to like Renegade Platinum, like I don't think I've ever just like in Renegade Platinum you don't really see a lot of active mixed attackers. I think a lot of stuff is just circumstantially mixed attacking. And like a lot of it, it's kind of encouraged because I think a lot of people like have this thing that, oh, mixed attackers are really bad because they're terrible and competitive. They're bad and competitive for the most part. You do a very specific thing, the attacking move and the attacking something and nothing about it. Coverage move with heavy move, whatever. So you really often. In game, I think like the biggest thing that enforces it is boosting moves, but if you don't have that many boosting moves and you don't have EVs, mixed attackers should be more common than PvE. And I think it would make for some more interesting gameplay. And it would make for more situations where work up and growth are better than stockpile or defend order on the same thing, but whatever, I had to talk about it. It was going to happen here with the debuff section, so we're just going to start with these. Right off the bat, I'm going to skip Howl. Howl got a buff in Jenny. This is pretty clearly not applying, or maybe they Howl and Sharpen up. Maybe they Sharpen does something else. Sharpen just does +1 attack, I think. I'm not looking into that. There's no way it has a weird secondary effect that I don't know. Sharpen is just +1 attack. And it's weird because I kind of almost want to loop this back around to saying that it's like not well explored because nothing boosts +1 anymore. Nothing Sharpen boosts. Nothing Meditate boosts. Like, I haven't seen something Meditate boost actively ever. Everything Swords Dances or Dragon Dances or Bulks Up or Coils. Or even like everything does that. Or does something crazy. The fact that like the thing is like you could run like Sharpen Porygon in some of the older games because scaling was genuinely like Meditate Primate in Gen 2 or Sharpen Porygon and Porygon 2 because like scaling attack was actually so rare and so you could scale for fucking ever with the rest of the talk. And there weren't any things that would beat all attackers. Like you could do that. And I think that's almost entirely lost. Nothing sharpens anymore. Nothing does that. I almost want to say like some room to explore already explored. It's like really silly, but like it's kind of real. Like even like old gen growth, like, stuff used growth into like Gen 3. Back when growth only gave special attack and only gave one stage. I guess growth always just gives +1, even in modern gen, but then in some other people too. Speaking of which, workup and growth are like basically I'm almost entirely doing this because of mixed attackers. Just like consider my mixed attacker right, my explanation for that. Harden and Withdraw are +1 defense, and yeah, there's not really much to explore there. Defensive buffs really rely on you going before the opponent. Offensive buffs do a little bit as well, but defensive boosts in particular, like, they can have an effect right now if you go before the opponent and then you take less damage from their attack. But if you go after the opponent and then you defense boost, you're losing 1 half, and it's kind of bad. Defense Curl with Rollout. Again, like, Generation 1 or Generation 2, they basically designed like Amp, which was the Defense Curl rollout Pokemon. Like, Donphan didn't get ground move until hell froze over something in that game. You had to be Mount Silver for that thing to get Earthquake or get the defense curl rollout was like a strategy, like a decent strategy. And then in Gen 3 they added Ice Ball Steel, which was like definitely a little. It was definitely like a gimmick. Like even in game, it was a little bit bad. But that was also kind of because of the opponents, really, because defense curl Ice Ball was bad. Actually, no, defense ball Ice Ball was pretty bad. Basically, like against my better judgment, I want to say there's some room here. Defense curl rollout is like an earlier game strategy is kind of died out in a lot of situations because like everything has something better to do, like scaling attack, and also because switching is a super big part of competitive singles. So like, not even like obviously switching is a big part of competitive singles, but even in PvE, one of the biggest forms of skill expression is like showing skill through precise switches. And in that sense, like having a move that locks you in and prevents you from doing that is like, it's a little bit like outrage in the sense that like, oh wow, you really are showing your skill by clicking outrage 4 times. Yeah, like maybe the positioning it takes to get into a situation where you can do that is impressive, but once you actually do that, you just sit there crossing your fingers hoping it works. It's like the fun kind of goes away at that point. I still do think it's maybe worth exploring a little bit. Maybe this one's too much room, actually. Next, I'll look at charge. It used to just be ×2 damage to your next electric move, which was like would have definitely just been here and no other discussion. It's probably still just here with no other discussion. Like it's a why do 2 times damage with your next electric move if you could just use an electric move twice? Like, very simply put, because unlike the effect that would just boost your special attack, like let's say it boosted your special attack by 2 stages. Oh, fantastic! Like even if it boosted your electric type moves by 2 stages for the rest of the time you're in, fantastic. You click Volt Switch. Or fantastic. You click Thunderbolt twice in a row, and then that you can actually ramp your damage. Charge like has a cap on the damage you can ramp, and that cap is equivalent, not even like greater. It's just equivalent to clicking the move you were gonna use twice. The best use for charge is literally in player versus enemy against bosses that have potions, so you can like, if you need to like hit a boss from like mid health to fainting, you can charge. Like, come on, there's not much room there. Even with the Spit F boost, that's kind of irrelevant. Home Claws, yeah, it's fine. You boost accuracy and defense. You boost accuracy and attack. For the most part, Home Claws is like, it's like you kind of have to use Home Claws if you're using it. Like, you're not happy to. You're like, okay, well. Sometimes you're happy to because like you're Durant, and like if you're Hustle Durant, if you were using Sword Stance, you would just brick. Home Claws basically negates Hustle after you use it once, and there aren't a lot of ways to, like a lot of the other ways that increase accuracy remove damage. So Home Claws being a way that doesn't do that is pretty cool. And then you miss all your Stone Edges and stuff. Double Team is a tried and true, mostly because shit. Dodging opponent attacks means they deal 0 damage, as opposed to increasing your defense, which means they do less damage. There's a reason this move is banned in singles, because it's stupid. It like completely removes skill expression from the game in a lot of situations, because I'm gonna dodge my opponent's attack or I'm gonna die trying, and you either demonstrated your skill by I would say it's not worthless, because skill expression isn't the only thing that matters in Pokemon. Like, as far as like a casual experience goes, Double Team is a valuable tool for allowing anything to win. Beat the odds, if you will, but I don't care for it. I don't think most people who care about skill care for it. Uh, how about defend order here? Let's just use some cosmic power with this instead of with stockpile. I don't know what was up with that choice. Defend order is Vespiquen move. It's the Vespiquen move. You get and then cosmic powers and a couple more things. You get +1 defense and +1 special defense when you use it. If you're faster than most things that have this are pretty slow, but if you're faster than the opponent when you use it, it can be pretty good for like improving your odds in a 1v1. Like it can be worth the turn you spend it. In doubles, raising defense gets even less valuable the slower you are because you get hit by two things and then you boost your defensive stats and then you get hit by two things again. If you like, you have to recover alongside defense boosting moves or else they're kind of useless. So it makes it kind of a 2 move slot commitment. And then that's a little bit bad, but like compared to a lot of the other things here where like I've seen things sweep 1,012 times over with like every single one of the moves up here with like okay, but, with all of these moves stopping at quiver and victory dance, I've seen countless sweeps or possible sweeps even. But yeah, huh. uh Music's out. Not going back to that tab. The rest of it, we're just going to go without music, I suppose. Or maybe I could pull some up on my phone. That might not be a terrible idea, considering the excruciating pace this might be going at. I'm sure this file is going to be far larger than I perhaps want it to be. Dragon Dance. Do I need to like explain? All right. I hope that mixes well. I can't test it. Who knows? Dragon Dance is obviously broken. It's scaling damage and speed. The thing that often in singles it's a lot more broken than it is in doubles, I think. Mostly because like you could argue that Dragon Dance isn't perfectly explored in doubles, or moves like it aren't explored perfectly in doubles, but like come on. It's a move you click it and then you become better than everything and faster than everything. There was no +1 speed only move, which is kind of, I think, relevant. So I'll pull up Agility and its cousin, Rock Polish. I'll totemize. I mentioned that I thought there was a +1 speed boosting move. I just alone, I guess it makes sense that there isn't though. Generally, if you're boosting your damage is more valuable than boosting to your defense, is more valuable than boosting your speed in like the abstract. Like when you're at +1, like gaining a speed boost is only relevant if you're slower than the opponent. But then if you spend a turn to get faster than the opponent and do nothing else, that doesn't matter. Like you had to spend the turn to do it. So if you were going to lose the 1v1 prior, you were going to still lose the 1v1 unless something about you going first changes the dynamic of the matchup. Like you being faster than the opponent means you take less damage, means you get to go behind a substitute, means you get to status the opponent. Like being faster alone at the cost of a turn is not a good trade virtually ever. The reason that agility still saw use in singles before, I think agility was like relevant up until Gen 4. And even then only on some very agility, rock polish, autotomize are all considered a group here. You saw stuff like rock polish, Rhyperior, and agility metagross are the primary examples I can think of where they're just titanic balls of stats that have like everything else they realistically would want and speed is their major downside. Like, obviously, repair your special defense. But even then, it doesn't matter if you're too. It doesn't matter if your special defense is a little bit low if you're faster than and one shot your and like consistently one or two shot your counters and don't get one or two shot in return. So speed kind of works in this weird area where if you can boost your damage and speed at the same time, it's broken. If you boost your damage and speed independently, it can sometimes work, but you need 2 turns to do that, and you don't often get 2 free turns. And then boosting your speed and attack at the same time is broken, like always. Spoiler alert. Whoop it up, whoop it up, whoop it up. Yeah, it's like no surprise. Also, you don't get to escape my thing. I'll say some room to explore for tidy up, if only because the idea that removing hazards. Who am I kidding? This is a dragon dance. It's a dragon dance so much of the time. It's like it doesn't really make sense for it to be more than a dragon dance most of the time. Clanger's Soul. I'll go one at a time. Dragon Dance and Tidy Up are broken. They're broken beyond belief. They're broken beyond and like in doubles. They're that's in singles. In doubles, they're like pretty good. You have a lot more room to play around them, but you also have in competitive doubles. I think they're really well balanced actually. In player versus enemy doubles, oftentimes what these moves do is just enable a sweep. You don't usually use. There's no mind game with Dragon Dance anymore. You're usually not facing opponents that are going to like, oh, do I have to protect to scout out this move? The AI is just going to do something. So you're either in a situation where you know you're safe to Dragon Dance or you know you're not safe to Dragon Dance. And that removes a lot of the tension. It removes a lot of like the intrigue of these boosting moves is like the lack of the mind game around them. And that's like the coolest thing about Dragon Dance. Dragon Dance is really cool in PvP, especially in PvP doubles, but like still in PvP singles, it has its moments. Just because the mind games are interesting, and then in PvE, it's kind of brainless and dumb and wins you the game pretty easily. One of the ways that PvE has worked, one of the ways that PvE game designers have worked to alleviate the brokenness of speed plus other things boosting moves, and even just other damage boosting moves in general, people are like, oh, we need to give growth 2 power points. Really? And in fact, like the answer is yes, apparently. Lowering power points. If you can only this doesn't make sense as much for the main series to do because frankly, like I dragon danced once in the last battle. I now need to go to the Pokemon Center is really dumb. Or I dragon danced and then switched out because I couldn't perform a sweep. I now need to go to the Pokemon Center. Like you're encouraging some really dumb interactions there, but as far as like a game where you're healing after every battle anyway, no matter what, or after most battles, having like only 2 or 3 dragon dances total for like a gauntlet of trainers is a pretty interesting restriction. It means you have to think pretty carefully about who you're going to boost up against. That's generally the restriction that a lot of these moves have gotten to make them less broken in PvE, but they're mostly still incredibly broken. Quiver Dance turns Pokemon into that from like completely unusable bad Pokemon to Pokemon that are like serious threats you have to genuinely consider beyond just like hacking you out with like compoundized sleep powder or something. Yeah. And Clangerous Soul and No Retreat are variations on the above ability that boost speed and a relevant attacking stat, but also boost defense. They boost speed, your relevant attacking type, and both defenses, and they have a cost. So for No Retreat, Phalanx's signature move, you can't switch out. For Clangerous Soul, Komo'o's signature move, you like lose a third of your health. Neither of these are sufficient downsides for this upside, and I guess we're kind of doing them all, huh? That's not the one I was looking for. Veluza's Flayaway and Shell Smash, these are also not significant downsides for the incredibly broken moves boosts that these give. In fact, I would actually honestly, I don't know if I would consider these like, they're not this broken. Yeah, they're just not that broken. Yeah, it depends on the context, I guess. In PvE, I don't think that these moves are. Fillet Away has its moments because you can't run Sash alongside it and get a very consistent form of it. At best, you can run Citrus Berry, and you still need the bulk of the thing to actually work for you. And then, like, Veluza already has Stirred Power, I guess, but then whatever. I think Fillet Away is a better. Fillet Away has some room to explore, I guess. More than Shell Smash because Shell Smash can be its downsides can be alleviated by either White Herb or Focus Sash. Hacks tend to like difficulty hacks tend to for PvP like okay you have White Herb, you have Focus Sash. Often these just perform as breakers and they're already kind of doing their thing. But the big problem is that sweeping in the preparation you have and the specificity of that preparation means that in PvE you do kind of want to prevent sweeps like that because you can prepare the sweep pretty much perfectly, and Shell Smash can beat just about any boss if you prepare your cards right. And like all those different ways to alleviate the downsides of Shell Smash mean that like you basically can't if you make a PvE game and you have Shell Smash in it, especially if it's in a singles based game. Like, what are you doing? You're going to break the game. If you don't have access to either Focus Sash or White Herb ever, you can maybe get away with it, and it kind of goes alongside Fillet Away, and having like some depth to explore in single player, and then in doubles, like the downside of Fillet Away is probably still more relevant. Like, being knocked down to Focus Sash is a lot more likely to get you punished, but yeah, but also like there's a lot more ways to reduce incoming damage, and White Herb is available and isn't as hot. Yeah, it's actually pretty goddamn hotly contended. Okay, I don't know. Boosting moves in general are less powerful in doubles and are consequently more healthy, but are also liable to be pretty dumb still. And then like agility, the thing I was kind of talking about earlier was like agility and rock polish. At a certain point, these moves are at a certain like power level, you just like can't. It doesn't matter how many stats you have. It doesn't matter. You have to have some really incredibly big stats, really big damage, really decent speed to make agility and rock polish worthwhile. And a big part of what made them not worthwhile was a combination of team preview and choice scarf. Realistically, I think that's what crippled these moves more than anything, but they did completely cripple them. And so I can't help but say that they have potential because they've kind of been gone. Rock polish sweeps will still happen in lower tiers sometimes. I know Tyrantrum rock polishes sometimes, but I would have rock polish when it can Dragon Dance is sometimes like the MO, even if head smash stab rock head is already really stupidly powerful. It's just like these moves have fallen off really hard, and I think there's room for them to come back. I don't know how much room though. Calm Mind and Bulk Up are really good. They're obviously not the same level of broken as Core Dance, Victory Dance, but they're like. I'm tempted to say that Calm Mind and Bulk Up have room to be interesting. I guess Coil can go here because they're both. Take Heart, by the way, is like a move that I think like Mesprit and Azelf and whatever got in Legends, and then they ported it over incompletely to Scarlet Violet, and it doesn't work. Bulk Up and Calm Mind and Coil, like, they're relatively versatile boosting moves, and they have like upsides and downsides that are somewhat inconsistent. Bulk Up will get you incredibly far into some matchups and then will not get you anywhere in other ones. And it's also that these don't increase speed in any way, so even if they increase your bulk, you kind of need some kind of recovery alongside these moves in order to offset to make like the idea of boosting a lot worthwhile, boosting beyond the point in which you KO your opponent. And that can sometimes be interesting, and that can sometimes be I'm going to click bulk up X amount of times, and then I'm going to click like Giga bulk up Drain Punch or Giga Drain Calm Mind or Draining Kiss or something. And that can be like a little bit silly, but it also requires a level of preparation that often get like it requires a level of preparation and sometimes luck that something like Quiver Dance and Victory Dance just completely bypasses with the fact that you're faster than everything as well. You're not just completely overpowering everything and eating hits from everything, you're also faster than them. Bulk up and Calm Mind users want to be fast, but they also want to be tanky enough for the boosts to matter, and that puts an interesting balance in mind. But I can't really look at these moves that have been relevant for like 6 generations and go like, oh, there's like more to see here. I think we've seen some combination variation of all of these be good at different points. Maybe Coil, but that's just because Coils had really low distribution. Like, what are you gonna do? Run like Gunk Shot, Coil, Arbok? Woohoo! Really relevant Coil use there, bud. Howl's really cool. I really like Howl. I really like Howl. I really like Howl. Meditate is not the same as Howl in Gen 8 Plus because Howl boosts the attack of the user and their partner, which means that it kind of fits into the category I'm going to get to after this, which is going to put like 6 more things in this tier. Howl's really good. It's a really cool early game option because it is a self-boosting move and a partner boosting move at the same time, and there are not a lot of those. I don't know how many of those there are at all. That's kind of a theme of this tier a little bit. And if like the fact is that like there are situations where you can do this once, like in a double battle situation, right? There are situations where you can howl ahead of your partner, and then your partner goes after you and does more damage, and it's like a little helping hand. It's just like more situational, which is brilliant for early game because it makes the early game a lot more interesting. Where like sometimes in doubles it can be like, oh well, I'm definitely clicking with 2 attacks right now. You can sometimes boost your partner, and that can also be like really good for support Pokemon that tend to fall off. Something like Mightyana with Gen 8 Howl becomes like good because Intimidate plus Howl is like you give your partner a bulk up essentially if you're faster than them. Like that's really good. Or I guess you lower the attack and you lower your opponent's attack, you buff your own attack. Like you give yourself more damage and make your opponent deal less damage. A lot of things, and I mentioned Howl alongside Intimidate because a lot of things that learn Howl are doggish, and a lot of things that get Intimidate are also doggish. I'm kind of thinking, I know Mega Magnetric gets it, not regular Magnetric, but like Intimidate Magnetric is based. Mightyana, Arcanine, even stuff that's a bit slower and weirder, like Snubble or Stoutland, they all get Intimidate, and they can all use Intimidate Howl. And even you can even look at stuff like Litleo, where like Litleo does not get Intimidate, but it can roar a partner. And one of the things that Litleo does not, one of the biggest problems that Litleo has is his Moxie. And 68 base attack as a Pyroar. What a useless mon. Howl's really cool. I think Gen 8 Howl should get implemented into the whatever modern ROM hack Gen 3 engine is happening, because Gen 3 is the relevant one, I guess, right now. I'm being mean to some people, but I think they can understand. Stockpile and Swallow! Woo! This is not accounting for Cosmic Power. Cosmic Power goes with Defend Order. This is talking about Stockpile. This is kind of talking specifically about the Stockpile effect, not about like... Because like Stockpile has a move that boosts your defense and special defense by +1, like okay. Like if a bunch of stuff just keeps the move Stockpile and then like either the other effect gets written out or is just not relevant, like whatever, no one actually cares. But the Stockpile 1, Stockpile 2, Stockpile 3, the most relevant thing that does is prevent you from using Stockpile to boost past +3. Which like plus... The difference between like +3 to both your defenses and +5 to both of your defenses is not high yet. It's not such a big difference that it matters. There's just not much I can say for that. It's a little waste of space looking move. I can't with like a straight face give it like any kind of recommendation. I just like, and the thing is if you wanted to make a Pokemon that was based specifically around the stockpile setup, like I want to use a stockpile silly thing. Why are you using? Like, that's such a bore. It's such a like. First of all, that kind of gimmick completely railroads a Pokemon. You have to, in order for something to be like optimally using the stockpile moves, stockpile, spit up, swallow. You have to take away everything else they can do to make that anywhere near worth appealing. And they also have to get like stab, spit up, which necessitates their normal type. Or maybe make another spit up clone that's a different type and then like get stabbed for it, like poison spit up for Swalot or something. I don't know. It's a tragically worthless whole ass trio of moves. Get them out of the games. Except they already did get them out of the games, so they're gone. The rest of these moves, so if you remember the thing that I said, boosting attack and speed is the best. Boosting speed and your relevant attack set is the best. Boosting attack is next best. So your relevant attack stat, your relevant attack stat. Boosting defense then comes after that. So all of you, I guess. And yeah, there's nothing that boosts defense and speed that doesn't also boost attack. That's actually room for like a new move concept. I don't know what it looks like though. And it, like the scream tail attack, if you will. Something that boosts a relevant something that boosts defense or special defense and speed at the same time. Like, good if charge did that. That'd be pretty cool, I think. That's my proposed charge buff. But we're sticking to the canon effects that moves have, so not really worth doing. And yeah, this is like obviously extremely good, and this is obviously very good. And then this is even better than this, and is arguably broken. I'll say it's broken. Sure, whatever. No, it's really not this. Like, I can't think like Volbeat with Geomancy would be good. Volbeat with Tail Glow is not good. Volbeat with Dark Void would be good, even without Prankster. Maybe even without Prankster, like in doubles, where the broken part of Dark Void is Volbeat with no Prankster and Dark Void would be broken. So Conguard is. I kind of want to rank the defensive boosts 2 different times. Oops, did you stay there? Because the biggest thing with these is that recently in Generation 9 or Generation 8 they added Body Press. Body Press is a move that does damage based on the user's defense stat. So you just Cotton Guard and then Body Press, or Iron Defense and then Body Press. I don't think anything got Cotton Guard and Body Press. I don't think anything gets currently Cotton Guard, Body Press. But you get Iron Defense or maybe Acid Armor. Nothing gets Barrier anymore. Barrier is gone. It has never existed at the same time as Body Press. You just do that. And so it's kind of a like advanced bulk up, but it only applies to one move. You don't get to like apply the damage bonus to something else. On the one hand, that's pretty cool. Like, wow, you get to boost the damage of an attack and get higher defense and maybe a relevant stat. In practice, it's just Swords Dance, but you only need one attack to make it work because you're usually like, even if the move you're using is only 80 base power and probably doesn't have stab, your defense is so much higher than your attack that you just do it anyway. It ends up working. I can give it that it ends up working and being kind of interesting, but like, in a sense, I think that the defensive boosts like could maybe have more use outside that context. I know Cotton Guard Altaria was like good enough to be worth considering as a thing because it gets Cotton Guard and Roost. The big thing is that you do unless you're running it for an offensive purpose, you do need, if you're having a defensive boosting option, to make it worthwhile to recover your HP. So it's a 2 move slot commitment again. And that kind of shoots it in the foot out the gate. So maybe I put it like here. Or, I mean, yeah. Yeah, okay. And then with Amnesia, like, in a lot of like ROM hacks where the power level is lower, you get to see stuff with Amnesia pull off some pretty cool things, because you can prepare an Amnesia or an Iron Defense for like the perfect moment, and then make like Whisk Cash randomly just to spit F tank. Like, there's room for it. I think it's already kind of been done a little bit, but I think there's more room to push defensive boosting mechanics than offensive boosting mechanics, because offensive boosting mechanics are everywhere in competitive, and defensive boosting mechanics are not. Belly drum is, yeah, okay. Half health, lose half of your health, max your attack. Doesn't matter if the only way you change the attack stat is afterwards. You can't, like, if you intimidate something, it'll always ignore the intimidate boost and get plus 13. So capping out at plus 6. It's pretty good. In competitive, it's good, but usually like gimmicky, or sometimes like you need to wait until you get the positioning just right, and then you belly drum and win with like a Zoomerl or priority move or something. There's nothing especially fast that learns belly drum. Most of it's just priority moves. And then in doubles, like, you set it up properly and you do belly, you set it up properly, and then you use attacks for as long as possible with whatever bulk 75% of your max HP allots you. For Snorlax, Iron Hands, Hariyama, Zoomerl, it can be a lot. Sometimes it's less. I think it's a pretty tried move. In PvE, there's so many things that, like, they don't need the half of the health that they lose. Like, it's a 0 or 100 kind of thing, and a lot of the times in PvE, because you either win the fight or you lose the thing using it if it gets like crit or something happens to stop the sweep. I don't find belly drum to be a particularly amazing move in terms of like being interesting design wise in PvE, but in terms of balance, like, or in terms of like being fun to use, belly drum is kind of peerless. It's so funny to use belly drum. Like, belly drum is one of the funniest moves in the game. Even sometimes when you like belly drum and then you whiff the sweep, you're like, shoot, shucks. It'd be better luck next time. Like, it's just a silly little move. But I don't think it's good for skill expression necessarily in singles. It's kind of just, yeah. That's what I think about a lot of the offensive boosting moves. Acupressure is weird. Acupressure is unique in that, so first of all, it applies a random +2 boost, which is inherently not something you can control, which makes it a little bit weird to recommend, but you can target your partner, and there are a decent amount of Pokemon where, like, you're 4 out of 5 for a hit on that. Like, you're probably not a mixed attacker, but if you have, or you may not, like, even if you are a mixed attacker, it might not be relevant for you. You might not get the attack set that's relevant that you need right then, but you increase, you +2 something. I kind of think that this is like maybe this is actually not really much. It's so luck based that, kind of like conversion 2, even if the effect ends up being pretty strong in the moment, yeah, it doesn't really matter. And then Psych Up is, some room to explore. Particularly, I think that one of the things that's going to, like, Psych Up's obviously very, the place that, like, Psych Up has the most blatantly useful application is against totems in Sun and Moon. So something like fast, something decently bulky and I guess decently fast with Psych Up against, like, basically any of the totems can just, like, specifically the late game totems that get an Omni boost, can just, like, suddenly flip the battle on your head. Totems have a lot of problems, I think, in Gen 7 in terms of being interesting encounters, and Psych Up just represents like one of the weird invalidate the whole fight's solutions to them. But even beyond that, I think that if there are other boss types that replicate totems and then maybe are actually properly double battles instead of 1v2s, Psych Up can come into play if tempo isn't so crazily a concern that like losing one turn of tempo can just lose you the fight. I think the last thing I want to talk about for now, what if I did the stat dropping moves? And then I'll do another touch on, and if I think that I touch on, what are the words coming out of my mouth? Check up. And then if I'm really like still up for something, this is probably the last segment I'm doing, and then I'll put the next part. I don't know how I would do a next part at this rate. Like, I've kind of done a lot of those interesting moves already, but you'll have to wait until next time to get my opinion on Octolock. Scary, scary stuff. How are Kinesis and Smokescreen different? Whoops. I don't know where I put it. Who knows? Ooh. That was a metal sound. Noble Roar. Oh shoot, Noble Roar is actually like a move I wanted to look at. Oh, dang it. Like, come on. Whatever. Noble Roar is basically, I guess I'll start talking about it. Noble Roar is basically, I was going to give it the same treatment in my mind as like Toxic Thread, where if it hits both opponents, it would suddenly just become a really cool move. As it is, though, it's not a cool move. You like the absolute peak I've seen of the accuracy ones together. The absolute peak I've seen of Noble Roar is like Noble Roar Stall Whale Lord, like Hyper Stall Whale Lord that like all I use is like Whirlpool to take out really passive stuff. The biggest thing is though that makes any of these moves unique from each other. I mean, Confide is just minus special attack. It's had its use in singles against Kyogre, Play Nice, hits through Protect, which I learned while watching the Peach LTV stream. Didn't know that. Don't think it matters. Cheerful Look is like a little more relevant, maybe, but not really by much. And then the rest of these, I think, have something interesting to talk about. Baby Doll Eyes has priority. Yeah, that's about it. If something's slow, like Granbull has Baby Doll Eyes, I can like Baby Doll Eyes and then apply an attack drop again, as opposed to Charm, which it would have to be faster than the opponent to do effectively sometimes. In terms of the priority of stat debuff moves, lowering the opponent's attack and defense, like something that lowers the opponent's attack is automatically going to only work like half the time if it only lowers one attacking stat. So you already are kind of at like an uphill battle with these moves, but they're a lot more effective at disabling an enemy's like effectiveness. And there's a lot more to be gained by slowing the pace down, so you can use all of these wacko nutjob moves. You can get a lot by slowing the game down enough that you can use these a bunch and acquire boosts and snowball through the opponent. That's what Charm and Eerie Impulse primarily do in PvE doubles or PvE in general. Like the goal is to lower something's stats enough. The AI is too dumb as a brick, and so it stays in and just takes all the stat debuffs and doesn't switch. Or it switches at a predictable point in time because you've for some reason decided that to give it like some kind of advanced AI and then forgot that advanced AI doesn't really help you. And then once it switches out, you take advantage of the free turns you got from lowering its stats to do a bunch of these and snowball. that's like the purpose of the attack dropping ones sometimes. Other times there are genuine cases where you like just want to temporarily lower a target's attack for some purpose, but I think that the main thing with like attack lowering ones is that they're pretty interesting in practice. They are pretty interesting in practice, but they can have some weird like interactions. Lowering speed is the most useless though. Lowering speed with a move is kind of like gaining speed with a move, but instead of you completely lose the potential to snowball. Like agility, the whole thing with agility um, is that if you agility, you lose a turn by clicking agility versus the thing that you were slower than, right? You spend a turn and you become faster than it, and then you still eat the same amount of hits if you trade 1v1 in the process of knocking them out. But for the next thing, you maintain that speed boost, and that speed boost can allow you to sweep a whole team. That is not the case with Cotton Spore or Scary Face. They are slightly more relevant in terms of dynamic speed, though. So actually, I'm a little bit of a Dumbo. We're going to put them in some room to explore, because dynamic speed alongside Scary Face means that it is basically Thunder Wave, right? You have the opponent's speed, or in Cotton Spore's case, you do. I think Cotton Spore's just -2. How is Cotton Spore different from Scary Face? Does Cotton Spore hit both foes? That would be an interesting thing that I didn't know about for some reason. It does. It is 100% accuracy too. Most of the things that learn it, though, don't take the best advantage of it, with the exception of like Jump Bluff, because it's fast. So yeah, Cotton Spore hits both, which means that like something fast with Cotton Spore can just Cotton Spore very quickly, and then like Whimsicott with Cotton Spore, like Prankster Cotton Spore is comparable to Prankster Tailwind and Impact, especially in PvE. In PvP, like Clear Body, Clear Amulet, especially, are going to completely mess that kind of strategy up without dynamic speed. But honestly, like if they took away Prankster Tailwind from Whimsicott, they would never do that, but because that's a really good flavorful move for it. But whatever. And they gave it Prankster Cotton Spore, it would be probably a lot more. It'd probably be a bit more interesting, if only because you can't necessarily carry that momentum to a sweep. So I think there's some room to explore with just minus speed stuff, as opposed to agility. Minus attack stuff. A lot of the ground that they can cover is already pretty well documented. You spam move that lowers attack on the thing that you want to switch out, thing, and you gain a free turn by them either switching out, or you eventually make up, like, their damage is eventually lowered enough that they make up for the fact that you wasted a turn lowering their stats. And then in, like, you take advantage of the free turns you get. I already explained most of this. Then there's these. Fake Tears is technically, like, on paper, Fake Tears is just a pure upgrade to Metal Sound. But one of the things with Metal Sound that's really funny, and also Screech, Screech doesn't actually have like the same kind of thing with this. Screech is again kind of interesting in like doubles. If you Screech and then something else attacks, like that's an interesting combo, and Fake Tears goes there too. Metal Sound I think is really cool because like I'll put it in some room to explore. If you're going off of modern gen, Metal Sound pairs with Throat Spray. I just thought that combination is really cool. One of the biggest downsides of moves that lower the foe's defense is that, as opposed to gaining your own attack, is that if you lower your opponent's defense, once that opponent is gone, then you're just back to normal. Whereas if you boosted your own attack to do the same thing, you'll keep your boosted attack against the next opponent. But like Throat Spray, Metal Sound kind of alleviates that a little bit, which is cool. Tickle is inverted bulk up. Serves a lot of the same purposes as Charm, and yeah, like the biggest thing is that because it lowers defense. Like it lowers attack, which can be inconsistent, right? You want to lower attack on a physical attackers, so like charm is useless into something that primarily uses special attacks, but tickle can be useful into something that uses special attacks, even as a single target move, because it also lowers defense. And it's 100% accurate, unlike Screech, which also lowers defense. And maybe also like, but a lot of things that get Tickle get Leer or Tail Whip, which is in doubles just a pure upgrade. But in singles, then Tickle is sometimes better. But Tickle's a lot worse in singles because you kind of need to like, you don't boost your own defenses, you just lower their attack, so they switch out, they come back in, and if you needed to hit them with Tickle like 2 or more times to make them do no damage, then you suddenly are taking damage again, and that's not good. I'm putting Growl and Leer in some room to explore. I'm putting all of these in some room to explore because they're doubles. They're doubles moves. They hit both the opponents in a double battle. And like, for being moves that you get at the beginning of the game, that's a pretty good effect. String Shot especially. String Shot definitely has room to explore because it's just Cotton Spore. Why is this different again? Cotton Spore and String Shot both hit both opponents. I guess they're different in like old gen, and String Shot doesn't have perfect accuracy, and Cotton Spore has lower distribution. That's like the main things. But String Shot is just Cotton Spore Scary Face. Just Cotton Spore. You hit both targets and you drop their speed by 2 stages, which in a world with dynamic speed becomes really good because lowering speed means that the other things can go first. And I don't think there's no PvE game with dynamic speed that I've ever played, and I think that's a design space that I really badly want to see explored a little bit. So overall, I think these moves are like Growl and Leer most like this. When I say room to explore, I mainly just mean that there's no PvE. There's no PvE doubles game. So what that ends up meaning is that there's no doubles game that has an early game. And these moves are really common early game moves, but they kind of get a new lease on life when they do so much. When Growl becomes like such a strong option in the early game, like you can actually like keep Growl on your moveset and not get rid of it as like the first thing you drop off, and like that's not a throw. I think that's cool. And same with Leer and Tail Whip. They obviously get better when things are fast, when the things using them are faster. A lot of the same principles as applies to other things, but then again, like a lot of the things that get Growl are pretty fast. I don't know if that's a universal truth, but like I'm thinking of like Route 1 birds and like some starters and stuff that are fast enough definitely to use Growl as a defensive option, like a genuine defensive option, and then because they're starters, they'll often be leveled above curve or will have stats above curve and will be able to actually benefit defensively. Good stuff. Sweetsen's weird. Its accuracy. Remember when I put gravity in like here because I was like, oh, it affects the accuracy of things. I guess you hit sleep moves more often, and also Zap Cannon and Inferno, and basically everything else is like kind of okay, but you should probably just boost your attack and hope you hit the move. This has none of the effects of lowering. This is literally just a combo with sleep moves. It's not a field effect. It does hit both foes and it does lower evasion by 2. So like after you sweet set stuff, you just spam sleep moves and you will hit them, as opposed to just spamming sleep moves where like 75% of the time you'll hit them. Ooh-wee. It's something you partner with sleep moves. Unless you make accuracy a relatively big part of the game you're looking at. Like if you pretty dramatically change the game to include more pieces that involve accuracy, unless you do that, this move is useless. Kinesis lowers the target's accuracy by a stage. That's what these moves do. The difference is that Kinesis can miss. I think that's the relevant difference that separates them, and yeah. I don't think there's much left for these moves to do. They make it so that you can. They're double team. They're because in the reason that where did I put double team here? I put double team. I put double team up here. Double team is kind of like halfway between these 2 points. It's never in anywhere here. Just a complication of the fact that I'm saying things that are more complicated than what these tiers represent. Yeah, I guess I'll put this with double team because it's kind of the same nature. Kinesis sucks. Flash, say the tech double smoke screen, and like the older games, Flash used to also be inaccurate, which was hilarious and also bad, but like was still usable sometimes because the old gens just had such a low power level. I know something runs Flash in Gen 1 Ubers, and I'm afraid to recall what that is for fear of delving back into Gen 1 Ubers. Basically, this gives you the ability to choose something that you should otherwise either not ever lose to or not ever consistently lose to, and you more consistently beat things that you shouldn't beat. That's kind of the only thing that accuracy and evasion serve to do in the game right now. You kind of need to overhaul the mechanics around them if you want them to do something more interesting. That also kind of goes for if you tried to port like Legends Shelter over more accurately. Tarshot, it's kind of -1 the speed. It's kind of give the thing you hit a fire weakness, or like make the thing you hit take double damage from fire moves. In practice, Colossal itself is way too slow to use this move. It's like 30 base speed. Like that's, I don't know at what point in development. Colossal is definitely gone at a pretty rocky development, pun fully intended, and this move is kind of a weird, like, offshoot of that fact. But in the meantime, Tarshot is just like, okay, it's -1 speed to target, and also another effect, which isn't that important. This move's worthless. The target has to be poisoned. It's like Nightmare. It's Nightmare, but the effect is somehow like even worse because like the worst part is that Venom Drench isn't even like the Venom Drench has done something. I'm almost certain I've seen like Venom Drench Salazzle do something before in some kind of VGC, whatever the hell. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't care. I call this move worthless. This move is worthless. On a poisoned opponent, only on a poisoned opponent, attack, special attack, speed -1. Attack, special attack, speed -1 is a fantastic combination of things to apply to some opponent. Only being able to do it if they're affected by a certain status means something else. Something has to set toxic spikes and then you have to come in, which is reasonable-ish. Like, maybe. Everything else is a no. Oh, I forgot to do minimize. Minimize goes with double team. It's the same move, but it's even better. Venom Drench is bad. It's really bad. It's really useless. It's really stupid. You shouldn't use it. It's pain. Venom Drench is pain. I can't. You only hit things that are poisoned. The stat lower isn't even like it doesn't even have. Like it could be plus -2, -2, -2, and it would still be bad, but it would be like kind of cool. But in almost every case where you can Venom Drench, you can just like do something different. I don't know. I don't know. I don't like it. Somehow I still have a little bit in me. I can't really reveal my Octolock thoughts because that would be damaging to my potential future. So instead, I'm going to commit an act of self-harm and talk about these. The spoiler alert early. Oh, I actually should also get spicy extract. That's, I think, irrelevant. Oh no, that goes with the other things I have over there. Um, Heart Swap is kind of like Psych Up. I'll go in backwards order this time. Ooh, Heart Swap is like Psych Up, except your opponent loses the boosts that you acquire from them, or the stat changes that you acquire from them, and your opponent gains your stat changes. I think this is the signature move of. I think this is on like Magearna and Manaphy. I think that's like it. Um, Manaphy uses it to pass Tail Glows without keeping Tail Glows, and Magearna uses it to Flare Cannon and then Heart Swap the -2 special attack onto something, and then spam boosting moves like Calm Mind or whatever, and get into really complicated situations where it's at +6, you're at +6, but it's a Magearna, so it wins. It's a really weird move. Like, it just has interesting potential, just inherently, but it's a weird one to analyze. Speed Swap just has room to explore. Speed Swap, you swap the speed stat of your speed and the target speed. The number, like the number switches. I'm going to stop the music for just a second while I use Google because I am using it on my phone. The speed swaps. This got infinitely more interesting in dynamic speed meta because more interesting in dynamic speed because specifically because it doesn't swap your speed stat. Like speed swap like could have been like you swap speed stat changes, but it isn't, which is really nice. I'm reading on the Bulbapedia that in Generation 9, Speed Swap is the signature move of Robska, which is hilarious. Anyway, Speed Swap is like, it's really simple. It's pretty good. It, in a lot of situations, just acts like a plus speed to your partner. Like, it acts like a minus speed to your opponent, a plus speed to your partner in like one turn. But it's not like an actual stat boost. It's instead just the raw number, which is usually less effective. So it's often like +1 speed to your partner, which, if it does what you need it to do, it does what you need it to do. Uh, the rest of these, I am not so confident have any worthwhile applications. Hi, Power Swap. Power Swap does not swap the attack and special attack of the user with the target. It swaps the attack, its special attack, stat stage boosts. It's really bad. Like, if you Swords Dance, and you Swords Danced, you blithering fool, I'm gonna take your +2 attack. So you could have just Swords Danced yourself. Or, like, done several other things with your turn. It's really bad. Like, you get to Swords Dance, but like maybe you didn't even want to Swords Dance. Are you sure you're facing an attacker that is of the attacking type you want to use? I almost want to say it's worthless. Same with Guard Swap, but Guard Swap works with defense and special defense. Defense and special defense are more universally good. Like, if you're going to Guard Swap to gain something special defense and defense boosts, and it has both defense and special defense boosts, and that's like a good swap. And like maybe like if there's like a boss enemy, like a totem that has like +2 to all of its stats, and you Guard Swap, that can be relevant. But why not just Psych Up or Heart Swap? It's probably going to be better most of the time. Like, Heart Swap is obviously really low availability, which is why that doesn't happen. But like, come on. It's just not. It's just bad. Power Split is the famous like shuckle move. Basically, you average your attack stat and special attack stat with the attack stat and the special attack stat of the target. So if you have Shuckle out on the field and it has like 20 attack or something stupid, and you have another thing on the field that has like 200, 300, Power Split gives you a bunch of attack. It puts you like both somewhere in the middle, so like 200ish for both of you, which is a huge power increase for the user and a really big power decrease for the target. Shuckle is the only thing that has ever used this move effectively. You could say like worthless asterisk Shuckle. I don't care. It's really bad. Guard Split, like, I can't help but think that Guard Split can do something, because we've never seen something with defenses so bad that it would want to employ Guard Split. It would have to be really, really fast and really, really frail, and like Selgar and Alakazam are not. Like, I think these two would have maybe used the move in like older gens. If like a Selgar had existed in Gen 3, it would totally use this move sometimes, but that's asking a lot of something, and there's not much there, but there's more than Power Split in my mind, so oh well. The next is Power Trick. Oh, I'm thinking of. Oh, my head. All of these moves are just soup. I was watching this and I was like watching Peachal TV just try desperately to be like, oh, what in the hell? Power Trick is basically, it's kind of Metacham's signature move, but like not really. A bunch of things used to get it. And by a bunch of things, I mean Shuckle and Metacham and like Baltoy and Honedge. Honedge is Honedge is a weird one to get that, but that's actually cool because Aegislash has the whole stance swap thing. Basically, Power Trick switches the user's raw attack stat with its raw defense stat. Oh, this is the Shuckle move. So Power Swap has literally never been good, but Power Trick, oh ho ho. So the thing with Power Trick is that on Shuckle, I think Power Trick like kind of is worth keeping. It's not as bad as these. Power Trick, if you have something that the notable thing with Metacham is that Metacham has relatively low raw attack. Its raw attack is like base 60, which is well below average for a physical attacker and like even below average for anything. But it is pure power, so it ends up being ridiculously strong. Power Trick. Oh, this is like less of what I was thinking. Wait. Oh, my head. It swaps the user's attack and I'm mixing up these things with different other things. Metacham's defense isn't even that good. It's just the Shuckle move. This is just the Shuckle move. It's just the Shuckle move. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm checking this again. Power Trick, like Metacham's base defense is 75. So if for some reason Metacham like invests very highly into its speed and defense, it can use Power Trick and then become even more obscenely powerful until it switches out. Like, I'm gonna say that that's got like some room to explore. There's some other things that you could do with that, like if something's. But like the thing is you have to be a little fast to do that. Like Alakazam can like, oh, I'm suddenly have 55 HP, 135 special defense. That's not even good. Oh, and it's probably not even relevant because Power Trick doesn't change based on special attack and special defense. It just does attack and defense. So even on Alakazam, you have this really, wow, I get to move really, really fast and suddenly make myself slightly physically bulkier and physically weaker. Really, I'm really fucking pushing it, putting here. It's just this crap. Power Shift, the last one of the self-harm Quartet, except this one is very weird. This is the one I think I was... Is it even the one I was thinking of? Yes, it is the one I was thinking of. You swap the user's attack with the user's defense, and you swap the user's... Wait, no. Right? Oh, god damn it. So power shift. Hold on. Power shift used to be, like, on paper, this really bizarre move. Right? So, okay, I'm going to talk about what it does in Legends, because what it does in Legends is what I thought it did in the main series, but it doesn't even exist in the main series, because they were going to port it over, apparently, but then they just last minute turned it into Power Trick and then didn't put it in the game. So Power Shift switches the user's raw attack stat with their defense stat, and the user's raw special attack stat with their special defense stat. It does both. So you can't just, like, half-ass it. But what that means is that Pokemon that have especially unbalanced attacking and defending stats can just randomly become really, really strong, or randomly become really, really bulky, or switch where they are strong and bulky. Steelix is now a special tank with really low defense, with relatively low defense. Blissey is now a physical tank with relatively low attack, with relatively low special defense, and also, like, the attack stat they're working off of changes. So Steelix can now use, like, Sheer Force, Life Orb, Flash Cannon or something. Blissey runs off of its attack stat and can Lucky Punch. That's terrible. You should never do that. Rampardos suddenly becomes a physical tank because it shifts its attack to its defense, and it suddenly has, like, 160 defense, except that's not even that good. Umbreon becomes a dangerous attacker with 130 mixed attacking stats, Mega Absol, eat your heart out. Flareon goes from being a physical attacker with decent special defense to a special attacker with decent physical defense. That's a pretty interesting move, if, like, a pretty bad one. It's not good, but then they just made a Power Trick. And then didn't put it in the game properly, didn't implement it. They made it so it appears in the game fully programmed, and has the effect of Power Trick, but doesn't even actually show up anywhere. It's, like, unused, basically. Remarkable recognition of how big a waste of space it is. I wish Power Shift was in the game, like, actually. That'd be cool. Some cost fallacy is sinking in. The music's going to continue now. I don't need to look at Wikipedia for the rest of these, I think. Maybe for specifics. Why are After You and Quash grouped? Those are so not the same move. They're so far from being the same move, I would tier them differently. Like, completely differently. I suppose we need to save Octolock for last, so I'll go over the moves in which you purposefully exit the mortal plane. And then I suppose also, if we're talking about Grudge, we can talk about Spite and Curse, because they're kind of all connected. Healing Wish, it's like, it's kind of notoriously it's a super good move in singles. Healing Wish. The user faints, and the thing that switches in after it gets a full heal. I'll put Lunar Dance with it because I think it's the same thing. I don't know what the difference is between them that makes them worth separating. The user faints. The thing that switches in gets fully healed, cleanses its status. You get to, and then usually the thing that switches in then clicks a boosting move that it now has the ability to use safely without fainting because it got all its health back and its status was cleansed. Like, the big problem with these moves in a player versus enemy context is that a pretty normal constant of these games is that either you're playing with permadeath somehow, I shouldn't even say either. It's usually both. It's well, sometimes you're playing with permadeath, in which case these moves are artificially dramatically high in risk, which just makes them bad a lot of the time, or like very, very, very. I'm going to use these to get in a setup sweeper and win the game, and that's the only thing it does. That's kind of all Memento does, and Memento kind of does the same thing. Or you're playing if you're playing a single player and you actually like want to beat the game, and you don't really care if your Pokemon faints or whatever, I'll revive it after. Then great, your guy fainted to do this, so it doesn't gain any experience. And that could be like really relevant for some things. Sometimes I think like they give Pokemon that specialize in these kinds of moves. I'm thinking of like Fortress being. I don't remember if Fortress is in the fast experience group. It's not in the fast experience group. It's in like the. I guess if it's not in the fast experience group, it's not in the fast experience group. There's only 6 of those. So I guess I'm kind of on a moot point. You gain XP, you gain less experience, which means your level is less, which means you're more likely to be rendered just a bot that does this move every fight, and that's pretty boring. It often very much railroads your strategy, but it can make for some interesting situations if a game is balanced around it. So I'm going to say they still have some room to be explored. Destiny Bonds, yeah, it's kind of like these, but it's a bit more. I think it has more to do than these because it often requires you to actually like position into something decently. It requires you to like act, like you need to be like, oh, I need to consistently get hit and one shot by this one threat that I need to die that doesn't die by any other means. And then you do that. And then the thing doesn't gain any experience and then becomes under leveled, and the only thing it can do is spam Destiny Bond. It's just not my favorite type of move. Grudge is somehow it's worse, right? It's worse than all of these for sure. But it can definitely allow for some interesting setup situations. I'll wait a second. Grudge can definitely set up for some different boosting situations than the other moves. If you can grudge an opponent out of a very relevant attack to your setup one, that takes a lot more skill to execute than all of the other ones because they're a lot more direct in handling the problem in front of you, frankly. And the problems that are in front of that they the problems that they solve are there's more problems that they solve. Grudge is more of a very specific tool. You can't really use Grudge like as a constant move. It basically needs to be like a tech for a specific fight. But in the right situation, it can just totally win you a fight, and it's a really cool way to win a fight, I think. Yeah, that's about it, honestly. It's a move that really requires everything around it to be bad, or requires everything around it to be unavailable. I think if you put this like early game in a hack where like something gets Grudge relatively early and then can like die to an attack and set up something else to sweep, that can be pretty cool. But then like you sacrifice some kind of important piece to get a clean win on something. Like there's ways you can do this like in skillfully, even like in a Nuzlocke setting to set it up. I just don't think its potential's been fully explored, and that's kind of what it is. These maybe it's a bit disingenuous to say these have had their potential fully like it's disingenuous to say that these have potential yet to be explored, but I think they do. I think this has kind of just become like bad plus not much potential to be explored, and then like I can make one up here just called good plus not much more room to explode, but we don't really need more tiers at this point. Don't really want to go through that process. Spite, you lower the target's power points for a certain attack. This move would be so much better in singles if everything wasn't PP maxed. It's kind of ridiculous. Like, and then it got dexited in the gen where this got nerfed to APP, which like it would have been incredible to have Spite into this because it basically just means you remove the move from play sometimes. because power points are generally Gen 9 games move a little too fast for power points to be a concern for all these moves. And one of the only ways, I don't know if this is, for some reason, I feel like Corviknight gets this move, gets Spite. Or is that just like the effect of a max move or something? That's depletion from like Duraludon. I don't know. I feel like Spite is in the game still, but like there's something for it. But it's the room that it has to explore is probably in competitive singles, and the amount of factors that need to come together for it to be useful are like a little incredible and too much. Maybe in single player, it's probably too specific to come into anything but like a really hardcore player's purview, and then like you cheese a fight with it. Curse is kind of just like, it's a little bit like these. Oftentimes, Curse ends up sacrificing yourself. The difference is that, like, unlike Destiny Bond, the condition you have to meet to activate it doesn't. You don't have to necessarily like play into something skillfully, but if you want to use Curse and then survive, if you want to use Ghost Curse and survive, you do have to do that. I didn't really mention, because like non-ghost type curse I really like, honestly. I would put non-ghost type curse in with like some room to explore, specifically because I don't think I've seen anything curse sweep aside from like Snorlax since Gen 4. I don't think I've seen anything curse sweep in Gen 4 since Gen 3, because non-ghost curse is like the fact that it lowered, I think you could make like more clones of that move, and then pretty interesting, like +2 offense and defense -2 speed. Like that'd be a really cool way to balance out like +2 defense, +2 special defense, -2 speed. Like -2 speed would really cool way to balance that, to make sure that something would have to like snowball, and it would have to take hits from everything in order to sweep, basically, which I think would be a neat change. Ghost Curse is stupid good and just does stupid things. We're on a roll here. Let's get Confusion going. I'm pairing Confusion with the other, like, I think they're called volatile statuses, excuse me, where they, like, you apply them to the target, and then if the target switches out, they do not have to deal with the status anymore. They can come back in and they're not status, which is what separates them from the non-volatile statuses like burn or paralysis or whatever. Oh, the cat's back. Scaring the shit out of me, but back is plenty happy that she's back. Let me think here. Confusion used to be pretty good. When Confusion was a 50-50, Confusion was like a good status. The problem was that it was way too good. Because it was way too consistent at preventing the opponent from doing something, and was devastating in combination with Thunderwave. So in doubles, what would happen is you had things like Prankster Thundurus spamming Swagger and Thunderwave alongside each other. Just you rack up turns where something doesn't go right and the opponent doesn't get to do their turn, and because you're faster than everything, you just apply that over and over again. And then for like basically in nerfing the Swagger Thunderwave spam strategies, Confused Ray and company kind of got caught in the crossfire, and now Supersonic is like almost a worthless attack. I think Supersonic is genuinely like, Supersonic has uses because it can win you games that you shouldn't win, but I think it's a sign that Confusion is like the worst. Is like a lot worse than it was. That I don't think you can make Supersonic work unless it's got the 50% confuse rate. Sweet Kiss is like bad. Sweet Kiss is bad. And honestly, Confuse Ray is also pretty bad. The big difference is that because you always hit, you always force the interaction. You can't like, it isn't like, oh, I have to gamble with the 75% to even confuse the opponent. It's like, well, you actually do confuse them every time. And in some ways, I kind of miss the old confusion. I think the better, if you're like not concerned about legacy stuff, the better solution is just to cut swagger from a lot of things that don't necessarily make sense to have it, like Klefki. Like swagger is, I don't know if swagger is a universal TM. I think it might be close though. And stuff like swagger, Klefki just makes like no sense. Klefki does not have swagger. That is a set of keys on a keyring. What I mean by that, and I'm not joking terms, is like you can just lower the distribution of this, and it kind of. I don't think this is much room to explore. Am I really thinking it is room to explore? I mean, I guess because you self swagger is a thing. Self flatter is a thing that I don't think I ever really see. It's usually because it's just a lot worse. But flatter I think has 100% accuracy, so that's something. Confusion is just kind of mid. You the like you can't self confuse right for any reason aside from like something stupid like tangled feet. So not really considering it relevant. And then you have all of these guys are left over. Teeter Dance sucks. Yeah, it's kind of bad. It used to just like it's kind of just an RNG fest move. It kind of always has been, but at least in old gen when it was an RNG fest move, it was like it you could generally force the RNG fest to be not in your opponent's favor. If you suddenly make the opponent, but I don't know. Applying confusion to everything is it's just kind of chaos spreading, and it can be a strategy sometimes. It's just like it's only one in doubles, and it's not even like a good one in PvP doubles because you also induce that randomness on your own side. It's a fantastic way to not win consistently. Attraction is one of the worst mechanics in the game. Like, I didn't really talk about it with Captivate because it was just paired with Eerie Impulse, and I was just like, Eerie Impulse, it does that thing, but Captivate also has like the gender thing. Attract, like, it's a semi-universal TM, so everything that has gender, I think, learns Attract. Which and then some things that don't have gender also learn Attract. Like I think Staryu does in Gen 2 or something silly. But basically, this move is worthless in terms of design. Like there's there's little bits and pieces, but like I don't think we need to go back to Whitney's Miltank using Attract. I think we've already kind of squeezed out all of the Attract. Encore is really good. Encore is exceptional in PvP doubles because you have something fast with Encore fast, and then something protects. You can basically force it to be punished by that by just Encore repeating protect infinitely, or you can Encore something into a boosting move, and then it's stuck boosting over and over again. That's the more common use in like singles, which forces it to switch. But switching is often a lot more difficult in doubles, so you don't. It's kind of already. I'm gonna actually say it's tried and true. It's very good. There's not a ton of room to explore, and it also tends to in PvE really cheese games really easily. Pichao notably put it as like one of his like at the bottom of S, top of A tier moves, and I would agree. And considering I have a lot of things here that are worse than that in this tier, then yeah, I agree. Parish Song, I mean, it's fine. Like, it's pretty interesting. You make it so everything faints in 3 turns. If it doesn't switch out, it faints. There's only one. There's like soundproof ones that are immune to it, and also Golden Go. Yeah, Parish Song is like a definite strategy in doubles. In PvP, it's a very well documented strategy. In singles, you basically only pair it with trapping moves to make the effect more consistent with like Whirlpool or Infestation or I don't think anything's ever fire spin perish zoned, which is interesting. That could be a fun design niche for something. You know, all the crazy people who are clamoring for that. And then in doubles, it's like a pincer thing. In it's a little bit easy to cheese with in PvE because, um, like the alarm bells don't go off in the AI's mind when they get hit by when something like weird switches in and whirlpools them. Like a lot of the time, you have to proactively switch around to check perish song. Like the goal is like you don't want to like stay in it on the turn that you get whirlpooled, but the AI will just get whirlpooled, and then like, oh well, like the only recourse that the AI has often is just to attack and hope it gets a crit. In that sense, it's kind of a weird strat. But then in PvE doubles, I don't even know how that goes because I honestly think that like it might be something that cheeses, but it's honestly like I don't know if I would call it trident. PvE doubles maybe has some potential for it. It would probably be pretty high skill to set up in PvE doubles because the AI is often going to be so hellbent on just attacking. It's a little bit hard to make the AI do things that are more complicated than that, and oftentimes Perish Song takes advantage of other things that are somewhat passive, so it moves back around into being pretty interesting. But I'm going to keep it here because in 3 out of the 4 areas, it's a very well explored thing that has a defined niche. I don't know. We were talking about so gravity is interesting because it does this move is something you use on something that you want to be immune to ground. So maybe like your partner, you want to make your partner immune to ground attacks. So you target them with telekinesis and they're up in the air and then they can't dodge enemy attacks except they always dodge the ground ones. Or you hit an opponent with telekinesis and then it's just like sweet scent, but they can't get hit by ground moves. You forfeit ground moves, but you instead get to hit everything else every time. And so you use Spore, or so you use Sleep Powder, Hypnosis, whatever. Like the only synergy is Hypnosis, and it's also like technically got better synergy with like Sing and Grass Knot because the effect is you always hit instead of like a multiplier that like when you combine Gravity with Hypnosis, I think you almost always hit, if not always. But it doesn't always hit with Sing and Grass Whistle, but you will always hit with Telekinesis because you'll always hit. It's not. It's so close to being worthless. It's pretty worthless. It's pretty worthless. I think. Yeah, it's pretty worthless. Let's go over a bunch of doubles moves. This is not technically a doubles move, but like, yeah, this is not a doubles move. Whatever, I'll talk about it as well. Not bothering to double check myself on that one. Funny move. Here's where I think like this is the category of move that I think I mentioned earlier. A lot of these moves are a lot of where the most interesting unexplored depths of Pokemon lie because a lot of them are a little bit too weak to be competitively relevant or are a little bit too niche or they're not on strong enough Pokemon to be competitively relevant, but they could be very. Where did you go? Okay, thank you. Did I lose Rototiller? They could be very. Their primary, like the primary situation in which these moves have some kind of situational mechanic available to them are going to ignore like these two because they're obviously very good in doubles. And then like to some extent, all of these have had like some of these ones have had some use, but most of them haven't yet or won't. Their best use would be in like an in-game situation where you have a limited set of options, and so Aromatic Mist goes from like, why am I clicking this to, oh, I can make a partner take a better special hit from the boss who's using like a dumb thing themselves. I don't know. Follow Me and Reach Powder is tried and true. Obviously, it's in doubles only, so in singles it's useless. But then in doubles, it's one of the most important moves in the competitive meta. And then in single player, if you have Follow Me, it's a bit worse sometimes, but you do have to like set it up a little bit because the mind game goes away, but it also becomes like a much more guaranteed interaction. Like if you're always like, you have on one side Scizor and the other side you have Follow Me guy that resists fire, like Magmar. Magmar can just always follow me. It'll always redirect the flamethrower away from Scizor. Scizor always gets the attack off, but then you have to like set those situations up properly. One of the big things is that like you kind of can't give Follow Me to something that's too powerful, or else like you kind of just have to be like a little bit careful. That's mostly it. Hey, Cat, are you sure about that? Okay, good. The other, I don't know why I said Spotlight is well known to be good. Spotlight is one of the weirdest moves ever. Spotlight is a move that targets your partner. So, and then applies the Follow Me effect to your partner. This is worse than Follow Me for a lot of reasons. Not the least of which is the fact that like the thing, like you usually, if a Follow Me Pokemon gets targeted down, right? It uses Follow Me. Two opponents attack into it. It faints. Like especially in competitive, like you're like, well, mission accomplished. Like clap your hands, slap your pants. Sometimes you're even rooting for your Follow Me user to die because they're too passive in the situation, and you don't want to. Okay, Cat, you're gonna jump up. They're too passive in a situation. You need them to be off the field so you can get your more valuable pieces in. So in a lot of there's a fair amount of situations where like you want your Rage Powder user to die, whereas like you want your redirectors. The point of redirectors is like you redirect the move away from the thing that you want to be the carry. Whereas Spotlight, you make things attack the carry, and that can be relevant. That can be good sometimes, but like very situationally. But it's still a really cool effect. Like that doesn't. I don't know if I would say lots of room to explore, but there is room to explore. Doubtless to me, there's room to explore. I suppose I'll save me first for later then. After you and Quash are like different moves. I don't know what the mix up here is. It's just like we're putting all the worthless doubles moves no one cares about here. That's like after you targets an opponent, and then yeah, so you target someone, and then the target takes their action after you, regardless of the speed order. So in singles, it's obviously useless because either the move fails or you use after you, and then the thing uses the attack it was going to do. Wow, you didn't change the turn order. But if you look at the famous Torkoal Lilligant combo, they are like the peak of what after you is by default. So Torkoal sets up Sun, Lilligant gets Chlorophyll, Lilligant becomes the fastest thing on the field. Lilligant's Chlorophyll lets it outspeed the opponent by a long shot, and it uses after you, and it targets Torkoal, and then Torkoal, what is normally the slowest thing on the field, one of the slowest things in the game, clicks one of the strongest moves in the game, a spread fire move with 150 base power and Sun coming off of a decent special attack stat. Well, boom. After you just has a lot of potential, lots of room to explore. Quash. Quash, the thing that you target, moves last in the turn. So in singles, I guess, yeah, these two do the same thing, which is like a very roundabout way of doing nothing. In doubles, they do not do anywhere near the same thing. In doubles, what Quash does is that the target will always, you target something and they will always move last. So if I target, so if you use Quash, usually the Pokemon that use Quash have to, the Quash is not a priority move innately. So you have to use like Sableye, like Prankster stuff with Quash usually, which is one of the big downsides of the move, I think, design-wise. But then you Quash someone, or you Quash like an opponent, and then if that opponent would normally move right after you, that opponent's move gets pushed to the last move that gets used, which means that you can maybe have your partner go before that opponent and KO them before they get their attack off. Both are like lots of room to explore. Both of them are strategies that are not necessarily like super meta game defining in competitive, but have enough like complexities to them that there's like they've seen play on some specific things. And then obviously like when you're not in an environment where everything is super like you have to prepare for a whole metagame. You can have something that's decently fast, use Quash, or something that's decently fast, use After You, and get a similar effect. After You is probably more consistently powerful than Quash, but Quash probably gets better availability or distribution or whatnot. Ally Switch. Ally Switch is so silly. It's silly. I guess it's just kind of goes with these. It's kind of luck based for a different reason. You ally. I know that in the modern games, like you, specifically in Gen 9, you can't actually ally switch twice in a row. It has like the protect failure rate, which is interesting. Honestly, I actually really like this move in PvE. So I'm going to take some room to explore, specifically in PvE. I think in PvP it's kind of stupid. In PvE though, like ally switch has priority, so you move before the opponent, you swap places with them. You don't prevent the opponent's attacks, and they still go off in the same order, and you burn a turn. But if you know what the opponent's attacks are going to be or likely going to be, you can maybe plan some interesting things out of it. You can make sure like a resists attack into a resists. Like if nothing's using a spread move, and that's really cool. Like you can work this into a strategy, and in like PvE, it's often a lot more effective at being interesting, even if the AI falls for it every time. Like it's often still interesting just because it's often still interesting just because you still have to plan around taking all the attacks that come with it. The reason that it then becomes a little bit stupid and competitive is usually because you're riding Razor's Margin. People are trying to make reads around Ally Switch, and those are really toxic. But like you could probably keep old gen Ally Switch the same. Funny how like the wide guard crafty shield thing and Ally Switch are kind of opposite in PvE for how they should be implemented. It's kind of a funny consequences of trying to make RPG mechanics fit like a competitive game. Instruct is really cool. I don't think it's like I don't think that's a super crazy hot take. The move Instruct, the user targets the ally, or really I think anyone, but like you target your ally because that's where it's effective. And if your partner has already used an attack this turn, they then do the same attack again. If you think of like After You and Quash, or if you think of like After You, it does. If you think of like After You with like Torkoal, right? It doesn't usually apply the same speed benefit. It's kind of like an inverse where it applies best to things that go first all the time. The difference is that Oranguru is a little bit slow, so in Trick Room, Oranguru was relatively fast, and then gets to work with Torkoal, and Oranguru sets its own Trick Room. But even outside of Trick Room, if Oranguru is significantly fast, it can have like a fast partner basically use an attack twice, and that gives it like a really cool element of its game that you can't really explore in competitive doubles, because if you try to make Oranguru like go third or something, Oranguru will go fourth a lot of the time if you're trying to enable like a fast Pokemon with Instruct, and it'll get like blown up by the two attacks from the partners. But even, and also Instruct is like not such a like pigeonhole specific move that you could like not consider it on other things, or it's like you could maybe give this to something else and try it out. Even something like decently fast, maybe like Alakazam with Instruct would be so cool. Maybe a little bit silly. Who knows? That's kind of where like a lot of room to explore is for. Maybe this doesn't deserve to be here, but I think I was memeing with this. It's been a couple hours at least. Helping Hand is tried and true. It's obviously extremely good in like PvP, PvE. As long as it's doubles, Helping Hand is good. It has wide distribution, like notably wide distribution. A lot of the things that are below here that I've listed as like some room for exploration are like functionally alternatives to Helping Hand, stuff like Howl or Metal Sound or Leer. They're functionally like downgrades or side grades to Helping Hand, because Helping Hand is the standard thing that everything does in doubles. Aromatic Mist, I don't know if lots of room to explore is really the play, but it's got some room to explore. It's like an early game move. It's kind of like Howl, um, except it's like probably good for a lot less long because it's just a spit F boost, and it's probably a lot less impactful overall. Uh, Not a lot to go on beyond that. Coaching, you target your ally and you give them a bulk up. It's very good. um, I think when you divorce this from basically requiring Prankster, which coaching does functionally require Prankster in like a metagame context, when you're entering strategies and you're like, oh, I have this mid speed thing that outspeeds both of my opponent's lead, I can coaching my partner and get a boost going. That's really cool. Like that's a really cool like way for thing. That's a really cool interaction. That's a really cool interaction that basically hasn't had the chance to exist yet, and that I really want to see exist, and that's really cool. It's kind of like Howl in that way, but it's like specifically targeting your partner, and it also is like it definitely targets the carry more than the user. I don't know if it's definitely not as interesting as Howl, but there's also some mons that like could really make good use of this. Like in matchups where they would otherwise just kind of be like slinging out attacks. It also allows like fighting types to take advantage of their bulk in some ways, especially fighting types that are like stuck using close combat over and over again. It's like their primary attacking move. Like coaching is a good alternative that isn't blow up the opponent with big damage, but then also become completely frail. You definitely want to be fast while using coaching, and like fast fighting types have like kind of the minor disadvantage of kind of like lowering the room bulk with close combat, so or superpower. So it's interesting. Decorate is like coaching, but kind of insane. Instead of Decorate can target anything, first of all, but the thing that it targets, like you don't really want to target the enemy. The notable thing that coaching has in like a metagame context is that because it only targets the partner, it's immune to redirection, whereas Decorate does not have that advantage. Decorate gives the user +1 attack, +1 special attack, or sorry, +2 attack, +2 special attack. That's a very big difference, and it's really good. It's just stuck on alchemy. So I think like the common conceit when it comes to Decorate, uh, there are some teams that have made it work simply because Dynamax allows you to so hard focus on a carry, but in a game where like alchemy isn't always the slowest thing on the field and where alchemy's bulk is actually going to allow it to stay alive, Decorate as a late game move is really good. You can very easily like just like decorate any partner that like needs damage can just get a Decorate boost and then become really, really strong. The biggest downside is that like you want it on you, like if you're trying to balance it, you're trying to maybe put it on something relatively frail or something relatively slow. Alchemy fits the latter, but maybe the former. If you had something like Slurpuff, Slurpuff with like Unburden in this would be pretty incredible, and like partnering with a terrain user or something. The possibilities are endless. I really like Decorate. I'm gonna skip these two for a bit because they're really stupid. Spicy Extract is like Decorate, but the target gets +2 attack and -2 defense, which means that this is a fascinating move. I think it's basically two different moves. It's like okay, it's actually not two different moves. Two different moves is more like floral healing, heal pulse effect plus bug buzz effect for pollen puff. But spicy extract, like you can target your ally if they have the clear body ability, or if they're holding a clear amulet, they just don't receive the defense drop, but they get the attack boost, which is really good. That does also apply to your opponent, though. If you want to apply a defense drop to your opponent, but they're holding a clear amulet, you're kind of SOL there because you just give them +2 attack. And often clear amulet Pokemon are running clear amulet specifically to block intimidate. So in the metagame context, it's probably going to be more interesting once like Scovillain in general kind of isn't really going to be interesting until Koraidon comes out to give it Funny Sun. But even then, like in abstract, Spicy Extract's a pretty cool move. It's pretty swingy, and it takes a bit of precision to use because you can't just go willy-nilly applying it to enemies or applying it to yourself without some consequences. You have to do a bit of prep around it, but I think it works. Flower Shield, I fucking forget what this move does. I looked up what this move does. Oh, I think it's like you give grass types +1 defense, +1 special defense. It's bad. Oh, that's also like what Rototiller does. How did I pick up Sandstorm there? Game. I almost said game, like I was talking to the game after getting mad at it. I really am just like wearing a bit on my psyche. As written, these moves suck. These moves could be pretty good if they like applied universally and then maybe gave a bonus to grass types, but as written, like you only apply a boost to grass types, even as far as like doubles moves go. This is pretty worthless. In fact, I'm putting this in worthless. No, but like early on, you can maybe utilize these. I don't know. They're not very good. It's just the specificity limits so heavily the amount of interactions total that. Oh no, this is in grassy terrain. I'm getting everything mixed up. I'm putting these here. I'm not thinking about them anymore. I just remember them being bad and I want them to be better than they are. It's not a crime. Similarly, these two were worthless. They're so specific. They apply to Pokemon with the plus or minus ability only. Gear Up gives the user and allies who have plus or minus +1 attack, +1 special attack. Magnetic Flux gives user and partner only if they have plus or minus +1 defense, +1 defense, +1 special defense. These moves would be like pretty cool if they applied generally. Like you could, I think Gear Up did something in like the Clang Gang era of Sword and Shield. Whatever, I don't care. These moves are worthless unless they get their stupid plus minus restriction unlocked, and then they become kind of generic and then randomly very good. It's so specific. That's such a small group of things to affect with a move. Like at what point? At what point is it just useless? At what point are you just like? It's not even. It's like. It's a work boost or a cosmic power boost. At least in electric types, a cosmic power boost is like not flavorfully available whatsoever. Or like, and nothing electric would get defend order really. So at least like technically, Magnetic Flux has some like really interesting. There's like a couple electric types that benefit from having some defense on them, some meat on their bones. But like Work Up, Work Up's like a move that a bunch of stuff gets. Clink Clank itself, the thing that Gear Up is like a thing too, is it gets Shift Gear. You can just psych up the Shift Gear with something that's not a plus Pokemon. Man, it's like they could just make it so it gives everything +1/+1, and then gives plus or minus guys a +2/+2. The plus minus thing doesn't work. Neither of these guys make good Neither of the things that none of the things that get these moves make good partners to plus or minus because they're all just ground weak. They stack big ground weaknesses, and then Earthquake kills them all. And then even if you're not even if you're like, oh, ground weaks aren't here. Wow, I'm really excited to give my Minun +1 attack and special attack so it can hit like marginally less of a wet noodle. Whoopee. Big old waste of space, these two. I think they're both gone. But I'm pretty sure Gear Up is in Sword and Shield, so I have to sneeze. Huh. Kind of caught myself better that time. It feels like a whole day has gone by. I feel like I've watched the sunset outside my window on my side. It was really nice, and I didn't comment on it because I was too busy talking about spikes. Where did it fucking go? I'm gonna find Foresight at some point, and it's gonna make me really annoyed that I placed it. Oh, okay, it's right here. Oh, I forgot Me First. Me First, you use. Oh, right. Me First is a part of the funny collection. I'm using funny as an adjective to describe a lot of things that are kind of just boring in practice. These are moves which have an effect that does something relevant to what the opponent's move choice is. Like, you could kind of go there, like, Electrify and Ion Deluge, but we're gonna, I guess, go there later, because it's better if it's in these, whatever. Mirror Move and Copycat are the same move, they just have different flavorful implications. Mirror Move is on flying types. And then I guess also, like, the Z move was different between them, whatever. Mirror Move's really cool, but it's bad. But, like, Mirror Move has a lot of PvE potential. That's the big thing with these moves, is that in a metagame context, you literally cannot know what to expect. God knows what the opponent is going to do. God knows if they're going to bring, like, a Pokemon you've never seen with a move pool they've never seen. Even if they bring something that looks like something you've seen before, it might just not be, for no reason in particular. So relying on these moves is just a terrible idea. Especially because, like, he first doesn't have priority. The way that Mirror Move works is that you just, if the opponent uses a move, you use the last move that an opponent used, period, in doubles, which means that, like, if A goes and then B goes and then you Mirror Move, you do B's move, not A's move. Good stuff. I think there's room for it, but you have to have Pokemon with, like, bad options. Something has to be bad enough that it can do more damage with the opponent's attack than with its own, and it also has to have, like, pretty consistent access to move reminder, or, like, it really has to have some really bad moves going for it. But overall, I think that, like, the sheer ability to do that is just, it's worth, like, keeping Mirror Move as something that has a room to explore. There just is room to explore it more in PvE. Like, there just is. Maybe getting, like, moves that the AI only tends to have access to. I don't know. Copycat is the same move as Mirror Move, is just a different flavor. And then Me First is assuming the opponent used an attacking move and you move before them. You use the attacking move that they were going to use and you get a damage bonus on it. So you get 1.5 multiplier. This move is really cool. My favorite time that I've ever used this move was in the the Delta X hack I had mentioned when I was talking about map block. I used Me First Absol with a bite on Grant's Tyrant, and would have used bite anyway because that's the move that Absol has by level up there. But because I had Me First, I got to copy the bite with a damage bonus on the turns where I knew it was going to bite, because I had something else on the field weak to it, and I actually got to KO it before it could KO the thing I had on the field weak to bite. Like, I felt like the biggest brain gamer alive doing that, and that alone convinces me to put it in this tier, even if maybe the potential of it is, like, not that high overall. It's just like a little bit there. Assist is a whack move. Assist lets you copy a move at random from your party. It's not worthless. It really can't be if it can do whatever the hell Revive Cats is. I'm gonna just go look up Elo Bandits Revive Cats stuff if you really want to know the extent to which this move does stupid things. But long story short, this move is kind of crap. You can, I think if you're in, like, maybe, like, there's not much room for this. You have to be in a situation where you can get, like, you have all moves that can't be copied except one on an assist Pokemon that then has to not have a good enough move pool. It has to have assist, and then it has to have all bad other moves, so it has to resort to using assist. Hi, Cat. Do you want to jump back up? There you go. So it has to resort to using assist to use a move that it wants to use to do something, and that's really bad. Like, if you're thinking of something like Liepard, it just doesn't have the stats to actually use an attack that you want it to use, so it's probably just using something stupid like a sleep-inducing move. I don't even know what moves you're allowed to pull with assist. The list is, like, really complicated and specific. I don't want to mess with it right now. Mimic. Basically, Mimic, you use Mimic after something attacked, and whereas Mirror Move and Copycat, you use the move immediately, with Mimic, you keep the move. You, like, learn the move, and the next turn you can use the move that they just used from, like, the menu. And then it replaces it. until you switch out or for the rest of battle. I think it's just until you switch out. I'm not Googling anymore. I'm a little tired. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. The best, there's like a couple really high value moves. Like a lot of the moves here, like you can maybe see you mimic this and then you go crazy doing whatever the hell the move up here does. That's about it. Yeah. I've been seeing a lot. Some stuff along the lines of like, oh, this move is good really situationally, so you really need to have access to infinite move reminder if you want a move like this to be at its best. I've been saying a lot for a reason. I really like infinite move reminder. One of the trade-offs you inherently face if you add infinite move reminder to a game is you cannot do the funny something learned sketch once thing. Or if you do, you maybe have to be more careful about it, or maybe just make it like a self-imposed challenge part of the rule set. So it was stupid. If you get access to it once, it's a pretty high skill ceiling move that you use to get one really good move. Sketching Spore is really hard because you have to like lumberry it. That's funny. And then if you get like attacked by a thing instead of the Spore, then you Smeargle dies. But like something else that uses sketch once just sketches the wrong move. Sketch is really easily abusable. It lets you get just random stuff that you shouldn't have if you have like one sketch. There's a lot of things that are not broken with one sketch, but then a lot of the things that you're going to use with sketch, like even in a setting where there's some kind of like, oh, there's like even in a setting where like you can calculate out every kind of use of sketch. Obviously in like an actual battle, sketch is useless because you could just sketch the move before the battle. And then in game, like for PvE, at least you run into the challenge of like, well, wild Pokemon won't always have the things you need to sketch. Sometimes you need to get them from trainers, and that can be pretty hard to manage. So it can be kind of high skill ceiling, but it's so not worth the trouble. It's just like, okay, man, like it's broken. I'm kind of just gonna leave it at that. Foresight and Miracle Eye, Foresight Odor Sleuth is you target a Pokemon and you always hit your attacks on it, and if you're using normal type moves into the opponent, you'll hit them even if they're ghost type. It's an early game move. It replaces the need for coverage sometimes because it means that you hit some stuff that you can't hit with normal type moves. It's only good on normal types, and then it's only good with normal types using strictly normal type moves, which is not a very wide... Like, the most normal types are using normal type moves, but do you need to use them better against, like, is it not enough for ghosts to just kind of check normals? Miracle Eye, like, it's got something. Particularly because, like, in Modern Gen, Miracle, like, Psychic's kind of a bad attacking type in Modern Gen. And I feel like Dark as an immunity is often a more relevant, like, thing to bypass because there's a significant higher amount of Psychic types that want to be mono attacking. In Gen... Actually, I'm putting it in bad. In Gen 3 especially, like, when they introduced this move, there were a fair amount of Psychic types that were like, I'm going to mono attack with my Psychic typing, and then a lot of the things that are going to check me are going to try to check me defensively. Like, most Dark types that beat... Like, most Dark types are like, haha, I'm bringing Mighty Anna Shiftry or something, and like it didn't necessarily threaten to KO something after it had to spend a turn using Miracle Eye to even target it. But then also, if you're fighting like a competent opponent, you Miracle Eye them, they switch. It literally only works if there's the AI, and it's not even that good. We're actually kind of getting out of the wire here. Let's do, like... These moves are... I kind of paired these moves together because they're all disable to some extent. they all kind of disable. And then these moves aren't disable, but they are like, they impact the move that your opponent is using in some way. Whatever. Disables, like, sure, it's okay. You stop them from using a thing they've just used. A lot of the time, it's like, if you get, the biggest problem is that this needs to be used in situations where your opponent doesn't just KO you back, which kind of stinks. In doubles, it ends up being kind of bad because the best thing it can do is punish passivity or punish like follow me spam. In PvP, it's often just way too slow at doing that compared to taunt, which is a lot more available. And then in PvE, finding AI that even knows how to do strategies that you would want to disable is a frustrating process. You need to face something with like very limited coverage and very poor moves overall, and it needs to want to use one move, and you just like, taunt's kind of just like a gold standard of, I want the opponent to stop doing a certain kind of attack. The fact is, like, something with fast taunt functionally just needs to, in PvE, spend the move slot to learn the move and then gets to be immune to status moves on everything but the switch in. Or like situations where the opponent might attack them. Fast taunt locks an AI opponent out of a lot of tools that they can use to beat things that would otherwise set up very easily on them. How a game goes about balancing something like fast taunt is kind of crucial for PvE. And a lot of the ethos I see is just don't. EK puts taunt in the post game. Crystal Kaizo Plus, I don't think, has taunt. I don't think I've ever seen taunt used in that game by the player. And then a lot of later gen games basically are just like, well, the opponent's going to attack you for 7 gazillion damage. Or taunt is a crucial part of the game because the opponent is going to threaten to attack you for a gazillion damage. And then if they can't do a gazillion damage to you, they're going to put up hazards. So you need to find a thing that doesn't take a gazillion damage and then also outspeeds and also taunts. In doubles, it's like kind of bad because most of the things that you want to stop an opponent from doing are attacking, but like sometimes you can taunt something if like the AI is somehow programmed to intelligently use stuff like support moves like these, then like especially powerful support moves, then you can taunt the AI if they're trying to set up a weather, they're trying to set up a terrain for a partner, they're trying to speed drop you or something, but you need to be quick on the draw with it basically. Torment's got something. I'm one of the things that like really holds this move back is I'm pretty sure the way that it works is that if you use an attack, if your opponent like uses say follow me and then you torment them, they can use follow me the next turn, they just can't use it again the following turn. So there's this like, it's a pretty mediocre move, but early on in a game it can have a lot of potential. I think it's a better singles move than a doubles move. It kind of performs a lot of the functions that taunt does, but slightly better. And snatch as well. They're kind of just weaker forms of taunt that have a much more selective application case, but then in having a slightly slimmer application case, they have more intrigue. They're more difficult to pull off. They end up having a more interesting reward. They end up like snatch in particular, like there's a lot of really strong moves here that you can snatch. Like recovery moves can be snatched. Any boosting moves can be snatched. As long as it targets the user and grants them a buff, it can be snatched. Not always is that relevant, but when it's relevant, it's relevant. It's really good. Imprison, I feel like Imprison's definitely better in a metagame. It's like a good design move in a metagame context. In a PvE, it's just kind of there. I really like the form that Imprison takes in PvP. Imprison Trick Room is classic. Imprison Protect. Imprison Explosion in the Gen 3 VGC is genuinely a really good piece of the game, but as far as the game is played right now, like, I forgot this too. I did that again. As far as like Imprison works in PvE. I don't know. Maybe there's some potential for it. You have to imprison. These are all kind of different moves at this point. I'm just throwing things up. Imprison is like, there has to be a relevant move that you're blocking that you also have to know. So it costs 2 move slots to use Imprison practically. And then what? You imprison, you block them from using a relevant move. You prevent them from using that move, but it has to be like, if they use the next best move, they get like absolutely no value in comparison because of how much it costs you to run imprison to block the thing they want to use, depending on what the thing is. And sometimes you can use the thing while they're blocked from using it, which is like, haha, that's basically the entire impetus of imprison trick room. But yeah, I don't know, it's not my favorite thing. A lot of the time, if like the AI needs to set something up, taunt blocks better. Taunt will block it better, basically. And like, if you don't have taunt, imprison is a decent alternative to like block something like Sunny Day, or one of the terrain moves, I guess. Electrify and Ion Deluge are kind of weird. I think Electrify is almost broken. It has room to basically be broken. It's pretty notorious, I think, that Electrify tends to be banned in like alternate metagames, like Hackmons and stuff, because a Pokemon with Electrify, Lightning Rod, and sufficiently fast speed can just prevent that opponent from dealing damage, or like with Volt Absorb, you can make it so your opponent's attacks just heal you. Electrify transforms whatever type of attack the opponent was using, it becomes an electric type move. Doesn't matter if it's a status move, a physical move, or a special move, which means that like Lightning Rod interacts with all of them. The big thing that holds it back is the fact that it's literally it holds it back, and I do mean that in like the strongest sense, is that like Heliolisk is the only thing that uses the move. Like the only thing that uses the move. Nothing with an electric immunity is allowed to have Electrify, elsewise they become really toxic. Like, even if they aren't necessarily broken, like even if you gave it to something like Lantern, which is a pretty slow electric type, it still becomes a really over centralizing part of its kit, because the solution to so many problems is electrify the opponent when they use their attacking moves, heal my health back up. You could even use it to like PP stall opponents, but you can maybe lower the PP of Electrify to counteract it. And then in doubles, like fast Electrify only disables one opponent, so it becomes a lot less stupid. In singles, like if you're using Electrify against an opponent and you don't actively benefit from it, like you don't have Volt Absorber or Lightning Rod, you just take resisted damage, like what is the point? If like I think like there's a theoretical world where it's Gen 5, there's Infinite Rain, Helios has Dry Skin, and you're electrifying the opponent's really weak attack over and over again, like maybe. But at some point, it's only you only one times resist the move, you don't quad resist it, so it's pretty weird. But it's liable to be completely broken in like with very little adjustment, which I think is kind of makes it a weird move to experiment with in terms of design, but it's there. Ion Deluge is, I think, a lot cooler. I don't know if a lot is quite correct. Ion Deluge is different from Electrify in 2 very key ways. The first is it has priority, which is pretty important, I think, considering its significantly bigger downside that it only affects normal type moves. So if the opponent, but the thing is it doesn't just, it also doesn't affect the target's normally. It doesn't target a specific opponent. It affects the field. So an electric type with Ion Deluge with like, Ion Deluge can be used offensively and defensively, which is really cool. If an opponent wants to use Fake Out into a ground type, you can Ion Deluge it. I guess you can't do that because Ion Deluge only has 1 priority, not 2. I guess that's a shame. I was gonna say you could make Fake Out and do an electric type attack, and then have ground types block fake out, but I don't think you can actually do that unless you're like a nothing as prankster Ion Deluge right now. Or does Ion Deluge have higher priority? I don't know. Maybe you can do that. The bigger use, the other use is that like if you have another ground type on your team and your opponent is using a normal move into them, or hell, honestly, if you just have like something that resists electric, even something neutral to electric, if the opponent is using a stab normal move and they were going to use a stab normal move, then making that an electric move suddenly means they don't have stab on it anymore, which means that you kind of get the effect of soak for one turn. And then offensively, Ion Deluge really comes into its own because it gives any of your Pokemon that have a normal type move an electric type move with the normal type move effect. So basically, Diet Galvanize for a turn, and often a turn is all you need because some of the strongest moves in the game can be paired with Ion Deluge to do some pretty dizzying things. You have like Boom Burst in Ion Deluge. Pachirisu has Volt Absorb. You have an Electric Boom Burst on Toxtricity. I don't think that the problem is I don't think that combo has ever existed because I'm pretty sure Ion Deluge got cut from the game, which I think is a really big shame. But I can check that right now, and I can also check if I'm like right about everything I'm saying. Yeah, it's only +1 priority. Um, yeah, so they took it out of the game. The very same generation, they introduced an electric type with Boom Burst that could have gotten stab off of Ion Deluge, which makes me very sad for Toxtricity. Even Hyper Voice on Toxtricity would have been pretty cool, but like Ion Deluge with Stab Boom Burst would have been really, probably would have been like legitimate. I don't know if it would have been good, but it would have been like a fun gimmick, and I think that's all. That says a lot for a move that's like this silly. It's also like famously not Sajin's team, but there was like a famous VGC team that also used Pachirisu that used it with Ion Deluge alongside Hydreigon with Hyper Beam to KO opposing Azumarill. That's so cool. It's so cool. I love that so much. I think you could. Yeah, there's so much with this move. I like it. Here's trapping moves. Kind of. Mean Look, Spiderweb, Block. You just prevent something from switching. I mean, it's kind of just good. I think the depths already explored makes most sense for this because in singles it's pretty good. In doubles, it can be good, but it's usually not very good because you have to be very bulky to take advantage of it. You have to be very bulky. You have to have some kind of form of passive damage, and ideally, that form of passive damage doesn't get blocked by taunt. So what that means is that Garganacl with Salt Cure is the thing that uses block in doubles ever. That's about it, honestly. Octolock, I didn't save it for last. Octolock is pretty cool. There's some room to explore with it. Grapploct is really bad at utilizing it because it's slow. So it always there's like part of me that thinks that Grapploct at some point in development was like different to somehow be like strong using this move, and then they nerfed it and Grapploct, and somehow we're at where we're at today, where Grapploct is pretty bad. I can kind of see it being good. It's obviously like kind of a dud move in doubles. There's not a lot to do with it. Grapploct is a pure fighting type with really bad stats. I think even if you ported it back to like Gen 4, it would still be pretty bad. But it is in fact like a trapping move that has a pretty good secondary effect alongside being a trapping move. If something got like recovery alongside it, it would kind of be like a slightly more complicated Wobbuffet Shadow Tag lock, and that's not bad. Can't really say that that's bad. You can click off the video. I talked about Octolock. Fairy Lock for one turn. Like, the wording of this is, in my brain, has like a gap in the logic. Like, the way that I think I understand it works is that like the turn after you use it, Nothing on the field can switch. It is, in fact, the signature move of Klefki. It prevents all Pokemon except Ghost types from switching out or fleeing during the next turn. Not a lot of relevant situations for Fairy Lock to exist in. Notably, it also affects Klefki, I think. So using it alongside Perish Song is kind of mutually assured destruction, which is about the best situation for it. The biggest thing is that the AI doesn't switch. So in PvE, even if you for some reason had, ooh, interesting way to hit that. Even if you were, no. Oh my god, okay. Even if you were for some reason PvE, even if for some reason you were in PvE and you wanted to find use out of this, you probably still wouldn't, because preventing the opponents from switching doesn't matter as much there. It's kind of same with Octolock, but to a lesser extent, because there's ways to make the AI. There's ways to design the AI so it'll sometimes switch in relevant situations. I just realized I used my phone again, so I have to put the music back there. Mind Reader. You hit your next attack, guaranteed. I mean, we put Telekinesis down here. I'm kind of going to just put this down here too. Maybe here. You hit your sleep move, or you hit Zap Cannon or Inferno, and those are the only moves that are so inaccurate that it statistically makes sense to use Mind Reader on this for some reason. On God, you cannot miss the attack. I swear to God, missing the attack would kill you with Axe Kick or something stupid, and in that case, what are you doing? What are you doing? Good God, just use fucking Brick Break and twice. Magnet Rise. A lot of it's been explored. You're immune to ground. You go before the opponent, they use a ground move, you're immune to ground. In PvE, it's in PvE, it's bad. Or in PvE, you use it against it can make some things kind of broken. You use it with Magnezone against something that aha, I designed this carefully curated challenge so that it could not be beat by Magnezone because I have the ground move. Oh, you dodge ground move. The challenge bad? It can, but on anything that isn't Magnezone, you don't run into that problem because there's basically nothing else in the game with as polarizing a matchups red as Magnezone. So even if aha, Probopass, I have made this thing so it wouldn't lose to Probopass, so it has a ground move. It's Probopass has 4 other weaknesses or something. Most of the other quad weak to ground Pokemon have other weaknesses, so it basically just is polarizing on Magnezone, and then in every other situation it sucks. In PvE, on PvP it's kind of different, but a bit the same actually. Endure. I'm gonna say some room to explore because I like pinch berries, man. Pinch berries are dead. Yeah, that's a little bit it. It's not usually relevant. It's a lot more relevant in either environments where the power level is low enough that pinch berries are a pretty dramatic power boost that you can afford to have at 1 HP, or it gets a lot better if you're in doubles and it endure reversal is obviously a strategy, but one of the things that makes that kind of an optimal in PvE is that you just need reversal. You don't really need endure to get yourself to 1 health exactly, or you can use substitute or other things because ideally you're planning around consistency. Endure is just not the powerful part of that combo. It's the part that makes it work in a setting where you don't know what your opponent's going to do, and if you know what your opponent's going to do, endure often usually just grants you 1 extra turn, but then it's also a part of the protect thing, so I don't know. You can't really get that much value out of endure. It's a good replacement for return or for protect though. If you're in an environment where we were talking about earlier, I maybe could have put endure alongside these protect clones, kind of. It just definitely doesn't have as much room to explore because it's definitely existed for a long time. What a... I called Nightmare the dumbest move ever. This move's pretty close. It's not as bad as Nightmare though, but it's like pretty bad. The user puts a status on themselves. The status acts as such. If you take damage from a fire move, the powder blows up, and the Pokemon that used a fire move, the user gets targeted with a fire move, whatever, specifics, pedantics. Then the Pokemon that used a fire move takes like a fourth of its max HP and chip damage. I'm looking this up. This move is so stupid. It's like the signature move of Vivillon, but it's like one of the worst moves. It has priority. Funny, yeah, you lose a quarter of your health if you try to use a fire move in the remainder of the turn. Okay, so Vivillon has priority when using it. It uses and then anything that uses a fire move doesn't do it properly and hits itself in confusion for a quarter of its health. It's kind of Magnet Rise. It feels so disingenuous to put this in the same tier as like all of these moves, even if it technically has potential, but like Dust is what the move is called, which I think is honestly a better name for it because more accurately, whatever. I hate this move a little bit. Shout outs to the strange people that decided to make this a pivoting move. Will not be explaining the context for that one. Hi Haze, hi Mist. Sure are a couple of moves. Haze is like... Mist is interesting because it's weaker than Haze. Haze, like... Mist gets a lot better value when you have preparation around it. I've literally seen Mist used in like speed runs because I think that I learned this from the thing with that Pokemon Challenges did, because like you use a Wingull with Mist as like a sacrifice to then get in like Marshtomp to set up a bunch of X items in front of like Intimidate Mightyana that's trying to sand attack you. If there are more situations in PvE where you know you're getting into stuff and you have less options available to stop it, Mist becomes more interesting. Somehow this move that has existed for 9 generations now. I don't even know if it's still in Sword and Shield, or Sword, Shield, and Scarlet Violet, but it's there. It's there. Embargo and Corrosive Gas affect items, and so does Bestow. So does Stuffed Cheeks and Tea Time. Embargo is pretty cool. Embargo is known for being that move that Cynthia's Spiritomb uses that makes you a little bit angry. It's kind of Magic Room, but because it's not negative priority, you can actually like use it proactively, and because it doesn't target yourself, you don't lose your own item, and because it's single target on an opponent, it makes it a lot less effective in doubles. But it also is like if you're trying to disable something's item, you're probably trying to disable something specific's item anyway. But then also I don't know if Embargo, like, I'm checking this because I don't know if like if you use Embargo on something that's holding an item that would deal a lot of damage to you. Held item has its effect negated. So Thick Club Marowak, go kaput. You're doing half damage now. Relevant thing. But then also the really interesting effect that this move has is that no one can use like a potion. I don't know if that properly applies to enemies. I just had the Google open. I'm not doing that again. I'm letting the music continue to play. I've interrupted it enough. And like, yeah, you block item use. This is kind of here more because like I think it's kind of neat It probably could be down here, honestly, but yeah, corrosive gas is very similar. There's it in knockoff. It's like, what if we brought back knockoff? What if did I say in knockoff? That's funny. In singles, in like PvP singles, it's like, what if we brought back old gen knockoff and then made it like low distribution again, except the power level has now moved to the point where old gen knockoff doesn't make anything good anymore. And so like random scun tank probably wants knockoff but is stuck with corrosive gas instead, and is sad because it can get taunted while using it. Well, old gen knockoff could not get taunted, and that was like an actual upside. It's embargo. It just doesn't have the bag effect, and it also like lasts longer than 5 turns because it lasts into infinity, and the item disappears into a little puddle of acid, I guess, because it's corrosive. Overall, probably not that much room to work with, honestly, but yeah. Bestow. You give your held item to your target. So, in a lot of ways, Trick and Switcheroo, which I didn't bring up here for some reason in this category. I'll talk about Bestow first, because there's not a lot to talk about. For the most part, Trick and Switcheroo do what you want to do better, and they don't require your target to not be holding an item, which is perhaps a unique weakness of Bestow that, like, it would require you to be in a situation where like your partner and you both have an expendable item, and the user of Bestow holds an expendable item that they want to trick to give to their partner after they've consumed the first consumable item. Like, it's not useful. Switch and Trick, I almost said Switch and Trickaroo. Trick and Switcheroo are kind of well known for being very, very good singles moves, where item disruption is really powerful in singles for lots of reasons. You give something a choice item, it's bad. Something holds a choice item, it's good. I can choose when to give away the choice item. Or like Sticky Barb Clef if you're a madman. You don't have to be that mad to use Sticky Barb Clef if it's DPP. Sticky Barb Clef aside, Trick is like fine. It's really good in competitive. In PvE, it's a lot worse, but it still has the potential to be pretty broken, especially with the aforementioned like Trick really broken funny thing. It kind of depends on the item balance of your game, but it's also like it's also like a lot better in singles because like matchups are usually a lot more isolated, and something like switching both Pokemon's items can make a lot bigger a difference. Whereas in doubles, like there's 4 things on the field. What item the enemy is holding is often like not as big of a deal, or not something that you need to influence as badly, or like you influencing the item that one thing is holding does not mean you influence the other person is holding. So basically, I'm saying Magic Room is good actually. Stuffed Cheeks. If you're holding a berry, you eat it, you gain the effect of it, and you gain +2 defense. That's pretty good. It's a one-time iron defense that you also get to eat a berry with. If you combine it with an ability like Cheek Pouch, you can just like recover half of your health and gain +2 defense at the same time, which is really good. Gradient does that in like Ranbats and Gen 9, and it's pretty good. Yeah, it's got some room. I kind of really like this ability on like Diggers, on like no huge power Diggersby. It's kind of one of the only ways that you can make a Pokemon that is so bad actually functional, which is cool. Tea Time is really weird. It's kind of a flavor move exclusive to Poltegeist, and everything eats its berry, and then the effect of their berry procs. In a game where like you don't have choice items, or you don't have life orb, or you don't have a lot of ways to consistently boost your power, you can have fast Tea Time Poltegeist, force your partner to eat their Pataya or Salic or Lychee Berry or whatever, and then your partner gets a attack boost. Or you can have a Pokemon use like a recovery berry earlier than they might be supposed to. So maybe they can like citrus from 75 to 100 and then they're out of range of the crit or something. It's something. I think it's something. It's more just like the distribution of the move being locked to Poltegeist, which is specifically an evolved like mid late game Pokemon that often has like a really arduous time actually evolving. Grumble Grumble makes it so that this move probably doesn't ever get the chance to shine that it could. But like on Sinistea, if you got it kind of early, you could see it. Really down to the wire now. I think we're just doing a lightning round. Everything from here is all like really specific. Okay, I guess not focus energy and laser focus. Those are kind of the similar things, but they're not really. A lot of things here are just kind of here. There's a lot to talk about with a lot of these moves because, like, some of them are pretty complicated. Oh, I could have talked about this at the items. Recycle, just you copy your item. It's been around for longer, and it's been in some older Nuzlocke games, so you've seen, like, Recycle Lepaberry, Slowbro, 1 Emerald Kaizo for people with, like, Recycle Lepaberry and, like, Slack Off. Just, like, you win the game with the PP Stall and the Shell Armor, so you're immune to crits. Essentially, Recycle's been around in the game long enough that it's had uses, whereas I think Tea Time, it's been around in the game long enough and it's been available on enough things that you found a use for it. Where did I put Teleport just now? It does not have a lot of room to explore. Silly Teleport. Yeah, everything here has something to talk about, except for the Bowden 3 move that I left here. Splash, Celebrate, Hold Hands. They do things with Z moves. They're Z move bait. They're really bad, otherwise I don't care. They're not worthless because technically they prevent you from struggling, which can make things harder for you. That's technically something that all of these moves can do, but these do it very efficiently because they have 64 power points. Focus Energy is like bad, and everyone kind of knows it. It has like very niche uses on stuff that have Sniper or stuff that has like a crit stage through some other means, like Leak or Focus Energy or Scope Lens. So you can get like 50% or 100% crit after Focus Energy. Whoop-de-doo, you could have Swords Danced. Crits mostly are different from higher damage raw by, like, Focus Energy is applicable to both attacking stats, so it's kind of a workup boost, and then crits also break through enemy defense boosts, which can sometimes be relevant, but isn't relevant super often. So yeah, Laser Focus makes your next attack a crit. It's bad. There's not a lot more to elaborate on. It's basically charge. Like, but charge doubles the damage of your next electric move, and then Laser Focus makes your next attack a crit, which does 1.5. And I think like this move was introduced when crits were 2 times. If it was a Gen 6 move, then like maybe, but I don't know, dude. It's really bad. Baton Pass is like infamously broken in singles. You just Baton Pass defense and speed. You acquire defense boosts, and you get them to something that can acquire speed boosts, and then you get them to something that can acquire damage boosts, and then you steamroll the game. And then Ingrain happens somewhere along the process if you're in like Gen 3 or something. It's really stupid in singles, so they banned it, even though it was like kind of a cool pivoting move, but like it makes sense. And then in doubles, it's really bad because, or like it's not really bad, but instead it takes on like a different, like you have to be at a pretty low power level to utilize Baton Pass in any form in doubles. I guess I could say there's like some room to explore, if only because it is a pivoting move. It sure is a pivoting move. It's a pivoting move. High Teleport. Great move in, it's kind of just chilly reception, but it doesn't have a thing that it does. It just has a bunch of power points. So singles players who want to like play a 6 billion turn game with Slowking are sad that the chilly reception they got that replaced Teleport has like less power points. What do you fucking do? It's a pivoting move. Roar and Whirlwind are really good in singles because you put up a bunch of hazards and then you click the Roar button a bunch, and as long as you aren't at threat of dying to the next attack your opponent does, which is unlikely because you'll roar them into something that is only like a that often has like a less than perfect chance of being the thing that they need to kill the thing that's using roar or whirlwind. You keep phasing them out and they take hazard damage a bunch. And then also like if something's set up a bunch of times, one of the best ways to deal with it is with roar and whirlwind. In doubles, setup is less common, protect is more common, like all of the things that this move doesn't like are more common. Substitute is less common. Substitute's amazing. Substitute's broken. Kind of goes without saying that substitute's a little broken. I should have done like Shed Tail after that, and then I've been perfect. I could have done Peton Pass and then substitute and then Shed Tail. Substitute is broken. You block status moves. It's kind of like taunt in that way. Like you have to be if the opponent's status move targets if like it targets you, it's just taunt, but it costs a bit of your health to use. And then if you don't have leftovers, oh no, if you have leftovers, then it functionally just don't have a downside. And then sometimes lowering your own health can be an upside, featuring Blaze, Torrent, Lychee Patayari. Substitute's extremely good. And then also, like, blocking a single damaging move from your opponent is also incredible. And it's one of the easiest moves to give to the player to be able to break any PvE experience at all, because if a player can set up a situation where they put up a substitute that the opponent takes 2 turns to break and they have like any amount of healing at their disposal, you can just you can PP stall things, you can just win the game. It's PP stall things, you can do infinite setup, you can do like you get imagination combo. Like it's your imagination combo starter, substitute plus recovery plus the things that you want to do to win the game. Topsy Turvy I could have mentioned alongside like Psych Up, but I didn't. The big thing with Topsy Turvy is that it affects the field. So if your strategy revolves around debuffs in any form, you kind of can't use Topsy Turvy, which is kind of interesting. And if your strategy involves buffing yourself, you also can't use Topsy Turvy, which is a lot sadder because Malamar's only function ever is contrary superpower. A lot of the ways that this move can function end up in practice like in PvE, it's really hard to imagine a situation where this is super useful and doesn't just like break an encounter. Because you can just keep an opponent perpetually at like the inverse of what the stat boost they're trying to get is. Assuming you can keep the Topsy-Turvy user on the field. Jet's a grapple locked. I didn't even think of that. If grapple lock, I think grapple lock gets Topsy-Turvy, so you can technically octo-lock your partner. Can you do that? Octo-lock your partner and then Topsy-Turvy them and they have sufficient amount of defense boosts, but then they stay octo-locked and they keep losing those defense boosts every turn? Never mind. I'm tired. Metronome is a chance at being any move in the game. There's not really a lot to talk about. Ironically, I guess. It's not worthless. You can draw random stuff. It's a good move for the AI to have sometimes if you just want to make Nuzlockers absolutely insane when they get hit by Aeroblast on their grass bug type or whatever. Court Change is one of the coolest moves in the game that I don't know if it actually has that much room to work with. The big thing is that I'm gonna say some room. No, I'm gonna say a lot of room because, especially in competitive, I think this move has a lot of room in competitive because Cinderace is a terrible abuser. Cinderace is like not the Pokemon you wanted to see this move on, and the fact that it still uses it sometimes, even though it's like a really bulky pivot that is weak to rocks and has to use boots in order to keep coming in on the hazards that it's supposed to be ostensibly clearing. It's really cool. I didn't put it with the hazard stuff because it's not strictly hazards. It does screens and stuff, which makes it really awkward to look at because, I wanted to make a enemy design that uses an Aurora Veil team. That's not your Veil anymore. You flip the fight on its head and you can almost always win from that kind of devastating switch. I don't know why I held on to this. This is a Z-move bait. Transform is really broken, kind of. It's kind of like Electrify, where like the right thing having access to Transform breaks the game. but then like things that aren't the right thing having access to transform are just okay. I'm gonna say it's broken. The distribution of it is kept very slim for a reason, and I agree with the choice to do that on the part of the devs. I already said substitute was like the best move in the game, and I said that a lot of the things that hold substitute back are the fact that the best ways to abuse it require you to have healing, because if you end up getting 4 move slot syndrome, you need healing, substitute, and then a boosting move, and that's 3 of your 4 already, and you kind of need to mono attack or like boost with an attack that you're also using to deal damage or something if you want to properly snowball. Shed Tail avoids all these problems. It's one of the most broken moves in the series. Psychozar is Psychozar goes from a Pokemon that's like RUBL. No, NUBL. NUBL, like Crapmon with that like can randomly do what? Shift gear. Like it's a regenerator mon that knocks off in rapid spins. I guess it would find use in RU. Whatever. Shed Tail makes it broken. Parting Shot. It's a pivoting move. We talked about teleport and baton pass, but this pivoting move has to target something, which can leave it liable to fail sometimes, which can be interesting. But like in practice, that's the conditions are pretty rare. You need the opponent to like. I think that when you parting shot something with Clear Amulet, it just doesn't lower its those stats of the target, and then you still switch. But if it actually Clear Amulet actually blocks this, it gets a little interesting. But very obviously extremely good in singles and doubles. Nature Power is one of the coolest moves ever, but it like requires someone to be paying a lot of attention to the game they're making, and it's a lot of effort for a move that might not even get used very much. So it has a lot of room to explore. You can basically set basically the way Nature Power works is that in competitive it's always try attack, or like I think it was Earthquake in Gen 3, but then it wasn't Earthquake very often because the thing that used it wanted Earthquake very often, so it was try attack in Gen 4 and up. But when you're in a location, like when you're playing the actual game in PvE, what Nature Power is depends on the location you're in. The times that this is relevant is in the terrains. This is like a micro terrain pulse. They got rid of this when they introduced terrain pulse. So whoop-de-doo, rip Nature Power, grassy terrain Camerupt. I liked that set. And then it kind of gets outclassed by that. But then in PvE, it's really cool. You can like if you're in a lava area, your Nature Power Ludicolo or whatever suddenly gets Lava Plume. Like the fact that like you can apply that ad infinitum to all these different various kinds of situations, even if it's like pretty consistently like, oh, I'm in the fire area. Firemons all resist fire. Well, maybe the trainers you're fighting have like a steel type or something. Like the possibilities are kind of endless on paper, and so I have to say it's a lot of room to explore. I can't not put Revival Busting in a lot of room to explore. It's a really cool move. It's funnily enough in like vanilla PvE completely outclassed by the Revive item because you can have an infinite amount of it in your bag. And like realistically, the cost of a Revive is going to stop adding up, but that gets into like the economics kind of thing, and that's most hacks don't tend to touch on like having interesting economics. They tend to just give the player infinite money and then restrict what they can get in the shop. Long story short, if you're in like a PvE setting, Revival Blessing is really cool. It's surprisingly hard to make use of too, which I kind of appreciated. I remember I got Revival Blessing on Pomot when I played through Scarlet and Violet for the first time, and I was like, oh, I want to abuse this a lot. And then I like tried to use it in the final boss fight, and then I got kind of destroyed for it because I brought a guy back at half health, and he still died to the final boss's hardest hit at half health. Like, whoops, I maybe could have done the math a little better on that. And oh my god, I actually did that in one go. What the fuck? This is a grand waste of my time, but it was a fantastic one. I hope you enjoyed. I'm gonna leave you with this great screen IO screen for just a couple more seconds and not plug anything of value. I am brain dead. Thank you for watching.